Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. My broadcasting here. Yeah, there we go. Again, thank you for bearing with us here. We are still fighting some new technology, and but we'll get through that. But I want to get started so we can get through as much of this as we can. Hopefully, we can get rid of that echo, or I'll figure out where to put the microphone so I don't hear myself talking. I'd like to call the November 21st meeting of the El Paso County Planning Commission to order. I'm Tom Bailey, the chair of the Planning Commission, and my first task, as always, my pleasure, is to introduce my colleagues who will also be participating and voting on these items today. And so I will, for ease of everyone following along, I'll start to my far right, your left. We have Mr. Byers, we have Mr. Whitney, we have Ms. Jack, we have Mr. Trowbridge, we have Mr. Moraes, we have Mr. Shipples, we have Mr. Carlson, and we have Mr. Markowicz. And again, I am the chair. I will also participate and vote. And I will make sure of 9. We do have 9. Deadlock vote won't happen today, which is good. So these are the volunteer members of the Planning Commission who take their time every month to study the applications and hear public comment, hear the development proposals, and then make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Our task is to apply the criteria that we have for each and every item, and make a determination and make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, who ultimately have the final say in all of these actions, not only the ones that you hear today, but everything that goes through here. So that's a little bit about it. I'll probably try to talk a little bit more through process as we go. For those of us up here, we've done this a few times. For some of the professionals in the audience, you've been through this a few times. But for most of the public, this is a rare occasion, so you don't necessarily see this very often. So I'll try to make sure that I explain enough about what we're doing so you feel like your voice is heard and your participation in this process is it's certainly necessary, and we welcome it here. But when you see a room full of people like this, and there's only so many hours in the day, we need to make sure that we get through it as quickly and as smoothly as possible. So all of that said, the next thing on our agenda is report items from the Planning Department. And as you see, Ms. Harrington, when she comes to she's the planning director, she's going to come and she's going to introduce herself. Anyone that comes and speaks to us, we need you to identify yourself for the record. The recorded record is the official record of this meeting. And so we need to make sure that we have your name there. And in order to help facilitate that process, if you speak, there are also sign-up sheets. If you intend to speak at some point, if you haven't already signed up either at the top or down here, please, I encourage you to sign in so we have the correct spelling and all the details about your name. Sometimes it's hard to understand just from a verbal recounting. So a written record is good for us. And so we'd appreciate that. And now that I've stalled long enough, Ms. Harrington, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, El Paso County Planning Director. 2 brief updates, report items for you. Our next meeting is December 5th. We do have two land use items on that agenda for you, but we also have a legislative item, which is a code amendment. Now, I realize that for over the last several years, we've been making an effort to bring you at an informal conversation code amendments before you are asked to vote on them. However, this is going to be that one exception to the rule. I believe it was the year 2022, there was a ballot initiative for the state of Colorado related to natural medicine. So that's psilocybin, basically magic mushrooms. And at the end of 2024, the state will start licensing natural medicine and natural medicine healing centers, cultivation, manufacturing. The state licensing does state that the local jurisdiction can put time, place, and manner into effect. And the state will start licensing or accepting licenses on December 31st of 2024. So as you can see, we have been directed as a local jurisdiction to get time, place, and manner in place before the end of the year, and that's basically a zoning code amendment. And so unfortunately, our timing does not allow us to bring this to you informally, but it is a legislative action, and what we will do, hopefully at the end of this week or on Monday, I will send you all a link to EDARP where we will start to upload documentation that you can review. But on December 5th, you will be asked to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners on a natural medicine business ordinance recognizing natural medicine businesses. And so I wanted you to know that that is coming and a little out of the ordinary from our typical practice for code amendments, but again, trying to beat that December 31st deadline. Second, the minutes. So lots of conversation about the minutes. We need to find a way, a solution for streamlining our minutes. And we took a stab at that this last meeting. I know there's been different conversation on that. The official record of the meetings is the recording. I understand that you would like to talk about the minutes. Being that we have a full house today, I'm suggesting that today may not be the best day to talk about how to move forward with the minutes, but if I'm seeing head nods from this board, we would put a conversation informational item on the December 5th meeting where we can talk about what you would like to see for the minutes, and we can discuss some potential solutions to that. Again, we don't work in a vacuum. We have talked to council. We understand what the official record is and the need to summarize those minutes a little bit more, but absolutely happy to have that conversation. Just not sure we want to do that today. Again, December 5th, we will have some time and we can certainly queue that up for a conversation on how we can better summarize the minutes moving forward. And that is all of the updates from staff, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Appreciate that. And
Thank you.
I will move on. Thank you. The next thing on our agenda, we always make time at these meetings to entertain public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Sometimes people have things to say that aren't necessarily tied to a specific application. So this is that time. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on something that is not on today's agenda, this is the time for that. And I'm not sure where our technical people are with people calling in, but I'm seeing head shakes. And I am seeing a hand with someone who would like to speak on an item that's not on today's agenda. If that's the case, yes, please. If you're going to speak with us, in all instances, you must be down here and speak clearly into the microphone, and so we and everyone else can hear you. And again, this is for something that's not on today's agenda, general comments, and ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cindy Landsberg. I've lived in northern El Paso County for over 50 years. The thing that I wanted to bring up or find out how we can talk about it is, I think most of the people are here about the last item on the agenda, but that does not pertain to the proposed development of the Buc-ee's on the other side of the freeway. And I'm assuming that we are not necessarily allowed to talk about that at that time, so that's why I wanted to make a comment now. I just wanted to say that, you know, having lived here that long, my father having retired from the Air Force from Texas and moving to that northern part of El Paso County, a beautiful area that was developed in ways to keep it natural without streetlights, without close compacted housing. It is a shame to see the proposals that are coming before the board. And it's confusing to the people up in that region. We hear one thing and then it changes to something else and nobody knows where to come. I just wanted to get this thought across to you in case I'm not allowed to talk about it at the end of the meeting when you get to that item on the agenda. Having lived there all those years and attended high school there, 30 years ago, my new brother-in-law, we picked him up in Denver at the airport and brought him down to our area. He was from New York. He's traveled around the country as an investment person. But when he came up close to Monument Hill, he just blurted out, "This is really God's country." And that's how the people feel. And that's what the approach to El Paso County from the north has been for hundreds of years. I'm afraid that what's going to happen with the proposals that are coming before you is that instead of looking like God's country, people are going to continue to be confused about the name of our county being El Paso County and thinking it has something to do with El Paso, Texas. This is not who we are, and I hope that that message can get through. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and point out right now that if we have applause at the end of each little speech, we're going to just delay things even longer. So the outburst is the wrong word, reactions from the audience, if we could keep that to the minimum, I think that would be best to make this as quick a process as possible. We know that there's a lot of passion out there. There are a lot of strong feelings. You're going to agree with some things that you hear, and you're going to disagree with some things that you hear. Please try to keep that to a minimum. Next on our agenda, item 3A is the adoption of the minutes from our hearing held 2 weeks ago on November 7th. You heard Ms. Harrington with the discussion. We had a nice robust exchange or a few inputs and some discussion online over the last day or so. But we still have to approve these minutes or discuss it. I agree and will ask that staff put a discussion about the minutes on the agenda for next time. I think we can safely wait until then. Gives us all a chance to think through and digest some of the comments. Ultimately, the minutes are a tool for the Board of County Commissioners to use to inform their decisions. And so they're the ones that ultimately are going to have to decide what it is that they want staff to do with this process. And our job, I think, here is to help staff get to a product that is most useful for the county commissioners who appointed us to this role. So take some time over the next couple weeks, think about what we might do, and we'll talk about that for a little while next time. The minutes were a departure from what we're used to seeing, and that's necessary at this point, given staffing and other challenges, other issues. But are there any other comments before I call for a vote on the minutes from last meeting? Mr. Whitney?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would say is apropos of the comments made, the minutes we see are not the official record. So with that in mind, I think waiting until next meeting is totally fine. We're talking about a tool. We're not talking about the legal record. So
That's correct. It's an administrative process that's designed to help the commissioners, and we'll continue to evolve those with staff. I mean, the product that we have now has evolved over time, depending on who's been doing them and things like that. So this is something that we'll continue to work on, again, for the county commissioners. Any other general comments? If not, I guess this time let's just with a show of hands here, vote to approve the minutes. All in favor of approving the minutes as they were presented to us? And all opposed? Mr. Markowicz, thank you. I think we all had a chance to see Jeff's comments and appreciate those insights. So the minutes are approved as presented. For the other votes that you'll see, we will go through a more formal roll call, but usually for the minutes, it's just kind of by acclamation. This time it's a little different. I wanted to get on the record that we do have one in opposition of the minutes as they were presented this time. One more consent item on our calendar today is agenda item 3B, file number P2410. This is a map amendment rezone for Winsome Commercial Lot. We're going to look at, the request is to rezone commercial to residential. And do any of my colleagues here have any questions for staff? Is there anyone in the audience who's here for that item besides the applicant? Don't see anyone. So seeing none of that, this is a consent item. So consent items are those that are, fairly straightforward, not very controversial, not a lot of discussion about this. So I will entertain a motion on agenda item 3B, file P2410.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Trowbridge.
as regards agenda item 3B, file number P2410, the map amendment rezone for Winsome Commercial Lot, I move that we recommend approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 2 conditions and 2 notations, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Trowbridge and Mr. Moraes for the second. Any other discussion? Seeing none there. Okay. Then I will move for the vote, and to make it easier for me this time, I'm going to use the alphabetical listing. Just so I keep track of this stuff. Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Byers. Mr. Carlson.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Shipples.
Aye.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
And Mr. Markowitz.
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye. So we will recommend unanimously to the Board of County Commissioners that file number P2410 be approved. And I said alphabetical. It's the list in front of me that I'm following. So you may have noticed it's not exactly alphabetical. And thank you. Moving along, we will now look at the regular items on our agenda today. The first is file number 5A, agenda item 5A, file number P249, the map amendment rezone for Schmidt, RS 5000. And we also have a rezone for Schmidt RM 12, which is file number P248. And I assume, Ms. Parsons, that we're going to hear about those together.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. And Chair, we did have some opposition, and that correspondence is attached. I was wondering if we could just get a hand count for how many people are here in the audience for that item, just so we have an idea.
Put them up real high because there's some glare in the back. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the Schmidt rezone, P249, P248. A handful. 4, 5, 3, 4. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see here. If there's any, or before I say that, the staff that reviewed this item is myself and Mr. Schoenheit. He is not here today, so Ms. Durham will be filling in for him for any questions related to these 2 items. If there is anybody that is watching remotely and they would like to participate, if they could please email Ms. Benson, and we will get you into the call-in queue. The criteria of approval for the map amendment or rezoning is here on your screen.
And again, for the audience, this is the most critical part of these presentations, because if you back up to the criteria, these are the things that we legally must consider, and really the only things that we can consider when we're considering an application. So you're going to see the approval criteria for each item that we hear, and the best way to express an opinion, either in favor of or in opposition to an application, is to focus your comments on the specific review criteria that we as commissioners can use to inform our vote. lot of other opinions and feelings and things like that that are out there, but those are nice. They may be interesting, but they're irrelevant when it comes to our deliberations. So thanks, Carrie. Move on.
Okay, so specifically, this is a request to rezone rural residential or RR5, so that means a minimum lot acre size of 5 acres, from the rural residential to residential suburban or RS 5,000, which would mean 5,000 square foot minimum lot sizes. And it also was a request to rezone from that RR5 to residential multi-dwelling or RM12 for 34.9 acres. And that would mean a maximum density of 12 dwelling units per acre. And water is not considered with the rezone. It is not a part of the approval criteria. It comes at subsequent planning stages. More specifically, an overview of the area. So the RS 5000 here in purple, and the proposed RM12 just north of that in the light blue. North of the RM12 is a planned unit development called the Silver Ponds, which is inherently 2.5 acre lots and above. With the future extension of the Mark Shuffle Road corridor extending from existing Vollmer Road through the adjacent property, through this property to the north, crossing Cottonwood Creek, and then eventually extending into Black Forest Road and out to Research Parkway. The future Mark Shuffle Road extension is on the PPRTA list. So it's tier 2, so that would put an anticipated date of completion over Cottonwood Creek, extension to Black Forest Road by 2034, all going well. The developer will be responsible to design and construct, or a Metro District will be responsible to design and construct Mark Shuffle from Vollmer over to the terminus at Cottonwood Creek. To the south, we have City of Colorado Springs land, the trails at Forest Lakes, or excuse me, the trails at Forest Meadows, which is an urban development. And then further to the west, to the south, you have Remington at Wolf Ranch, urban city development. And then to the northwest, the Wolf Ranch East, also an urban development. To the northeast of this development, you'll notice some RS 6000 zoning called Holiday Hills. That was done quite some time ago, 20, 30 years ago. That is vacant, unplatted lot, or that is vacant platted lots. There is no water in that subdivision, and so that is why it lies vacant for the most part. Will that be developed in the future? We would anticipate it would be. Immediately adjacent to this property is this pocket of RM30. That was rezoned in 2023 from RR5. And there was considerable opposition at that time. And so let's see here. Adjacent across this property is the Vollmer Road corridor and then Sterling Ranch Road. And so I wanted to provide you a very clear overview of the adjacent land uses and zoning so that you had a good idea of how this is compatible or not compatible with the adjacent properties. Any question on the rezoning of the area?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Carlson.
on the trails at Forest Meadows, I think that's a PUD, but do you know in general what the density is on the north end of that there?
I think I have the lot sizes in my PowerPoint a little bit further down.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so aside from the approval criteria, our land development code talks about justification for rezoning. And so I wanted to put that in the PowerPoint for those in the audience and the commission. But in general, the request of rezoning is general conformance or consistency with the county's master plan. The county's master plan is advisory only, so keep that in mind. If it is inconsistent with the county's master plan, there would have been a material change in the character of the area since the original zoning date. Or it could have been justification for an oversight or error in the zoning district, or if the zone change is necessary for general health, safety, and welfare of the community. This particular area of the master plan is zoned suburban residential, so single-family detached, residential lots, less than 2.5 acres, on central water, central wastewater is anticipated. Supporting land uses would be multifamily and single family attached, as well as open space. The master plan has various goals and objectives to promote diversity or a mix of housing types. And so staff found that the two rezoning requests were consistent with the suburban residential place type. Is also anticipated that at subsequent stages, such as a preliminary plan, where details are required, landscaping, pedestrian trails, sidewalks, lot layouts would also be depicted, furthering the intent of the master plan. It also should be noted that the applicant has requested the RS 5000 at the southern portion of this development to transition from the city's urban lots before we get into the more dense RM 12, which will be next to that Mark Shuffle or Expressway principal arterial corridor. The master plan also identifies this as an area of change, so we would expect a significant change on this particular parcels, or in these two particular parcels. The key area here is within the City of Colorado Springs annexation plan. At this time, the developer does not choose to annex into the City of Colorado Springs, although they are adjacent. And it is also in a high priority development area. In terms of the water master plan, it is in Region 3, which anticipates significant growth. And I should mention, although it is not considered with the rezoning request, that this property is anticipated to be served by Falcon Area Water and Wastewater Authority, or FAWA. So overall, staff analysis, as I mentioned, we've seen a significant amount of growth through the Mark Shuffle corridors and the Vollmer corridors and the Black Forest Road corridors. And so this fits in with that. The proposed zoning districts, the land use being single-family residential, attached, or multifamily, would be considered compatible with the surrounding and adjacent land uses. This property does repurpose the closed gravel and asphalt recycling center. There is nothing stopping the developer from choosing to reopen and go through that permitting process again. But in lieu of that, they have chosen to redevelop or repurpose this into residential development. Staff concluded that the residential development is likely less impactful than an asphalt recycling plant or a gravel pit mining operation to those residential developments that have occurred in the last 10 to 20 years. As I mentioned, Mark Shuffle Road will be fully landscaped as a principal arteria along that corridor, serving as a buffer or transition. Full spectrum utilities are intended for the property. Let's see here. I think I covered everything there. In terms of traffic, I would like to ask if Ms. Durham could come up and kind of go over the traffic, because I know that was some of the concerns from the citizens to the south.
Charlene Durham, Department of Public Works. So as we can see, this development is going to have the connection of Mark Shuffle continuing from Vollmer all the way to Black Forest. Mark Shuffle will be designed per city criteria, as it will be owned and maintained by the city. Black Forest Road along the west side is also a city road. So city will dictate any accesses that would be coming off of Black Forest Road. Vollmer Road is on the east side, and that is a county maintained paved collector road. The intent is when traffic warrants, signals will be done at the Mark Shuffle and Black Forest intersection, the Brush Top and Mark Shuffle intersection, as well as Vollmer and Mark Shuffle as well. Brush Top Road is going to be the collector that runs north-south, basically on the east side of this rezone, and between the rezone that was approved in 23. Basically, the new development is going to have just over 3,000 new daily trips, and this will fall under the road impact fees for El Paso County. Is there any other questions in regards to traffic? Okay. Our next section is the drainage. As you can see, we do have a FEMA floodplain on the far west side. That will need to be kept in a no-build, and FEMA will be dealt with in regards to to that. And that is where the PPRTA will build the bridge over that creek as part of their funding projects. The eastern portion obviously is not within any sort of floodplain. With the rezone, no drainage is required to actually be looked at. But with the preliminary and final plats, drainage reports will be required. And at that point, analysis will be done, including detention and water quality facilities. And this area is also within Sand Creek and Cottonwood drainage basins. And both of those basins do have drainage and bridge fees associated with them. And those would be collected at time of final plat. Any questions for drainage? Okay,
Well, thank you.
I'll turn it back over to Ms. Parsons.
Would like to also add, because it was mentioned in some opposition, so I'll try to clear that up for those in the audience. On the RM30 zoning, there was discussion about a detention pond, and so I'm going to back up a little bit, just hopefully we can address that. So that detention pond is still proposed to be in this area, and there was some discussions written with opposition regarding a berm at the south. At this point in time, because we are at the rezoning stage, we do not have that engineering. We will get that at the preliminary plan. So in terms of answers to those questions regarding the specifics of the detention and the berm at the south, we are not at the ability to address that. That will happen at the subsequent stages with the preliminary plan, for the record. Okay, let's see here. Some of the neighborhood concerns I'll just put on the record, just summarizing those, that should all be included in your packet. And if there's no further questions for staff, Chairman, I would like to ask the applicant to come up and make their presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Andrea Barlow, Principal with NES, here on behalf of the applicant. So, Carrie Parsons, thank you very much. You provided a very good kind of overview of the area. I'm going to touch on a few other points, giving a slide here which shows a much broader context of development in the area. So we have to the west, obviously Black Forest Road and the Wolf Ranch master planned area within the city. The trails at Forest Meadows, which is I would say a medium density single family neighborhood to the south. To the east directly, you have an RM30 zone that was recently approved. And then you have the entirety of the Sterling Ranch master planned community to the east, with the Janes parcel now renamed Retreat at Prairie Ridge development in this location. You also have some commercial and industrial uses and Pioneer Sand and Gravel to the east. And just showing that in a little bit more closer up context. So the site is part of the original 97-acre Schmidt property, which included the Stonebridge multifamily. That area was rezoned back in early 2023 to RM30. And the area to the north, as was mentioned, is a Silver Ponds PUD, which is generally 2.5 acre lots or greater. We calculated the density of the trails at Forest Meadows as approximately 5.4 units per acre to answer that question. And then we have here a single family dwelling lot. I won't call it a lot because it isn't platted. But it's a parcel that is 6.6 acres to the west between the site and Black Forest Road. So the surrounding property zoning, focusing more on zoning than land use. Obviously we have a city, it's not showing up as a zoning, but this is PUD to the south. It's also PUD to to the west here, there's a small commercial zoning on the corner of Black Forest and the future Mark Shuffle Road. RS 6000 zoning, RS 5000, RM 30, and then I3 in this location, that's industrial zoning. This parcel here is still currently zoned RR5, but it is shown on the Sterling Ranch master plan as mixed-use development. So that will be coming forward as either some sort of commercial or mixed-use development. So really this RR5 is just a pocket of remaining zone property that is, I would say this is the zoning that is inconsistent with the surrounding zoning, not the zoning that we are proposing, which I'll talk a little bit more about. So here we have shown the division between the two zones. You might wonder, why is it taking that very strange line across the property? Because that is, we have done some design on this property, and that's the proposed location of an east-west road. So there will be a road running through this from the proposed extension. Brush Top here is proposed to extend through to Mark Shuffle. That was approved as part of the RM 30 rezone. And then it has always been proposed that there will be a connection from that road through this property to connect to Black Forest here. As part of the Black Forest widening, this applicant, the landowner, provided the city with additional right-of-way. That's these portions here, right here, and in this location, in exchange for which the city, as part of their widening, have constructed a turn lane into the property in this south west location. I also want to point a couple of other things out, and this is as good a plan as any. This portion of the Mark Shuffle right-of-way was dedicated initially to the county as part of the subdivision of the Silver Ponds subdivision. So it was dedicated right-of-way to the county, and it has recently been annexed by the city, so it is now part of city right-of-way in anticipation of the Mark Shuffle Road widening. So that's always been anticipated in this location. And as you can see, the approximate, I'll probably round them up as I go along, RM12 rezoning area is 35 acres, RS 5000 is 23 acres. So just a little bit of information, and this kind of shows how ultimately the rezoning will fit in with the area. And the RM12 zone district is up to 12 units per acre, and it's intended for moderate density single family attached and detached and low density multifamily development. That's a contrast to the RM30, which is intended to be much higher, more impactful development in the context of the 30 unit per acre density. And the RM12 standards also allow a 40-foot building height. RS 5000 is primarily single family and single family attached product, which is still a maximum of 5,000 square foot lots and a maximum height of 30 feet. So you're familiar with the zoning criteria. Those that I'm going to actually focus on are master plan compliance and compatibility with the surrounding area. So up until yesterday, when I prepared this presentation, we had one letter that was received during the review process from a neighbor in the trails at Forest Meadows, and then 2 letters were received from residents in Silver Ponds to the north just prior to the hearing. Their concerns range from the comment that this has always been designated as low density. My response to that, and I'll probably expand upon it more, is that, as I noted, the RR5 is actually the zoning that's out of place in this locality, not the RM12 and the RS 5000 that we're proposing. Traffic and infrastructure, we are proposing, obviously, to facilitate the construction of Mark Shuffle Road, which will provide a very important and the last section of the connection to improve east-west connectivity. And I'll talk a little bit more about other road improvements in the area. And the completion of Mark Shuffle to Black Forest being a pipe dream. Again, I'll talk a little bit more about that. Wildlife observed on the site, it's an unoccupied site, it's a vacant site, it's had past mining on it. Just to talk a little bit about mining, it is a currently valid mining permit. It is currently undergoing the reclamation process. And so that it is something that could be restarted, but my client doesn't have any intent of restarting that. But it is an existing use that is being reclaimed. The rezoning being incompatible with current lower density housing, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more on the compatibility side and the master plan. There's one comment about it violating the Silver Ponds General Development Guide. That is a development guide for Silver Ponds. It doesn't spread out to surrounding properties. It is purely for that development. There has been some requests about the berm being left in place, and that berm was created through the mining process, and it has to be taken away with the reclamation plan. So that is a requirement of the reclamation plan. As part of the applicant's responsibility with future development, because Mark Shuffle will be an arterial road, they will be required on the south side with their development to provide noise attenuation for the benefit of the development to the south. I'm unclear as to whose responsibility it would be on the north. That is city right-of-way, so I think that's a discussion to be had at a future date, but clearly not a level of detail for a rezoning. Proposed timeline of the project, there are quite a lot of technical aspects to deal with, so I'm thinking it's going to be a year before we even get through the full entitlement process, and then from there, who knows. And I'm going to talk about a little bit more about the type of development. So the master plan, yeah, you've seen me present this slide before. Considerable growth anticipated in El Paso County. And as a result of that, the master plan very purposefully identified areas where new development can happen. And that's the area in here, which is shown as 9% of the county for new development, with 1% being transition areas. So this really is the area of the city where new development to accommodate all this growth that's identified should be focused first. I mean, this is the priority for development. 90% of the county is going to remain with minimal change. So it's really important to try to accommodate the growth that is anticipated and which will help support the viability and economic health of the county in these areas which are identified for new development. So again, just to emphasize on this map, this site, along with other areas surrounding, are identified as new developments. A lot of emphasis has been placed on, with the neighbors' comments on it's not in character with the area. It says that it will be built out, the county will be built out to match the character of the adjacent development or to a different supporting or otherwise complementary one. Now, you can look at this map and the previous maps and say, well, what's the character of the adjacent development? We have urban development to the west, we have urban development to the east, and we have urban development to the south, and we have urban development to the northeast. To the northwest, we have lower density rural lots. And so the transitional uses that we're providing here, and I'll talk a bit about more about the transitions, we believe are compatible with that. And in particular, the RM12, we're looking at providing a transition from the RS 5000 we're proposing to Mark Shuffle Road, because that is going to be a principal arterial. So that is the transition that we're providing from single-family urban residential, which is in the trails at Forest Meadows, onto our property with the RS 5000 to Mark Shuffle Road, which is going to be significant change in the character of the area. So the place types shows the area, including Silver Ponds, as a suburban residential place type. And then over to the east, there is some employment center place type. So this, as noted before, this has already been zoned multifamily. So we believe that the RS 5000 is consistent with that suburban residential character, as it falls within, probably going to be at the top end of the 5 units per acre, but it falls within that mostly single family detached housing as the primary land use. And then with the RM12, it would be a supporting land use. It's going to be slightly higher density, providing a little bit more mix of what we're proposing here is townhomes and townhome style development, single family attached. It is also a priority development area, and in particular, I'd like to draw your attention to the last paragraph here, bullet point. It says residential development near the municipal boundaries adjacent to this area may include single-family attached and multifamily units. So what we're proposing in the RM12 specifically is consistent with the priority development area. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the site and why we're proposing to zone it the way we are. To provide some clarity. So as I noted, there is a road proposed that will connect from so Brushtop will come up to connect to Mark Shuffle. Mark Shuffle is 106-foot wide, 4-lane principal arterial. So it's going to be a significant road coming along the northern portion of the site. We have Cottonwood Creek running through the part of the property. That area with the floodplain. And then an area to the west is approximately 8.3 acres, which we see as being open area and undevelopable at this time. So this portion here is going to have access constraints. It's size constrained anyway, but it will have access constraints because there are specific intersection spacing requirements for Mark Shuffle. This is from the intersection of Volmer, which is just off the plan here, to this location is the minimum distance for an intersection off of Mark Shuffle. It is possible we could get a right in, right out of Mark Shuffle. That would probably limit the type of development that would happen here. But without this parcel coming online for development, the RR5, that we don't anticipate that this area will be developed in the near term, and certainly not as part of this development plan. And then with the RS 5000, because of and there will a proposed connection coming up from Saltbrush here, these roads have been stubbed to the edge of this boundary for a reason, to provide access into the parcel to the north. And so we are continuing that intent and connecting in this location here. So, but as a result, it kind of leaves an area that is not developable here. So, so this basically, these few factors, the right-of-way dedication that will be required for Mark Shuffle is about 4 acres. This is about 8.3 acres. We will have to have detention. We've designed for a 3-acre detention pond in this location. So of the 35 acres approximately of the RM12 zone that we're proposing to rezone, only about 24 of it is this kind of a lighter colored developable area. And similarly with the RS 5000, because, and sorry, let me finish the RM12 because I think the RS 5000 is on the next slide. So as a result of that, we've estimated, we've done layouts on these properties. I didn't want to show those because I don't want to tie anything to a particular layout, but we were looking at about 220 units in this location, which would give us a 6 unit per acre gross, because depending on how we plat it, I don't know what the gross will be, but the zoning area, but based on the zoning area, but if you just took the light colored area, it would be a 9 unit per acre density, so not as high as the 12 that the zoning allows. And similarly on the RS 5000, that 23 acres because of the road and this area being excluded, it takes it down to about 18.5. We anticipate, oh, I didn't change that, sorry. That is incorrect. I obviously copied it from the previous slide and didn't update it. It should be let me get this right, a 5 gross and a 6 net. So the gross density, which we would include the road in that, would be 5 units per acre. So compatibility, again, I just want to emphasize a few points, same slide again, but really looking at the types of use, we've noted the 5.4 unit per acre trails at Forest Meadows to the south. As I noted, will be around 5 units per acre in this RS 5000 area, and we've got multifamily development allowed up to 30 acres per unit. It's not going to be quite that high, but it's going to be more in the 25 unit per acre range, but still significantly higher density than I think we're proposing here. Sterling Ranch commercial, that's probably going to be a commercial parcel in that location. It's identified as mixed use. We're anticipating more commercial emphasis there. We have a concrete and asphalt recycling facility, Pioneer Sand and Gravel, Monk's Quarry. Mention was given to the Holiday Hills single family, which is owned RS 6000. I have actually had some recent conversations with people who are looking at that property. And so I do think something will happen with that soon. Depending on water options. We have had discussions and mention has been made of annexing into the city. That discussion is definitely on the table with the city. And if this property annexes, there's a possibility that Holiday Hills may as well. And in order to get water. And I think that's the one thing that's been holding up that development. We have had, or my client has, not me personally, has had a discussion with the owner of this property. No further really development of that, but there was basically saying that they would be willing to discuss. This was in the context of going into the city with an annexation. Would they want to be partners in an annexation? And in a nutshell, the response was maybe if it doesn't cost me anything. So. I think that it wasn't like a closed door. I think the opportunity is open. So to date, I've not seen any opposition from the owners of this property, unless they're here today. There were a couple of more people here than we got letters, so that's possible. So really, it's just, we think that this is compatible. And like I say, our intent was for the RM12 to provide a buffer for this development to the south to Mark Shuffle Road. And which is, like I said, 106 foot wide. And this is really just to focus a little bit more on the character of the area in terms of the roads. So Mark Shuffle Road extension, this part of Mark Shuffle Road is being constructed now. This will provide the connection to the city. It is going to be a 4-lane arterial, 106 foot wide. Volmer Road is going to be widened to a 4-lane arterial. Black Forest Road has recently been widened to a 4-lane arterial. There is going to be a signalized intersection at this junction here between the Research Parkway, Mark Shuffle, and Black Forest. There's going to be a signalized intersection here. So it's surrounded by arterial streets. What better place to put some higher density residential? And really, it's a generally accepted land planning practice to use your arterials to have your higher density development and then transition away from it, especially at the intersections. And that was one of our justifications for the RM30 in this location, which you as a commission and the Board of County Commissioners agreed with. Just providing some broader context, getting into more of the traffic considerations. I think you've seen this slide before, but this is the ultimate connection of Mark Shuffle together with Briargate Parkway, connecting further north. This is the last section of that road. So it's important that we get development on this that's of a density that actually can support the construction of the road as well. That's another consideration for the developer, certainly. They are responsible for the road construction, so they're not going to do the road construction on an RR5 zone property. Traffic looked at the impact of the development. Basically, the conclusion was that it's going to be acceptable subject to the road improvements. There's a longer list in the traffic study, but obviously the extension of Mark Shuffle to include crossing Cottonwood Creek, signalization of Black Forest Road, research and signalization of Mark Shuffle and Volmer, and construction of northbound Black Forest, right turn lane on Black Forest Road. So as noted by county staff, that city's PPRTA 3 project includes the construction of the bridge. I put an extract from it. It's difficult to read. I just wanted to prove it's there because primarily because of the comment that was made about it being a pipe dream. It's not a pipe dream. It's a real project that has funding identified with it. And the city, as I noted, has already constructed that northbound right turn lane on Black Forest Road. And I noted the city had recently annexed that northern portion of the right-of-way Mark Shuffle Road, and then this developer has obligations for construction of the other half up to Cottonwood Creek. And then I just want to recap now on the zoning criteria. So we talked about the El Paso County Master Plan. Our contention is that it is conformance with the goals and policies of the master plan, as it's a priority area for new residential development, and the uses are allowed in the areas of the primary and supporting classifications in the suburban residential place type. And the statutory provisions really is just about you have the right to rezone property and change zoning of property. And then regarding compatibility, we believe that the RS 5000 is compatible with the character and the lot size of the trails at Forest Meadows to the net south, which it's immediately adjacent to. And then the RM12 then provides that buffer and transition from the RS 5000 to proposed Mark Shuffle Road, which I can't emphasize enough is going to be a 4-lane arterial, 106 feet wide. It's going to be a busy road. It's going to change the perception of the character of this area. And then finally, there are some requirements to meet the standards in Chapter 5. They're basically the zoning criteria for the RM12 and RS 5000. Just on the height, with the 40-foot allowance in the RM12, in the context of proposing primarily single family detached or attached or townhomes, we're not going to be hitting that 40-foot height. It will be more consistent with the single family height of 30, maybe 32 feet for a townhome. And then additional site traffic generated will be of minimum impact, and all the road extensions and widening will significantly improve the capacity and connectivity of the area. To the comment from the neighbour that the roads in the area stretch, there are a lot of significant improvements being proposed in this particular location. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Barlow? Mr. Markowitz?
Good morning, Ms. Barlow. Couple things. You mentioned the potential annexation from the city of Colorado Springs.
Yes.
And you also were talking about water. And I know that we're not ruling or judging the supply of water at this point in the process. But is the idea that if it gets annexed by Colorado Springs, then it would have access to CSU water as opposed to well water that we typically see out in the county?
Okay, so to clarify, if this property were to stay in the county, it is within the district, the Falcon Area Water and Wastewater Authority district, which is focused on Sterling Ranch, but also captures a number of other properties around it. So it will have access to central water if it stays in the county. If it goes into the city, it will be under Colorado Springs Utilities for water. The primary factor for clarification of the decision of whether to annex or not is actually wastewater, because this property to be able to discharge wastewater to the east would require a lift station. And that is A, expensive, but primarily B, a lengthy process with the state. And versus annexing into the city, which is A, expensive, and B, a lengthy process. So it's a balancing act right now about what's the better option.
Okay, thank you. And then also Cottonwood Creek and the open space. So have there been historical flooding problems in this area? What mitigation are you going to be doing on Cottonwood Creek in this area? Because I don't know how much has been improved above or below.
I don't think there's been much in the way of improvements above. I'd actually defer to the county on that one. I know to the south, because then you're into the city, there's been significant improvements to Cottonwood Creek. We would anticipate that as part of any development, we will have to analyze the channel, and potentially we'll be required to do some channel improvements if that's what the analysis shows is needed. As was mentioned, it is in the FEMA floodplain, so we will have to go through all the process with FEMA, but we're not proposing to touch a floodplain. Actually, the only thing really that's going to impact that will be the bridge over Cottonwood Creek, and the city will be dealing with that.
Where does the floodplain extend? Is it
So-
just
So basically, this is the eastern limit of the floodplain. I think it goes out to about here on the other side. This is the toe of the toe of the channel. So sorry, I think it's around about here on the other side. So I mean the creek. Let me go to an aerial. I think might be a broader aerial. This is good as any. So you can see it's coming down through here, and then it goes down into the city. So it cuts across that adjacent property and comes into the city in this location. So yes, I mean there will be, and obviously with the bridge design for Mark Shuffle, it will have to be designed for the capacity of the flows in the channel, and there potentially could be required improvements with that bridge design. And then, like I say, it is for a future phase when we're actually getting into looking at real development on the site. We will have to analyze that channel and undertake any required channel improvements, whether in the county or the city.
okay? And then my last question is regarding the special use on the property now. So it said years and years ago,
Yes.
decades ago, it was approved for the mining operation.
Yes.
Are those approvals are still active?
Yes,
So
the
if-
approvals, the approvals are still active
So it
and the
wasn't,
permits still
wasn't like
active.
there was a time period where they ended and now we're doing something different. If they wanted to continue the current operations or the operations of mining, asphalt, all the different things that are described, they could continue that if they
In
wanted.
theory, yes. I mean, the permit is valid. They have to report every year on what state the property is in, whether they're actually actively mining. As I noted, the mining plan, the permit includes a mining plan which covers the mining operation and then eventual reclamation. And currently they're in the reclamation process. I mean, if they wanted to just turn around and start mining it again, it would be allowed under the current permits, but the intent is to reclaim it and develop it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moraes.
Hi, I just have a couple questions. I'm reading your letter of intent, and I think you've said the same thing in your briefing, that the intent in both of the areas are two-story, single-family detached and townhome
Yes.
structures. Can you describe like the townhome structures? Are you talking about just 2 units? Because I look in our land development code, and it describes single-family attached dwellings as also known as townhomes.
Yes, I agree that they are either or. The way the county, I would say, has tended to interpret it, and I'd let Ms. Parsons speak to this because it's a discussion I've had with her in the past, that if it's a fee simple lot, they refer to it as a single family attached. If it's a rental unit, they refer to it as townhomes.
Okay. I'll just let you know, I'm having a
But
tough,
structurally, it's the same.
yeah, I'm just looking at the compatibility. I'm having a tough time seeing it. And really, it's more, if you go back to your other slide that you had on the proposed uses, where it talks about single-family detached and townhomes, and that one
Yeah.
right there. What I'm concerned about is if it is single-family detached and townhomes, I'm good with that. My problem is the compatibility in RM12 will allow for multifamily homes, which I believe would have a tough time being compatible with, even with that 106-foot wide Mark Shuffle with the 2.5 acres to the north of it. And so that's where I'm really reluctant in the RM12 in saying, hey, this is compatible with the land to the north, even with the road going across it, because again, what you're planning, what your client is planning is fine. But if your client doesn't plan that and it gets sold and all of a sudden it becomes true multifamily, then that's where I think the compatibility really does not apply. And once it's zoned, as you know, once it's zoned RM12, then anything in the RM12 zone allowed by right is allowed by right.
I understand what you're saying, but to just go, I'll go back to the, I understand what you're saying, I understand the concern. But per the RM12 definition, it's intended where it gets to multifamily dwellings, it's low density multifamily dwellings. I've designed a lot of apartment projects. I have never designed one that is anywhere close to 12 units per acre. And this zoning is not intended for apartments. That's what your RM30 is for. You can't do apartment density development at 12 units per acre, and that's the limit here. That probably the lowest I've seen is like 17 to 18 units per acre. And that's usually when there's a lot of dead space, which there is some on here, but I don't think even with that on a gross basis, you would get there. This, even the configuration of the site, that's kind of why I showed this slide. It's an awkward site with what's available to develop. You've got a decent area here, but once you get around this location, it's difficult to get the townhomes in, let alone a multifamily structure. So I understand the concern and where you're coming from, but I think with the limit of the 12 units per acre, you're not going to see the type of multifamily apartment complex type development you're thinking about, which is exactly what the RM30 allows and what is proposed there. And if that's what we were looking to do here, we'd be looking for an RM30 zoning or a PUD or something. We wouldn't be limiting ourselves to 12 units per acre because there would be absolutely no way that we could achieve that type of development at this density limit.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Barlow? I don't see any. Thank you very much. And now we've spent a bit of time hearing from the applicant, got the context from the county, from the staff, and now we move to public comment on these items, or on this application. And we saw that there are some folks, if you would like to speak in favor of this application, you get the first chance. And I don't see anybody raising their hand or moving. So if there's anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application, this is your time, your opportunity to come forward, work it out amongst yourselves. Who gets down here first, gets to talk first. And again, please state your name when you get here. If you plan on talking about something else, we're going to take a break here after this item, but so you may want to sign in during the break instead of wasting too much time up here. But please go ahead, and we'll try not to put a hard time clock on you. But again, we're looking for everyone to respect the time and effort of everyone else. So we'll see how that goes, and I may adjust accordingly. But sir, go ahead.
My name is Rick Van Wieren. I'm a resident of the trails at Forest Meadows on Vanderwood Road itself. My backyard actually faces where this is all going to be taking place. When we bought our homes in the trails at Forest Meadows, there was RR5 in the master plan for what was behind there. And RR5 is a very comfortable distance when you look at everything that's gone in up Black Forest Road on the east side of it. You can see that it's either 2.5 or 5 acre, and the RR5 zoning that was in place there is very compatible with that. What they are proposing is something that is very high density. It is higher density than what's in the trails. I know I heard the number 5.4 homes per acre, and that they were talking about maybe being at 6. And my math is that if you have 5,000 square feet for your minimum lot size, that you're over 8 homes per acre. And I know there's some subtleties in land use that are above my pay grade. And by the way, I want to thank you guys for doing this gratis. I've served on a local school board, and I feel your pain a little bit sometimes having to listen to people talk. So I appreciate what you're doing. My basic concern here is that we're transitioning from a pretty suburban feeling neighborhood at the trails at Forest Meadows into a high-density neighborhood and then right back into a very rural-feeling neighborhood, and that doesn't seem like very good land use to me. The character of the Black Forest Road corridor has always been very rural on that east side. Our own development is a little bit out of character with it. And frankly, the RM30 zoning that happened on the east side of this probably should have been fought a lot harder, because I don't think people realized that we were about to suffer a death by 1,000 cuts, because here we are now going for a more immediate situation here. So those are my concerns. I wanted to make sure somebody heard them, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wieren. Next up, sir, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, Matthew Grubasich, been in the county for 30 years. I've spoken in the past in regards to a lot of these different subjects. So in general, all we've continued to hear is this minimal impact on traffic. That's what constantly is being voiced by these developers when it comes to changing or rezoning. And let's face it, we all know that the traffic is just continues to get worse in these big, just not even here in our city, in all the cities, because they claim these traffic studies have some merit. Do they have any merit? Are we too congested? We all live here in this community. I think that needs to be addressed in a different manner, because on every one of these applications, it's minimal traffic impact, and it's false. Look at where we're at today. Is this a big congested city that's becoming more congested? It is. High density in this area is a horrible idea. I live on 5 acres. This gentleman, he lives on 5 acres. Why can't we take that precedent throughout the forest? I understand the developer needs to make some money, and he emphasized that. The cost to rezone, the cost of being annexed into the city. And they always use that too, to sway the vote. Well, I'll just annex into the city. That's not that easy. And it's definitely not the right idea for this location. So keep that in mind when you're looking over the majority of these rezonings, these PUDs, the way they always do it. The traffic studies, it's congested. It's getting worse. The roads aren't big enough. The resources, the police, et cetera, they're stretched. And so are the people that have lived here for 30 years. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grubasich. Next up.
I think I want to start by appreciate your volunteers and thanks for listening. Brian Bagley from Silver Ponds, and yes, my lot is literally on the picture of this, and it is zoned for 2.5 acres. I want to focus on the RM12 because in my mind it's the most egregious, and it's literally in my backyard. Want to voice opposition to the entire rezoning. As far as the arguments of that it's consistent with the character of the neighborhood and compatible, sure doesn't feel that way, and I look out my window. Because I live in a rural neighborhood and it's going to a multi-family neighborhood. I look at this map and the only other RM zoned item was the one that the same developer got approved like 1.5 years ago. And when I listened to their justification then for the RM30, they used that it was adjacent to the commercial lots right across Vollmer. So I guess Vollmer's not a sufficient buffer, but the Mark Shuffle extension will be? Is that the argument? There is giant uproar in Silver Ponds, kind of transitioning to a comment on the process. There's giant uproar against this in Silver Ponds, as you can imagine. Really hard to get them to participate in the process because they quite frankly believe the public hearing is too late. That at this point, your guys' hands are tied for valid reasons. And this is going to get approved no matter what. By the time that the adjacent residents have time to input in the process, it's too late to really affect it. So thanks for listening. But the consensus of the neighbors is, by the time you take the time to listen, it's too late for the residents to impact anything that has been planned by the planners and the developers. If this is going to happen, it is glaringly apparent that all the buffer around the Mark Shuffle extension will be on the side that benefits the developer. There'll be nothing, right now, there's nothing planned, and my gut is there'll be nothing actually done to create a buffer between Mark Shuffle and the existing residents in Silver Ponds, because that's not paid for by the developer. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bagley. Next, a couple more. Good morning.
Adam, thank you. My name's Charles Blassie. I also will be a resident at Silver Ponds, and my property is adjacent to the Mark Shuffle. Was I aware of that when I purchased this property? Absolutely. It's black and white on my plat. Future Mark Shuffle. You guys have all purchased property in the past, I'm sure, and you look at around you, what's around you, what are your schools, this and that. I looked at this property and I say, hey, I'm in the middle of R5. Thumbs up, right? This developer representative stands up here and talks about the character. The 12 is going to fit the character. Well, why does it fit the character? It's because we've had this constant migration. It's like a cancer that's consuming this R5. I asked the board here to sit here and take an opportunity to give this cancer a good dose of radiation and stop it. Transitioning from R5 to a R12, that's not much of a transition. We're sitting at 2.5 on the north side. It should at least be a minimum 2.5. But I ask you guys, this is the opportunity to really set the developers. They must take us for fools to sit here and say, this is the character. No, they have changed the character and now fits their agenda. Talks about a reclamation plan. I think the reclamation plan with mining is when you return it to its natural state. This is being turned into blacktop and houses. I don't think the reclamation, the land Bureau of Land and Reclamation is going to care if there's a berm or not, if it's going to be turned into houses and blacktop. That's historical, and it's not going down that route. I'm not sure I'm going to change anyone's mind, but I would ask you that that you hold the developer to minimize the character disruption. If that means they have to put up sound barriers to the adjacent property to Silver Ponds, I ask you to do that. At a minimum, I'm willing to use my money to at least take the road base that's coming out of the right-of-way, the 60-foot that I've provided, to at least use that road, because they're not going to use that dirt. There's 40 inches of dirt there they can't use. I would ask you to at least allow us first ops on that so we can build a berm. I would put a berm up on my own property to stop it. But I ask you to at least hold the developer to at least a first right of refusal to the people that they're taking the right-of-way out of. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Don't see anyone. I will now close the public comment portion of the hearing and give the applicant an opportunity to address any of those comments or have any last words. And Ms. Parsons, are you saying you want to come forward at some point?
Yes, I just wanted to answer Mr. Carlson's question about the southern property and the average lot sizes in there. Per the assessor's records, the adjacent property, so the row, the bottom row on your screen from west to east, the smallest lot I could find in there was 5,400 square feet roughly, and the largest lot was 8,481 square feet. RM12 zoning, by definition, for clarity, that would require a 3,500 square foot lot for a single family attached or a single family detached in terms of lot sizes. So 5,400 to 8,400 Forest Meadows, 5,000 square foot lots in the RS 5,000. Then the RM12, if they sought single family attached or single family detached, you're looking at 3,500 square foot. By definition, in the land development code, townhome is required to be on its own lot. So you would be looking at 3,500 square foot. I think that answers your questions, Mr. Moraes, Mr. Carlson.
Thank you. Hold on a second, Ms. Jack.
I just have a question about the berm and the citizen who's asking about the berm on Mark Shuffle Road. The one up against where he's concerned about is Silver Ponds. That's owned by the city, right? So the developer wouldn't have any responsibility there, would he?
We're at the rezoning stage, so I'm going to back up a little bit. When the Silver Ponds development was final platted, we, the county, required dedication. So we received that land and we held it. And as we have developed in this area of the county, like with Sterling, the city and county worked very closely together to review the construction drawings, the design, and the actual physical construction of Mark Shuffle Road as it came from Woodman into Vollmer. We would anticipate, Ms. Jack, doing that here. So is the berm likely to stay? I don't want to make a guess because we haven't, excuse me, I'm sorry. We haven't seen the review of the construction drawing, so we have no idea what type of landscaping tract would be included on the north side, and I don't want to speculate, Ms. Jack.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Moraes, go ahead.
Just going back to something Ms. Barlow said, in RM12, have you or any of the staff, this might be open to the staff, seen the typical apartments on RM12 around the county at all?
Mr. Moraes, I have been part of 4 of the more recent multifamily true apartments where you have the 3 to 4 stories. They're rented, they're owned by a corporation, and those have all been in RM30.
Okay.
Not RM12. RM12 truly is what we're seeing is that more attainable housing, those smaller 3,500 square foot lots, standard mortgage, you're buying the land that you own per the definition of townhome. You're not buying a condo unit where you're only buying airspace, typically is what I've seen.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barlow.
Thank you. I'd like to address the first gentleman's questions, the gentleman who lived in Forest Meadows. As just going back to the RM30 process we went through for that rezone, we had a neighborhood meeting at that point. It was very well attended. There were about 40 people there. They were obviously opposed to the RM30. They came to the hearing. It was subsequently approved. But at that time, we talked to them about the fact that we were proposing adjacent to their properties, single-family residential on the west side of the RM30 and the area immediately adjacent. And that's what we've continued with. So we are continuing, and we indicated it would be an RS 5000 zoning to continue that single family. So really, the suggestion that nobody in the neighborhood knew this was going to happen, I think is incorrect, because we set the stage for this when we had the neighborhood meetings for the RM30 zoning. And just to clarify on the lot size, 5,000 square foot is our minimum lot size. With any development, there are always lots that are bigger than that. So similarly as to the south, there is a range from 5,400 square feet to 8,000. There will be a range in here. As soon as you get on cul-de-sacs, corner situations, you get bigger lots. So there will be a range. They're not going to be all across the board. 5,000 square feet. And to the gentleman's comment about density, obviously we have to accommodate roads. It isn't a uniform shaped site. There's going to be areas that we are kind of going to be blank spaces or just bigger lots. So that's how we look at our density based on a natural layout, rather than dividing the acreage by 5,000 square feet. So I just wanted to address one comment that was made about traffic studies. The traffic study I referenced was subject to improvements. They look at the capacity of existing roads and intersections, and then if there are intersections that are going to be performing below standards as a result of the development, they will recommend improvements. And it could be a result of this specific development or the accumulation of development in the area. So the subject to improvements was addressed in my slide, and those improvements are taking place or are planned to take place, which includes all the surrounding road widening to provide this 4-lane arterial experience surrounding this property, which will not only alleviate traffic in the area, will provide sufficient capacity to accommodate the traffic from this particular project. Threats to annex into the city, I didn't think I presented it as a threat. I said, we're looking at that alternative, and we're looking at the alternative of staying in the county. There are factors that go into that, and they are kind of, it's a balancing act right now. Either option is equally attractive, and either option has its challenges. Moving to the two gentlemen who spoke about from the Silver Ponds perspective, I just want to emphasize one thing with, actually, I want to address, before we get onto this because it's relevant, the berm issue, because I'm trying to find a slide where I've got a close enough aerial that it's going to help. I don't think it will, unless maybe I move some things out of the way. There you go. The berm, this is the berm. I can't get close enough, but it's actually right in the line of the right-of-way dedication that we are having to provide with this development for Mark Shuffle. So it's not in the berm, it's not in, you can maybe just about see the right-of-way there for, that is now in the city, that was dedicated through the Silver Ponds subdivision. The berm is just to the south of that, and so will lie directly in the path of the proposed Mark Shuffle extension. So irrespective of the reclamation requirements for the mining to remove the berm and reclaim it, it will have to go away in any event because of the road, the path of the road. And as a result of the reclamation and everything, this is where I was going to go with my next comment, is this area is actually going to be about 10 to 15 feet lower gradually than Mark Shuffle. So you are actually going to be moving down in grade from here to the south as the area gets reclaimed. There were comments made about the only other RM30 is here, RM is here, and the fact that this was only recently rezoned. I do want to go back to the comment I made that when we pursued this rezoning, we did talk about the character of the area, which includes all the changes to the east of Ulmer, the city to the south and west. And that was, and also the proximity to an intersection of two busy roads. And we're partially at the intersection here, but we're certainly south of a busy 4-lane arterial. That was all recognized by Planning Commission as a justification to rezone the RM30. What we're providing here is a further transition down from that as you move away from the intersection. And we believe it is compatible with the area. Yes, I don't disagree with the gentleman, and I'll move to this slide, who says that the area has changed through development. Yes, it has. And if we were here 20 years ago before Wolf, or maybe longer ago than that, 30 years ago before Wolf Ranch was approved, before Sterling Ranch was approved, we'd be having a very different conversation. But That's not the case. These areas have been approved. These do define the character of the area. And it is a location that is transitional. It's south of Mark Shuffle, so it's a very definite kind of edge to the transition to what is, I agree, is a more rural area in here. I mean, looking at this map, is that the predominant character of the area, or is the urban, suburban residential that is in the surrounding area? So it's a judgment, but like I say, if these areas hadn't changed, we wouldn't be here. And similarly, if the trails at Forest Meadows, which is a relatively probably more recent development, is relatively recent development, that if that weren't there, we'd be having a different conversation. So it all culminates to a changing character in the area. And while the neighbors probably bought into an area that had a very different character, it is changing. They're going to have a 4-lane arterial on their doorstep, and it's a logical request to ask for more suburban nature development to the south of that road, because that's what this would be the odd one out. If this stayed RR5, it would be the odd one out in the whole area when you're looking particularly at the south of Mark Shuffle Road. So this current zoning is incompatible and out of character of the area, not the proposed zoning. And I think that covers all the comments that were made, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow. Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, one last time, any questions for staff? Any discussion on this item before we move
Mr.
on?
Chair?
Yes. Sorry, can't see who's over there. Mr. Markowitz, go ahead. Too many
No,
heads in the way.
I just want to address Mr. Bagley's comments about the process. So just so you understand that this board is the proper place for citizens to give input and to talk about projects. We make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. So ultimately, it is the elected officials that are the ones that are going to be making a decision to approve or not approve. The only step before this is the opportunity for neighborhood meetings. And it sounds like there were some done. I don't know how extensive they were or advertised. They typically are. In this case, I'm not clear, but this is the appropriate venue for you to express your concerns. We do vote against things. It's not a rubber stamp board. But again, ultimately, your elected officials are the ones that are going to decide if this is going to go forward or not. So certainly, when this comes to the Board of County Commissioners in this room in the future, be here and make your comments and write your letters and make an appointment with your county commissioner and tell them about it, tell them your feelings. So I just want to make sure you were clear about what we do here is we look at the code, we confer with staff, we make recommendations, and then it's out of our hands.
And I wanted to address that. It is discouraging. We hear far too often the cynical view that it's too late. By now, it's too late. You're just going to do it. The developer can get whatever they want. That's not really how it is, especially if you look at all the work that's gone on before this stage in the process. Somebody bought that land. Somebody's been doing work for years and years and years, and it's working through a process. This is one step in a very long process, and the character of this area didn't change overnight. This development, whether it happens or not, won't happen by the end of the year. It's going to be several years before this stuff all happens. And it's important to keep, I think it's important to keep that in perspective as we look at these things. If you love your view and you want to keep that view, go out and buy that lot next to you, because that's the only way that you can be sure that the landowner gets to do what he wants. This county, fortunately, is one in which private property rights are important, are paramount. And so a landowner can buy a property and do what he or she wants with it. And that's what made America great. That's why people want to keep coming to El Paso County, because we protect those rights. So, sorry, they give me a microphone, I get a soapbox. I talk too much. Any other discussion on this? We will have 2 votes because we first will act on the southern, I believe, the RS 5000 rezone. Then we'll move to the RM 12 rezone. Any other discussion? Mr. Whitney?
I hesitate to do this, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. And I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, but I am mindful and appreciate the reference to death by 1,000 cuts and cancer, if that's your view of development. I understand that. Everybody has their own perspective on that. I live in Black Forest. I completely understand the notion that if everything around you is high density and you're an island in the middle, or R5, you're going to get swallowed. And that feels like death by 1,000 cuts. And I am, as a personal matter, very much in tune with that. As a professional matter, I'm stuck with, if that's not that may be the wrong way to put it, I am guided by statutes and regulations that tell us what we can consider and what those criteria are. And it's up to us to try to apply them consistent with what the statutes and regulations require. But as a personal matter, I will tell you that I am highly sensitive to the notion of getting, it's curious when a developer comes up and says, well, the character of the neighborhood is now high density. Well, yeah, it is, because everything around it wound up being rezoned to high density. But there's an irony in the notion that the character of the neighborhood was R5, and you wake up one morning and it's not anymore. And that's a tough pill to swallow. We all get that, and we're all sensitive to that. So thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Carlson?
Mr. Chair, I would like to chime in on a couple things as well. And the comment that, you know, it's a foregone conclusion, I think there's folks that have come to these meetings in the past, and it is kind of too late. The property's already been rezoned. They're here to fight against a site plan or a preliminary plan or what have you. But this is the time. The rezoning is the time to get together and voice your concerns. And we are just a recommending body. The Board of County Commissioners is really the place to really come to force and express your dissatisfaction. When I first looked at this proposal, I was against it. I'm sensitive, as my comrades know here, to transition of densities. But upon further review and seeing some details today, I certainly think that the R5000 on the south end is compatible with the 5,000 to 7,000 foot lots to the south. And I think what makes the difference on the north end, normally I would be very much against the RM12 right up against the 5 acre lots, but or 2.5 even, is that the Mark Scheffel road going through there, I think that 106 foot setback or area for that is really creates a physical barrier between those large lots and this more dense area. So I'll be in favor of for both of these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Mr. Moraes, you're reaching for the microphone button.
Well, I'll make my comments. I was going to actually make the motion to move for agenda
Go ahead.
5A.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do that, and then I'll save my comments
Any
for
other-
5B afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 5A of file number P249 for a map amendment rezoning the Schmidt RS 5000, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 3 conditions, 2 notations, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll take Ms. Jack first, ladies first. Thank you. Any other comments before we call the roll? Usually I keep them on their toes and go with different orders, but I'm going to stay with it. Stay with the order I had before. So we will begin. Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Byers. Mr. Carlson.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Shipples.
Aye.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
Mr. Markowitz.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We will recommend this to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval, and we'll move on to file P248, the RM12, rezone to RM12. Questions, comments, discussion?
I'll just make my comments known. I look at this and I just look in terms of compatibility and the step down from the RM12, even with the 100 and some odd feet of Mark Shuffle, which is probably somewhere between where Mr. Carlson's sitting and probably the corner up there is about 100 and something feet. I see the step down in terms of lot size and use too much for this piece of land across from those 2.5 acre plus lots. I would support this if it was RS 5000, but at RM 12, I don't see the compatibility even with 100 and some odd feet distance.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Markowitz.
I concur with Mr. Moraes. I think the RM12 is inappropriate here, and I would rather have just seen the whole property as one zone district at the RS 5000. That seems to be a better transition from the south going towards the north, even with Mark Shuffle. So I'll be voting against the RM12.
Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion on file number P248. Mr. Trowbridge.
As regards agenda item 5B, file number P248, the map amendment rezone for Schmidt RM12, I move that we recommend approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 3 conditions and 2 notations, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank
Second.
you. And second from Mr. Carlson. Thank you. And I will call the roll. Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Byers. Mr. Carlson.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Nay.
Mr. Shipples.
Nay.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Nay.
Mr. Markowitz.
Nay.
I am in the unenviable position of breaking the tie, but I will vote aye on this, and we will recommend this to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval. And thank you very much for your participation, not so much for the reaction, but this is a process, and again, this is we advise, we recommend, and that's what we have done here. We're going to take a break, but I will remind you, if you're here for the Monument Ridge rezone and you intend to speak, please take the opportunity of a 15-minute break to sign in on one of the sign-in sheets, and then we will move on to that when we come back. So we'll be back here at, what is that, 11:05, please, 11:05. I can see we all needed a little bit of a break. I know I did, to stretch my legs and all of that, so, and we took a little bit longer than I said, but that sometimes happens.
Mr. Bailey,
So if you would,
we can't hear you.
you can?
No.
No. I hate to use the hammer, but if I have to, I will. Sat for 2 hours, so it's a long time to sit in one spot. So a 20-minute break as opposed to 15. But be aware that eats up a lot of time. So we'll try to do this, and I know it's getting close to lunchtime. But we'll do the best that we can and probably have a little break after the main presentations to have a chance to get out and up and maybe get something to eat. So we're moving on, and we are now on agenda item 5C, file number P246. We're talking about a couple of rezones and a preliminary plan for Monument Ridge East. And we turn it over to Ms. Bagley.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning still, yes.
Kylie Bagley. I was the planner assigned to all three of the items that we are going to be hearing today. They're titled Monument Ridge East. As Mr. Bailey noted, two of them are a request for rezones. Those file numbers are P245 and P246, and then also a preliminary plan, file number SP241. And then Brett Diltz was the engineer on the project, and we will bring him up for the engineering portion of this presentation. If anyone is watching remotely and would like to provide public input or public comment, please provide a name and reliable phone number to the email pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. And then I would just like to once again kind of go over the hearing procedure for today. So the staff and the applicant will both give presentations. Then we will have time for public comment, both for citizens in favor and citizens against the requests in front of you. There will be time for the applicant's rebuttal, and then questions for staff and the applicant, and then the Planning Commission will make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And these items will go to the Board of County Commissioners on December 12th. In front of you is the criteria of approval for the rezoning. You just want to let me know when to move forward.
Go ahead.
And then the preliminary plan criteria as well. And there's one more slide associated with the approval.
And we'll put this back up later, but the rezone criteria that you saw for this item is the same criteria as we applied in the last one. Preliminary plan's a little more extensive. Okay.
So again, the request in front of you is for two rezones and a preliminary plan. The first rezone request is for a little bit over 40 acres to the RM12 zoning district. The second rezone request is to the RS 6000 zoning district, and that's for just a little under 20 acres, and then a preliminary plan for 59.48 acres, which will create 37 single-family lots and 21 multifamily lots. Just for a little bit more context, with the preliminary plan, Misty Acres Boulevard will continue to the north up to County Line Road. So the applicant is requesting the land west of Misty Acres to be rezoned to RM12, and then the land east of Misty Acres Boulevard to be rezoned to RS 6000. To the north of County Line Road is Douglas County. This property does have a conservation easement on it, so development will not occur. To the east is RS 20,000, PUD zoning district, and then C1 commercial is to the south, and then across I-25. The C1 zoning district is an obsolete commercial zoning district. And then it is bordered by I-25 and County Line Road. And then here's an aerial image for you to give a little more context of the property. So I'd first like to talk about the rezone to RM12 zoning district. So the current zoning districts are PUD, CS, which is commercial services, and then CC, which is commercial community. The RM12 zoning district does allow for 12 dwelling units per acre. Again, the property totals about 40 acres, so we'd be looking at a total of 480 dwelling units per acre, or 480 dwelling units allowed on the subject property in that RM12 zoning district. So just for a little bit of background, I kind of won't go into the commercial portions, but I do think talking about the existing PUD is important here. So the existing PUD, you can see it on the map here. We're going to be looking at kind of the area west. This is north over here. So the area west of this road, which is Misty Acres Boulevard. So as you can see, it was slated for multifamily, which did allow 8 to 11 dwelling units per acre. It did have some commercial component as well, of roughly 8.5 acres of commercial. And then it's important to note that this part of the PUD will be included in the rezone to RS 6000, and that was slated for open space. You can see on this conceptual PUD plan that the PUD did note large areas of open space. It did denote trails as well within those wetland areas. And then here are the dimensional standards for the RM12 zoning district, and then for that existing PUD development. So again, that PUD did have a maximum of 11 units per acre. They did put a maximum number of units associated with that as well. The RM12 would be the 12 dwelling units per acre. And then another thing to note, the RM12 does have a maximum lot coverage of 70%, where that PUD had a maximum lot coverage of 50%. That PUD was approved in 2005, for the record. So I won't read this whole slide, but this text right here does talk about the types of allowed uses within the RM12 zoning district. I think it's important to note that attached single-family dwelling, detached single-family dwelling, multifamily dwelling, and then two-family dwelling would be allowed on this property with central services. Another thing that's important to note is that multifamily dwelling units would require a site development plan within the county, whereas all other housing product types would just require a residential site plan. So with a site development plan, we kind of get that larger picture. We see where landscaping would be. We see how all the other lots would relate. When we do a site development plan for residential, we are just looking at a lot-specific site plan, so we don't get to see that overall picture. So staff did include a requirement, or a condition, excuse me, on that the entire Monument East preliminary plan include a site plan with the final plat. And then this is the request for the rezoning for RS 6000. So as you can see, it is that portion of that PUD that I mentioned earlier. This is currently zoned to RS 20,000. It's a portion that's the C1 and CC as well. I'd also like to note there's these two lots up here. They are not included within this development plan. These are owned by the Water and Sanitation District. So these are the dimensional standards for the RS 6000. So it does have a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. Again, here's all the allowed uses within the RS 6000. So attached single family with central services, and then detached single family dwellings would be allowed within that zoning type. The applicant has proposed a condition that all lots adjacent to the current RS 20,000 zone lots, so I'll pull it up. So these lots that they're proposing would be a minimum of 15,000 square feet instead of that 6,000 square foot minimum. And so now I'd like to move into the request for the preliminary plan. So they are requesting a preliminary plan for just under 60 acres to create 37 single-family lots and 21 multifamily lots. Again, so this is County Line Road. I apologize. It's kind of large, so I had to shift it sideways. This would be the extension of Misty Acres Boulevard, which will be a county-maintained road. The applicant is proposing public roads that will be maintained by the proposed metro district, but they will have public access to them. These lots will be within that RM 12 zoning district if it gets approved. And then these lots down here will be in the RS 6000. So you can see the ones that are adjacent to the RS 20,000 will be that 15,000 square feet. And then it does move smaller as we go west towards the interstate. The applicant also did conduct a noise study on the property due to its location or its proximity to I-25. They did identify 2 points that would have high noise volumes. And at those areas, they're proposing to do additional setbacks as well as a berm to mitigate that noise. This is within the suburban residential place type. So the recommended land uses are single-family detached residential with lot sizes smaller than 2.5 acres per lot, up to 5 units per acre. It does also have supporting land uses that would include single-family attached and multifamily residential. These properties are located within 2 areas of change, the first one being minimal change developed and new development. In both of these areas of change, it does talk about infill development, possibly seeing a greater density than what's currently surrounding it, but matching the existing character of those previously developed properties.
Let me ask a question on that, and because again, the reactions from the crowd. For 20 years, there's been a PUD that describes a character for this area. And just because the PUD has not been developed, which I know the answer to this. So when we looked at when we built the master plan, and many of the people up here did, when we talked about character and minimal change, we were talking about minimal change from the existing PUD, from the existing zoning, not minimal change from what's actually on what the current land use was. So there's a perception out there, and I'm guilty of it too. I bought my house. There's a nice big vacant lot there. Realtor said, "Don't worry, it's going to be a church." Yeah, sure it is. 15 years later, or actually in this case, 8 years later, it was developed into attached, what is RM 12 in the city, so different zoning. And they're just fine. But just because there's open space next to you doesn't mean that's the character, that's the existing character that we need to judge compatibility by. And have I said anything wrong yet, Ms. Bagley? It's important to know when we're analyzing the master plan, what is the comparison and what are the changes that are coming. So I'll let you get back to it.
So again, this is within 2 areas of our key area influences, the first being a potential area for annexation. So the applicant did take this proposal to the town of Monument in the summer of 2023. I believe they went through their final hearing, and ultimately it did not end up getting annexed into the town of Monument. And that's also within the Tri-Lakes area. So again, it does talk about future development in the area should align with the existing character and strengthen the residential, commercial employment, and entertainment opportunities in those adjacent communities. Then I would like to invite Brett up to go over transportation and drainage.
Brett Diltz, El Paso County Department of Public Works. For the transportation, the Monument Ridge East perimeter plan would generate approximately 2,580 daily vehicle trips on the average weekday. Existing intersections in the study area were determined to be able to operate within acceptable levels of service per the ECM. Long-term analysis shows that a new signal will likely be required at the new intersection of County Line Road and Misty Acres Boulevard in the year 2044. A determination of fair share escrow for the cost of that signal will be determined at the final plat. Off-site improvements were determined to be required at the northbound exit ramp of I-25 and at the new intersection of Misty Acres and County Line Road. And those improvements include a new dedicated right turn lane on the northbound I-25 ramp, a new eastbound right turn lane from County Line Road to Misty Acres, and a new eastbound left turn storage bay there, a new westbound left turn lane on County Line Road to Misty Acres. With this project, Monument Hill Road will be realigned to intersect with Misty Acres. The existing intersection location will become the location of the County Line Road, Misty Acres Boulevard intersection. And then one clarification, the roadways in the RM12 area will be privately maintained roadways, so they will be built to public standards, but will be privately maintained by the Metro District. Any questions on transportation?
Hi, I do. The county has no reservations with taking a frontage road to an interstate and running it through a suburban neighborhood.
Frontage road to an interstate.
So the frontage road is Monument Hill Road.
Say again, I'm sorry.
The frontage road, Monument Hill Road, is the frontage road to I-25.
It is a county road though, yes.
But it's a frontage road. I mean, it runs parallel to the
It does
interstate.
parallel, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. And then rerouting the frontage road through a suburban neighborhood.
So with this realignment, I can talk just a little bit with the traffic engineers here as well. With this realignment down through here, we are reducing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour for these curves. And reducing, it's still going to be a collector roadway, but it is going to be reduced and meet the more urban type character of this new development.
Why not continue? Why not keep Monument Hill Road open all the way up to where it joins up right there?
I'll let the traffic engineer speak to that
Okay,
as it gets here.
perfect. Awesome.
Any other
Further-
questions for Mr. Dilts? Okay. Drainage.
Drainage and erosion. The property is in the Bald Mountain Drainage Basin, which is a El Paso County fee basin. Those fees will be assessed at the final plat application. There is no FEMA floodplain that runs through this project. Runoff generally runs from south to north through here, with a little bit of drainage coming from the west side of I-25 that joins into this. The preliminary drainage report that we have on file proposes 6 privately maintained and operated extended detention basins. These basins will provide full spectrum detention and water quality control for the 100-year storm. About 60 acres west of I-25 is included in the drainage calculations for this project. Questions on the drainage report?
Questions on drainage and erosion? Okay, thank you.
So the applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on June 4th of this year. A lot of the comments that the county heard while attending this meeting were regarding traffic, landscaping, usable open space, as well as housing density. So as a result of that meeting, staff did ask the applicant to extend the scope of their traffic impact study. Residents did make note that the increased traffic here would impact further south where the existing schools are. The applicant did reply back and state that the extended scope was not within the criteria of the ECM and chose not to extend their traffic impact study and just left it to the area that was required by county code. And then we did ask for a landscaping plan to be submitted as well. That way county staff could determine that, the adequate buffers would be put in place between the different land uses, make sure there was roadway landscaping, and that was, the applicant did ask that be deferred to the final plat. So I've included some additional conditions of approval that staff did put within our staff reports. The first being that 15,000 square feet for the lots that would be zoned RS 6,000. So there is a little bit of a transition as we move from those RS 20,000 lots to RS 6,000. The second is a site development plan being submitted for the entirety of the Monument Ridge East preliminary plan. The reason for that, it would give staff greater context to see the overall development plan. Other departments who will review this have also kind of asked for a little bit more detail. So the Parks Department would like to see any recreational being proposed, any trails, any amenities. Colorado Department of Transportation does have concerns if the entire proposed subdivision is going to be gated, and then the lighting as well, and that's due to the excessive amount of wildlife that's in this area. And then we've also asked for a landscape plan to be submitted concurrently with the final plat submittal, again, so we can just make sure that the adequate buffers are in place, the streetscapes are in place. That way we're not platting the property, and then when we come back and look at landscaping, we realize that there's not enough space for those to fit. There was also a condition that the applicant comply with all the requirements contained within the Colorado Parks and Wildlife letter. Staff is asking for that condition to be removed. The reason for that is because the Colorado Parks and Wildlife letter does state that they recommend certain mitigation be taking place. There are no requirements within that letter, so we feel that that condition can be removed. And then there was a notation on the preliminary plan, and it did state that the preliminary plan approval would essentially have to come back to the board. There was a water finding associated with the preliminary plan, so the preliminary plan can, if approved, any subsequent final plat after that can be an administrative action. So the county did notify 98 adjoining property owners for this meeting and the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and the county has received numerous emails as well as members in the audience stating their opposition to this project. And then I would like to hand it over to the representative, Vertex Consulting, to give their presentation unless there's any questions for me.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Whitney first, then we'll come back here.
I'm sorry, can you please? Notes that you're asking. Sorry. You mentioned that one of the conditions or notes is to be removed.
Yes.
Can you just go back over that, please?
Yes, so this last note, it doesn't help if I point here. This last note, it says the applicant shall comply with all requirements contained within the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department of Natural Resources letter. There were no requirements within that letter. The Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife just made some strong recommendations to the applicant regarding the wildlife on the property. So some of their recommendations were any trees being removed should be replaced at a I think it was a 3-to-1 rate. And then anyone buying property should be notified that there may be bears, not to feed wildlife, things like that.
Would those recommendations then from Colorado Parks and Wildlife be associated with this at all? Or did you move it from the zoning to the preliminary plan?
No, we're just asking that this be removed. The applicant does have that letter with those recommendations from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife and can follow those recommendations if they choose.
But that would be, but there's none of it that is binding based on what we're looking at today.
Correct. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife did not make any recommendations or didn't make any requirements that the applicant has to do. They've made very strong recommendations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Staff is trying to clean this up and remove a condition that is essentially meaningless.
Correct.
Right? Because you can leave it in there. Look, it's going to be a very long day if I have to keep stopping for your reactions. You can listen, or you can go stand outside and listen. I don't care. The letter from Colorado Parks and Wildlife has recommendations. It doesn't have requirements. If this condition stays, it's meaningless because The applicant will comply with any requirements in that letter. The letter has no requirements, therefore, the applicant doesn't have anything it needs to comply with. Recommendations are recommendations, requirements are requirements. So I applaud staff for bringing this up, for trying to remove an unnecessary condition. That's the way it should be. Currently, the resolution has the condition in it. They're highlighting the fact that if we make a motion to approve this, we should remove that, we have the opportunity to remove that condition to clean it up a little bit. And whether we do that or not, kind of immaterial, but you guys caught it, and I thank you for doing that. And I believe, Mr. Whitney, you had a question?
I think that's pretty well answers my question, Mr. Chair. Just out of interest, though, Ms. Bagley, if they were in the nature of requirements, would this have been a condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go ahead and pass it along.
I think you're going to introduce the applicant's representative or the applicant to come forward.
Yes, Mr. Craig Dossie with Vertex Consulting Services will be presenting the applicant's portion of this presentation.
Mr. Dossie, good morning.
I know the procedures change sometimes. Do you need me to sign in?
You'll get that.
Okay.
If you haven't already done so, we know who you are. Go
Make
ahead.
sure we're still morning. Good morning, everybody.
It is still morning.
Again, introducing myself, I'm Craig Dossie with Vertex Consulting Services, representing the property owner on all three applications before you today. I want to start off, having worked in the public side, and say I actually enjoy having this many people here. This is what land use is all about, making sure everybody can be heard. I want to make sure that I'm as respectful to all of them as I can. They live near this property. I do not. I will admit that. So if I'm not being respectful, put me in line, because that is my goal today. I want to make sure we have a fair hearing, but also very open and transparent, because that is what these hearings are for. Is that better? I think it's just not that loud. Okay. So Kylie covered the requests. There are two rezonings. One is to RM12, the other is to RS 6000. We took the step to propose our own condition of approval, recognizing that within the RS 6000, the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet. Those lots, some of those lots would be adjacent to lots that are bigger than that today, that are existing. And we felt like a fair transition along those lots would be to impose a requirement saying that those lots have to be 15,000 square feet. To the eye, you probably won't be able to tell the difference between 15,000 and 20,000 square feet, but we think that's important. We may not be the ones that build those, but we want to make sure that if there is somebody that comes in and buys those lots, that they know that they can't replat those anything smaller than 15,000 square feet in order to protect those property owners. And then lastly, we also are proposing a preliminary plan. The reason why we're bringing a preliminary plan concurrent with a rezoning, and I want to highlight that you just heard an item right before ours that didn't do this. The reason why we wanted to do that is so you could see the detail of what we're proposing. You can see where the building footprints are going to be. You can see where the open space tracks are going to be, the drainage tracks. You can see where the roads are going to be. That's pretty unique because there's a lot of cost that goes into preparing a preliminary plan. And it's putting a lot out there hoping that rezoning will get approved. And that's your decision to make. We're okay with that. But we want to make sure that you had that detail because it matters. It matters to the people behind me, and hopefully it matters to you, and it matters to us. I'm going to go through a lot of that detail, but this gives you the delineation between the RS 6000 and the RM 12,000. The RS 6000 is basically everything east of Misty Acres Boulevard, and the RM 12,000 is squeezed in between Misty Acres Boulevard and the largest road in El Paso County, which is I-25. I'm going to go through the zoning background. I know Kylie did that a little bit. I want to go in a little bit deeper detail to explain, Mr. Bailey, to your point, what is the existing condition and what type of change are we actually looking at here? It's easier to just break this property down into a north half and a south half because you have the PUD in the south and you have a whole bunch of different zonings on the north. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to kind of walk you through each half of the property. So first off, the northern portion of the property has 3 different commercial zonings on it today. What that means, and I've been accused of this being a threat, it's not a threat. This is what the zoning is today. A developer can come in, buy this property, and go build commercial without any approval from the Planning Commission or the Board of County Commissioners. When it is straight zone commercial, they can come in and do a site development plan, get it approved administratively, and go build it. That's what's there today. I will tell you from my experience that the list of uses, which I'm about to show you some of them, that could go into these zone districts is unquestionably not compatible with the adjacent residential development. Some of those uses are things like an outdoor amusement center, probably a bar, definitely a carnival or circus, a construction office or field office, emergency facility, so imagine sirens and fire trucks and ambulances coming in and out, a freight terminal. You don't have to go very far to see what a freight terminal looks like. There's one in Monument right now that they approved right next to I-25. Tons of heavy truck trips coming in and out of that site. That's what could happen here. There's a garbage service facility, gas station, heavy equipment rental, human services shelter. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to show you the definition, but you should think halfway house. You could have a major kennel here of any scale, could be the whole property within the zone districts it's allowed in. There's actually an allowance for industrial uses, liquor store, lumber yard, medical marijuana use, nightclub, parking garage, which would be awful convenient off of I-25, a private prison, RV storage, rehabilitation facility. If you don't know what that is, that's drug and alcohol rehab facility. You could have the largest church you want here because that would be allowed in every one of these zone districts. Sexually oriented businesses, an outdoor theater, truck stop, which is pretty common along I-25 and is becoming more common within the town of Monument. Vehicle repair garage and a warehouse also would create a lot of heavy vehicle trips. These are the uses that can go in there right now. I'm gonna give you a second. You can read through these definitions so you understand what you're actually looking at in terms of allowed uses today. I would be willing to bet that there isn't one person in this room that thinks that any of these uses would be compatible with their residential lot next door. I'm open to hearing them when they come up and speak, but as far as I'm concerned, I've been doing this for over 20 years. Frankly, these are some of the worst of the worst. Any questions on the northern portion of the property and the zoning? Okay. So the southern portion, Kylie did show you the PUD that is in existence today, highlighting that multifamily is already allowed. We're not proposing multifamily. I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. Some of the statements in the staff report and even Kylie's presentation. There's also commercial allowed / office. But if you notice, there are 3 different pods of multifamily already allowed directly across Misty Acres, which on the other side is single family detached. You can calculate, whatever densities you want. In reality, it's never as high as people want to calculate. If you compare what could go here, just in the southern half could have a total of 173.8. There's no such thing as a 0.8 dwelling, but it gives you an idea that I can do math. That's how many dwelling units could go just in the southern half of this property. Our conceptual plan, which staff has seen, it's not part of your packet because it's not required of the preliminary plan, but we submitted that, would include 258 total. Total. So that's for the whole thing, not just the southern half. And I think Kylie said we have 21 multifamily lots. They're not multifamily. I'm going to talk a little bit about what is required of the preliminary plan and what's not. We don't have to designate that, but conveniently, the hearing right before this, you heard from Ms. Barlow, who I consider to be an expert in multifamily development. She told you multifamily can't go into RM12. Your staff, Ms. Parsons, backed that up and said, multifamily is not going into RM12. It's going to RM30. And that's not our plan. As you can see from this conceptual layout, these are all single family attached. There's no multifamily here. So we did, there was a lot of neighborhood interactions, some positive, some not so positive, as you probably would imagine. But there were a lot of meetings held. There was one held very recently. And we heard from everybody and stayed all night until everybody got a chance to say what they needed to say. There was a lot of negativity in that meeting, and we expected that. You know, it's hard to deal with change, and that's to be understood. But we were out there. The item you just heard and approved did not hold a neighborhood meeting. We brought the people to us. We brought them to the same table to try to make sure that what we did was as close to what they would expect as possible while still making it feasible. And we exchanged ideas. I actually presented the same list of uses I just showed you. Again, I got accused of it being a threat. It's not a threat. It's what the zoning is today. It's a fact. As a result of those neighborhood meetings and interactions, that's when we committed to making sure those lots were a minimum of 15,000 square feet right up against the 20,000 square foot lots. We actually, you will hear from some neighbors that are immediately adjacent that are in favor of this. And I think if you look at the list of uses and what could go there, you know, it makes sense. It's not necessarily probably a fair comparison because you sure wouldn't expect those kind of uses to go there, but they can. So as I said, we had a neighborhood meeting. Kylie appropriately highlighted that the majority of those discussions were about traffic and circulation, about water availability. We'll talk about it during the preliminary plan portion, but we do have a commitment from Woodmore. That's a solid commitment that water availability is not going to go away. I will have our traffic engineer, Jeff Hodgson with LSC, get up and talk about traffic, and there's some questions about scope. I'll have Jeff discuss those as well. There were some minor discussions about people even admitted that they trespassed on the property. It's where they walk their dog. That's where the kids play. Mr. Larson, who owns the property, didn't say, get off my property. He didn't put up huge fences. He didn't put up no trespassing signs. You know, he's trying to be a good neighbor, but we've all seen this happen, right? When you got a vacant property next door, people tend to use it. You know, when I was a kid, I probably would have done the same thing. Matter of fact, I think I did. Neighbors believe the property should be rezoned to PUD. I don't believe that at all. The reason why you have straight zonings is to establish predictability without it being subject to one person's opinion versus another. And that's what PUDs generally generate. And that's the reason why we provided the preliminary plan, so you can see exactly what this development's going to include. In lieu of a PUD, we actually took it a step further. It's harder to do a preliminary plan than it is a PUD because that includes engineering. Because this means that much to us to be able to say, this is the intent. It's not something else. You can't look at the list of uses and say, we think you're going to do that instead. We took the next step and said, we're committing to this. Another discussion point was impacts to wetlands and endangered species. There are no endangered species on the property. We have clearance letter to that effect. And we have placed all of the wetlands in what will be open space tracts. So we have completely mitigated both of those issues. I'm gonna apologize, there's a lot of slides here, but I wanna make sure I hit every review criteria for your benefit, as well as for the benefit of the audience, because as you highlighted, Mr. Bailey, that should be the focus of the conversation today. It's not about how I feel about this. It's not about whether I like the way it's going to look. It's about the review criteria that the county has adopted and that you're all forced to use in making your decision. So Kylie went through the general conformance with the master plan. She hit every topic. I'm going to maybe dive a little bit deeper. This is a priority development area. Some of you who are still sitting up here were on the planning commission when you adopted the master plan. And when you adopted the master plan, it was imperative that the county direct development in appropriate locations where there's central water, central sewer, and where the existing traffic circulation can handle additional growth. This is literally adjacent to I-25 and is served by Woodmore for water and sewer. This is a priority development area, and this should be a priority development for that reason. Our property does hit two different key areas, Tri-Lakes, which supports additional housing. It actually recommends a mix of housing options. In large part, if you look across the Tri-Lakes area, there is no mix of housing in the unincorporated part of El Paso County, which only this plan speaks to. This isn't a potential area of annexation. Kylie highlighted that there was a request to annex this along with the property directly to the west across I-25 into the town of Monument. The town of Monument denied the one on the west side, which essentially extinguished contiguity to even try to annex the one that we're talking about today. So annexation didn't happen, and they couldn't even make a decision on it because there was no longer contiguity. But by identifying it and a potential area of annexation, that tells the reader that this is an expected area of urban development, city level development. Now, whether it's served water by Monument or by another provider or by Woodmore, which happens to be the case, it should still drive urban development to this property. We're in two areas of change. Ms. Bailey, you touched on area change with regard to PUD and what change really should be measured off of. Change isn't based upon what the condition of the property is today. It's based on what's approved and what's in the immediate vicinity, what's expected. We have a PUD and existing commercial zoning that sets that expectation of very intense development. Multifamily and all the worst commercial uses you can think of. And Ms. Barlow in the last hearing identified that only 9% of the master plan is identified as being for new development. This is one of those places. 9% of the entire county, and this is one of them. And there's no wonder it's right next to I-25. It's the easiest location to create additional housing stock, attainable housing stock for people that need to commute. Either way, either in Colorado Springs or up to Denver. The designation minimal change developed, it supports more intense infill, but it wants to make sure that impacts can be mitigated. That's why we artificially put in the condition of 15,000 square foot lots. We're mitigating that impact. It's a minor change to the RS 6000, but with the condition, it's really not a significant change. It falls into the category of minimal change. In terms of place type, like the one you just heard and approved, this place type for this property is suburban residential. It's not rural, it's not agricultural. This is suburban residential. And suburban residential says lots less than 2.5 acres. It says single family detached. It says single family attached. And it actually even says multifamily. You could be listening to a presentation about an RM30 request. That's not what's before you today. It's RM12. So this, speaking to the key areas, this highlights kind of the northern portion of the county. You can see the majority of it is within this key area, which is Tri-Lakes. But along the I-25 corridor is the potential areas for annexation. The expectation, or maybe the presumption was, at some point, if Monument was to embrace additional development, they would want to annex up I-25 because that's where the available developable land is. And that's where some of their existing infrastructure could be tied off of and extended up the hill. They're not annexing land, but urban level development can still occur there with urban services. I talked about the place type being suburban residential. Everything around it's suburban residential. I think what's important to note here is that we're talking about a supporting land use within that place type. There is nowhere else in this place type where any evidence of a supporting land use less than single-family detached, multi-million-dollar homes has been embraced. Where better to put it than next to I-25? I talked about areas of change. Conveniently, the yellow part is actually where we have less density. It's RS 6000 with artificial 15,000 square foot condition. That is minimal. And it highlights, this is still the master plan, it highlights that the rest of the area is new development. And it highlights that that should be more dense. This is your plan, adopted by the Planning Commission pursuant to state statute. Your plan says this should be new development, and it should be more dense than what is already in that area. I talked about it being a priority development area. I don't know how the number one got plopped right over the top of the property, but you can see behind it that it's still part of that priority development area. And I think this language is very important within this, and this is specific to the priority development area. The plan says single-family attached and detached housing units should be developed in a cohesive manner that establishes a seamless transition between differing housing types, as opposed to large isolated clusters or blocks of a single type of housing. We are proposing essentially three types of housing. When you think about the attached single family, the RS 6000, which is the smaller lots, and the RS 6000 with the 15,000 square foot minimum requirement. We're actually tapering that different type of housing from west to east. The comment goes on to say, maintaining this mixed development pattern should be prioritized, not accepted, the county shouldn't be indifferent. The county should prioritize this in order to preserve existing residential character. We are proposing residential. We're proposing different types of housing types. That's exactly in line with this statement from the master plan. The second criteria for approval of rezoning is basically dealing with state statute. All the notice requirements have been met. Those are pictures that we took while we were swimming through a ton of snow not too long ago. And so all the property was posted and staff took care of the legal notice. The next one is whether or not the proposed use or zone district is compatible with existing and permitted land uses in zone districts. I think it's important to understand what the Board of County Commissioners has said the definition of compatibility should be. Because that's what you have to go off of. This is directly from the Land Development Code. I'm going to highlight that compatibility does not mean the same as. It does not mean their lots have to be the same size as our lots. It means it has to be able to work in harmony. You have to be able to transition and not feel the difference. We have a ton of open space that we're proposing. We're on the other side of Misty Acres with the RM12. You've seen the layout of where all the buildability is. That's how you ensure compatibility. Mr. Moraes, I think you talked in the last item that was heard that you had concerns about the RM12 next to Mark Scheffel and that not being enough of a separation to the 2.5 acre lots. We're not even talking about 2.5. We're talking about, in some cases, 11,000 square foot lots. We've actually looked into what the separation distance is, and we'll bring that up if you'd like to see that. What we're proposing is actually wider than what Mark Scheffel right-of-way would be between the adjacent properties to the east, their lot line, not even their house, their lot line, and the nearest buildable footprint within this development in the RM12. It's actually wider, and it's not adjacent to 2.5 acre lots. It's adjacent to 11,000 square foot lots. Kylie went through and talked about each property. Obviously, no development to the north. I don't know how you're compatible with an open space when there's nothing going on. So I think we're probably good. There's not going to be any impact to that. No roads going that direction. That's I'm not sure I've ever had to deal with a conservation easement next to a project before, but certainly not in another jurisdiction. But we don't feel like there's any compatibility issues there. Kylie highlighted that the C1 zoning, which is, now this is kind of the southwest of the property, is already built with an office building. That neighbor is actually here speaking in favor today. Would like to see this property go forward. We feel like there's compatibility there. And then if you look on the other side of I-25, that's the C1 zoning. That zoning, Kylie said it is obsolete, which is true. That one includes probably the worst uses of the list that I provided because it's an older zone district. It pretty much is wide open. Moving kind of, I guess you'd say, all the way to the south, the property is across Misty Acres. Again, this is part of the RM12 area, from lots that they show up as RS 20,000, or I think that's the understanding by most people. But if you actually look at those lots, none of them reach 20,000. They're closer to 10 or 11,000. And again, Mr. Reyes, to the point I was making to you, is across Misty Acres at a distance that exceeds the width of Mark Shuffle right away at full build out. Moving a little further north, you can see that the designation of the property across Misty Acres in the blue where it says phase 1 actually is the same as where it says phase 2, which is single family. Again, across Misty Acres on the other side of open space that we're providing as a result of providing the preliminary plan. And this just gives you an idea. At the very far north end, we've circled the lots that are existing today. All of those will have a 15,000 square foot lot next to them. They won't be 6,000 square foot. They won't be even attached single family, and they definitely won't be multifamily next to them. And then again, Kylie highlighted the C1 on the other side of I-25. My understanding is that is currently part of that is currently in the process of being annexed by the town of Palmer Lake for commercial development. It's happening, and that's why that zoning was there. And it makes sense. It's right off I-25. That's where we see commercial development, right? It's serving the traveling public. Kylie covered the dimensional standards. There's no issues with meeting that. We know that our development can meet these dimensional standards as required in the land development code. Any questions on the zoning criteria that I can answer for you? Okay, thank you. Okay, so preliminary plan, as you all know, there's a lot more criteria, and I apologize. So the preliminary plan has 10 tracks. Mr. Diltz highlighted where some of the detention ponds are going to be. When you look at zoning, I think most people go to worst case scenario. This is not worst case scenario. There is a ton of open space in here. As a matter of fact, the open space provided within this development would exceed the county standard for a PUD if we were to go PUD. So we're actually providing more open space than what you would get if we went the PUD route, as some of the neighbors suggested. There are 22 single-family attached lots being proposed. I'm not going to say they're multifamily because they're not. It's not possible to build multifamily. When you look at the roadway configuration, you're not fitting a multifamily structure in there. And you heard from Ms. Barlow earlier today that you're not doing multifamily within the RM12 regardless. And then at the far, on this map, it's at the far south end, but it's really the northwest corner of the property, 37 single-family detached lots. So a total of 236 single-family attached dwellings within that those 22 single-family attached lots. I want to do a little housekeeping. I think Kylie kind of cleared up some of it in discussions that we've had. But one of the concerns that we have is that we were asked to do something that I've never seen, and I've yet to see anyone else be asked to do, which was designate a certain dwelling type or a certain land use on the preliminary plan. Preliminary plans don't do that. Preliminary plans are subdivision. The land use and the dwelling type is governed by the zoning. Staff, seems to be some confusion in the staff report. They have a hard job, and I don't want to disparage them at all, but it goes back and forth between calling them multifamily, single family attached, single family detached, and then again multifamily. You've heard today that's not going to happen. It's not going to be multifamily. In our traffic study, we identify that the site will contain duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, in addition to single family lots. That's the reality of it. Because when you're doing a traffic study, you have to account for the different types of uses. You can't just say we're going to do residential. You have to look at highest and best use based upon what is actually being proposed. If we tried to do multifamily, we'd have to come back and redo this traffic study. So The staff report, and I'm looking at page 5, says the applicant has not provided specific dwelling types for the 40.52 acres that are proposed to be rezoned to RM12. That's exactly what the traffic study did. We can't do that because that's not allowed to be put on a preliminary plan, right? You don't designate use on a preliminary plan, you designate use through the zoning. And it was pretty disheartening that there's, within the status of major issues section of the staff report, it says, due to the lack of information provided regarding housing types, staff could not fully evaluate the project against Chapter 6 and 8 of the Land Development Code. I want to highlight for the record, and I think this is important, you just approved a project that didn't designate any type of housing type within those rezones. But somehow staff was able to fully evaluate that one. It even recommended that it was compatible with the single family lots that were adjacent to it. I don't know why the standard changed for this application. I have a pretty good idea why it might have, but that's not fair to this applicant. The standard should be the same. So with regard to the preliminary plan, we're not required to show dwelling types. It's pretty obvious based upon how we laid out the lots that you're not doing multifamily. And you really aren't doing single family detached because of the way that the lots are laid out. But those aren't in the procedures manual checklist that staff provides to applicants. I'm going to show you what that checklist looks like. In terms of uses and dwelling types for platted lots, again, those are only dictated by zoning. Subdivision is not zoning. Subdivision is the division of land. Again, our traffic study includes multiple uses because CDOT and the county require that. There's criteria that says you have to say what your uses are. Look at the traffic study. It clearly says what the intent is. One area where it gets confusing is in the water resource report. And the reason why is because basically, if you're not doing single family detached, everything else has to be reviewed as multifamily. Because that's the standard in terms of how much you're committing per dwelling unit. So yeah, it looks like it's multifamily, but that's because we're forced into that in terms of calculating the amount of water demand. So I want to draw a comparison. If the standard is always to provide the exact land use within a preliminary plan, there isn't a single commercial development out there that's been platted where that's happened. That would require that the developer would know where the Arby's is going and where the shoe repair store is going and where the drive-through car wash is. It's not possible, right? Because you get through these processes hoping to create something that is marketable, but you don't know exactly what that market is. That's why it's not required at this stage. I don't think that's fair to the applicant to expect that because it's not expected of anybody else. The commercial example is probably an extreme example, but you just approved the exact same thing that had provided no insight as to what the type of residential dwelling would be. So this is what we're talking about in terms of the areas for the single family, that should say single family attached, I'm sorry, single family attached lots. We're not required to lay out each exact lot. They could be condos, they could be townhomes. The ownership could vary. Right now, the idea is that these would be townhomes. Now, whether it's going to be individual ownership or maybe it's owned by a developer, we don't know that yet. We're trying to create a market for that. But you can see the distance between those building footprints and the nearest properties. Again, recognizing that this is all part of the project as well. And these are all single family detached. A little bit better layout of what I've been talking about. I think you got to start with I-25 on the far west side. This would be the north part of the page. Going to attached single family residential, going to smaller single family detached, and then going to larger single family detached before we hit the existing single family detached lots that are adjacent. In the staff report, page 5, staff says, an overall concept plan of the proposed property was not submitted with the preliminary plan, nor did the preliminary plan show how the existing vegetation would be incorporated into development. There is no requirement for a landscape plan at the stage of preliminary plan submittal in the Land Development Code or in the procedures manual checklist. Nevertheless, we actually provided that. to show what landscaping would look like along the roadways, to ensure that there's going to be buffering, to ensure it's going to be an attractive development. That's not before you today. The reason why it's not before you today is because staff asked us, do you want to put off preparing this at the preliminary plan stage or at final plat? Not wanting to incur more costs, we said, let's do it at final plat. Let's make sure we get approved first before we start laying out landscaping. There is no such thing in the land development code as a quote unquote concept plan. Doesn't exist. We were required to provide one. We did not provide one. We showed you what the layout's going to be in terms of lots, and staff's seen that. But it's very concerning when additional requirements get put on an applicant that are not put on somebody else. And the project you just approved, if they're going to ask for it here, they should have asked for it on that one. There was no concept plan. There's no mention of a concept plan in that staff report. I read the whole thing. They also didn't provide a landscape plan because they weren't required to. It begs the question, why is this applicant being asked to do things that other applicants are not? I started my conversation today by saying this hearing should be fair. The land use process should be fair. It has to be an objective evaluation, not subjective. The Land Development Code was recently amended. You probably all saw this amendment to say that landscaping is required with all development. You can agree or disagree with that, but what that means is the county is going to be reviewing landscaping on single-family lots. We're going to tell you where your bushes have to go and your trees have to go, based on what the code says today. I think they're in the process of probably revising that and remove that, but that's what it says today. It does not, however, say you have to provide that at preliminary plan stage development. We were asked to do that. The challenge with doing that at the preliminary plan stage of development is you haven't established yet who the maintenance responsibility is going to be. Is it going to be an HOA? Is it going to be a district? Is it going to be a county? You have to work through that. The only way to work through that is through the final plat process, because that's when you're dedicating easements, you're finalizing covenants, you hopefully have created your metro district. You don't do that typically prior to preliminary plan. It's just too much cost. There's too many unknowns to set that up. And it wouldn't be legal anyway, because only at final plat stage do those documents get recorded. None of those documents get recorded with the preliminary plan. So I said staff actually offered to have it deferred to the final plat. This is the exact comment from EDARP from staff. It says landscaping plan has comments. Please let us know if you want to just defer it. So we did. That was offered up by staff. But in the staff report, we're sort of getting beat up a little bit because we didn't provide it. We did actually provide a landscape plan. But we didn't provide a concept plan because it's not required. So I already touched on this. It's not required by Land Development Code. I talked about recent Land Development Code revisions. It makes sense to put landscaping on the final stage of development. That's when you're laying out your irrigation plan. You don't even know where your water supply is coming from at this stage in terms of how it's going to be fed through the entire development. So it occurs at the same time as siting buildings. Otherwise, you're going to show irrigation in places you might end up building. Mr. Byers, I know you know that to be true, and working through the industry like you have, you're not going to lay out landscaping ahead of where the buildings need to go, except for maybe that's along the roadway, which is what we provided. You also don't know where the utility easements are going to be. That's what happens at the final plat stage. This is screenshots of the county's preliminary plan checklist. On the right-hand side, I've basically summarized what the requirements are. You will find that nowhere in here does it say concept plan or landscaping plan. The one thing that it does say is you have to designate what the uses of the tracks are going to be, which we've done. The reason why is because you need to start thinking towards who's going to own and maintain detention ponds, swales, maybe parks. That makes sense, but to designate land uses on lots does not make sense, and it's not required. You'll notice it says footprint intended use of all existing buildings, not proposed, even though we actually provided that. And I'm not trying to beat up staff. I just want to identify that we've really gone above and beyond what anybody else is asked to do to try to make sure that we've answered all the questions. And it still feels like in the review of staff, we haven't. That's unfortunate because we've really worked hard to do that. So in conclusion, there's no requirement to designate the use or the dwelling type with a preliminary plan. There's no requirement to provide whatever a concept plan is, or even a landscape plan. We did that. Actually, in the case of both of them, we did it. I talked about the Schmidt rezoning that was just in front of you. There's no mention in the staff report of the requirement for a conceptual plan, for a concept plan with Schmidt. We got asked to do that. I find it very interesting that Ms. Barlow's letter of intent for that, she even went so far as to say at this stage, the proposed development is conceptual and no specific residential densities have been determined. But we were asked to do that. And nobody brought that up during review or even during this hearing. And I don't want to harp on it, but it's problematic when the rules change from one project to another. So the questions are, why are the two projects being treated differently? Both are proposing RM12, both are proposing RS6000, both are adjacent to single family detached. Why are they different? Is it only because there's more people willing to engage from the public on this one than on the other one? Why is Monument Ridge so much more difficult to review than Schmidt? I don't think it is. If you follow the rules of the Land Development Code and the Procedures Manual, it's pretty easy to review. And that we've actually gone above and beyond to make sure it's easy to review. So Kylie provided some revised conditions. I don't think she revised this one. I have to look to her to see if she did or not. But conditions 5 and 6 say you have to provide a site development plan for the entire development. And I want to kind of break that down a little bit. Site development plan typically is for commercial development. It's also required for multifamily development. But if you're tracking what the application is, we have single family lots that are being proposed. This condition would include those single family lots. So what that means is staff is asking us to go ahead and plan where every building is going to be in the single family area, what the elevations of those buildings are going to look like, any lighting, any landscaping, which means we're citing specific bushes, trees, irrigation systems. That's impossible. And that's taking the future owner, taking their ability to decide what they want on their property completely out of the mix. So we have an issue with that condition. We'd like to see it revised to be just for the RM12 portion, which would be basically everything west of Misty Acres. That makes sense, right? Even townhome development is required to go through a site development plan. We're fine with that, but it does not make sense for the single family. No, I've never seen another single family development that's under straight zoning be required to provide where bushes are going to go for a future home buyer. That really kind of affects both condition 5 and 6. Another concern with that, though, is even within the RM12, as you've all seen, a lot of times final plats are phased. We may not plat the entire thing all at once. We're doing a preliminary plan for the whole thing, but we may plat it in phases. So if there's an option to provide, a phased, with each phase or each filing of the final plats, that we could do a site development plan. Maybe we do a conceptual one with, the overall at first, but it's likely to change, depending on who the end user is. It's just really tough to do it when the option for phasing is out there. So again, we're talking about site development plans west of Misty Acres, right up against I-25, and then just site plans, which they're over the counter. They're done by administrative staff over the counter at the county for the single family lots east of Misty Acres. That would be our request. And we didn't get to see the conditions ahead of time, so there's a reason that I'm having to present them, is we didn't actually have that conversation. Kylie talked about this. There are no requirements in the CPW letter. Appreciate the removal of that. I'm not going to go back through the master plan. I think we touched on that a lot. It is a criteria both within the 2 rezoning applications as well as preliminary plan. I'm not going to belabor those points anymore. One of the master plan components or an element of the master plan is the major transportation corridors plan. I can't remember, Mr. Moraes, I think you asked a question about why run Monument Hill Road through the development. It's actually planned that way by the county. So the reason why it shows that in our preliminary plan is because that was a request of the county at the time of our early assistance meeting. So we tried to meet that request.
But that was when, that's with this being commercial.
No, that was at the time of our early assistance meeting when we were talking about it being residential.
No, what I'm
Oh,
saying
you're talking
is,
about this.
what I'm saying is the current zoning up there is commercial. And
Yeah.
so as a frontage road, it may make sense to run a frontage road through commercial properties because it gives access to those commercial properties for people who don't go
Yeah.
on the interstate.
And I defer to the engineers. They know what makes sense. I think part of the reason is if that stays where it intersects County Line Road, you then have a problem with Misty Acres. And Misty Acres is really the road that's planned to carry more traffic when it's all said and done. So that they had to eliminate one of them because now you have a conflict. You have too many access points within a short period of time.
I think
and
that's-
CDOT actually talked to that.
I still think there could be a better solution to that, to leave whatever, but currently it's commercial. And so the idea of the master transportation corridor plan is, yeah, route it through there because it's commercial, but not residential.
And we're open to other options. You know, obviously, we're at pre plans. We've done some design. We were just trying to do what the county asked us to do, really. In a very specific location, actually. This is where they wanted to see it. Consistent with the purposes of the Land Development Code, first and foremost, implementing the master plan. We talked about how the master plan specifically encouraged exactly what we're proposing today and makes it a priority. Promoting predictability with straight zoning with a preliminary plan in hand, that's as predictable as you're probably going to get in terms of development. Ensure that there's appropriate opportunities for participation. Again, we went through and had a lot of meetings. We had our neighborhood meeting. Be fair to all by ensuring due consideration is given to private property rights. That's why we transitioned the land uses the way that we did. We don't want to impact anybody who's immediately adjacent. And their lot actually backs up to the development. And then again, it says guide future growth. This represents growth. You know, growth sometimes I think it sounds like it's used as a 4-letter word. It's not. It's just a product of, you know, where we live and the desire for more people to live here. Probably a desire for some of these people's kids to move back here, right? They got to find somewhere to live. There's not enough housing stock, but it says the master plan should guide that. And the master plan has guided growth directly to this property. I'm not going to touch on traffic. I'll have Mr. Hodson discuss the traffic components of it, but there's no outstanding comments whatsoever on this application. Ensure that adequate public facilities are available. We've got a commitment letter from the fire department. No concerns there at all. They are, I would say, use the word, they encourage us to try to thin out the trees, which is kind of contrary to what you heard from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, where they want to keep the trees. Thinning it out, removing ladder fuels, that's how you stop fires from going through neighborhoods. And at I-25, if you look at the other side of I-25, it's heavily treed today. And I'm going to show you some pictures of some of the neighborhood around us that has definitely thinned out the trees. And in some cases, completely removed them by comparison. The preliminary drainage report has already been approved. We've already preserved all those sensitive areas, going to the bullet at the bottom. We've met all the Chapter 8 design standards. We can easily meet the dimensional standards within RM12 and RS6000 if approved. And all the reports and maps are in compliance with county, state, and federal rules. There is also no sketch plan that applies to this property. In terms of sufficient water, I touched on this. We have Woodmore Water. They're providing water as well as wastewater. And you already have a letter from the state engineer and the county attorney's office saying that it is a sufficient water supply. Again, Woodmore providing wastewater service. Intech Engineering did a evaluation of the property. They did observe some geologic conditions. That's not abnormal, by the way. There's clay soils all over the place, especially in this county. But they suggested that can be mitigated at the time of development with site grading and looking at some of the engineering. Colorado Geologic Survey did not have any outstanding comments with regard to NTEC's report. Again, preliminary drainage report has been approved. Going to they're 8 and 9, but they're really bulleted in the land development code. Location and design of public improvements. Obviously, we're doing exactly what the county asked in terms of extension, Misty Acres, bringing over Monument Hill Road. These are all the requirements the staff put on us in terms of those roadway networks, providing adequate physical and legal access. So I'm going to bring Jeff Hodson up with LSC. Jeff is the traffic engineer that prepared the traffic report for this project.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Jeff Hodson, LSC Transportation Consultants. And I prepared the traffic report, and the study was reviewed extensively by county staff as well as the Colorado Department of Transportation. I think we did 3 different iterations, submittals of the report, refining, making changes and responding to comments. I also attended the neighborhood meeting as well to hear the citizen traffic concerns. I can go ahead and what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to go over a brief overview of the traffic report. First, I want to go through the discussion about the study area, and I'll also try to hit on a little bit of few additional comments on the frontage road question, and also add to what Craig mentioned about land use and trip generation definitions and how it works into the traffic study. So anyway, when we look at the study area, we have to follow the Appendix B and the ECM, which basically has a limit of, it tells you what intersections and road segments you need to study based on, it's mainly based on percent impact. So if we look at the traffic generated by a particular project, if it exceeds 10% of an intersection approach at a nearby intersection, then it pretty much needs to be included in the study. If it falls below 10% and there's no major issues, then it doesn't really need to be included. So we looked at the study area, we determined that this, where I have my boundary there on the slide, was the study area that we selected, and it meets the ECM requirement. We did hear concerns at the neighborhood meeting about areas to the south along Monument Hill Road and Woodmore Drive there, and even down to Highway 105. Although the Appendix B indicates we don't need to include those because we're below 10%. Let me change the slide here. Although it was not required, I didn't ignore those concerns. Okay, what we did was I looked at the 3 intersections you have seen on the screen here. There have been a couple of traffic studies addressing these intersections that were done not too long ago, 2022, in this area. So I looked at those, and I looked at the intersections from a capacity standpoint, safety standpoint, and I basically looked at how, I basically made sure that there was no problem with this project's traffic being added to these intersections. So I didn't ignore the comment. I did consider thoroughly these other intersections, even though they're below the 10% requirement to include in the study. So, yeah, so if you look at the bullet, it basically has our trip generation during the, say, the afternoon peak hour, about 125 and about 90 coming back during that hour. Now, only a portion of those travel south along Monument Hill Road to and from. That's the total trip generation, which gets spread out. Some trips use I-25 north, I-25 south. Some go either direction on County Line Road. Some go over to Beacon Light and get down that way. So when all's said and done, you only end up a fraction of the trips that impact that south section to the south. So that's all part of our distribution of our traffic study. Okay, so in looking at the questions and the issues, one of the intersections that may have been of concern is the frontage road or the Monument Hill Road intersection with Woodmore Drive. So basically for traffic from this project headed south, if you're headed south, basically you have a free right turn onto Woodmore Drive, as you can see in the photo here. If you're coming north and you're wanting to make a left turn to go north from Woodmore onto the frontage road, you basically have there's a nice long left turn lane that you can use to get onto Monument Hill Road. And basically with what we call a major street left turn, there's the only opposing traffic is the southbound through traffic or right turning traffic. So the turning traffic's pretty low from the north. So the level of service is very good because that northbound left turn, they're only having to find gaps in that southbound traffic stream. So looking at this, I didn't see that there was an issue at this intersection with the added traffic from this project. Deer Creek to the north basically is a T intersection with a stop sign. This intersection was studied by the county as part of their Deer Creek traffic study. Didn't show any level service issues. This project will primarily add through traffic north and south. And this project's been basically considered for a long time. You know, this property's been planned for development for a long time, so. And then Woodmore Drive and 105 Woodmore Drive, that's a major intersection, as you know. It's a CDOT intersection, and CDOT did not, it's below 5%, it's like 4%. Depending on the approach, it's 0.5% to 4% for this project. CDOT did not have any, require us to include this in our study, because they did review our study and they didn't ask us to study this intersection. Okay, so basically a brief overview of the project. I put the trip generation there for the morning peak hour and the evening peak hour. That's the cars coming in, cars leaving, all different directions and routes. So we thoroughly looked through, evaluated the access and circulation plan, and we did comprehensive traffic counts. In fact, when we added traffic counts partway through, we were required to look at Doewood. So we added that intersection as well, partway through. And we also made sure everything was updated to within a year of when we started. So all the traffic, we even counted the interchange at I-25. So that's part of the study as well. So basically our study involved short and long-term traffic projections. We adjusted, this took some time. We basically estimated adjustments with the new connection of Misty Acres. And, you know, basically the closure of that north section. So the dashed roads are those that are currently existing that will be closed. The green segment, again, is the one that's basically providing a terminus of Monument Hill Road, and then Misty Acres, of course, in the blue dashed. So essentially what you have here is you basically have for a stretch, you have two collectors serving the north-south traffic for this area. So I've been doing this project since 1999. I've been doing this 30 years plus, but I've been on I've been working in the Misty Acres area since 1999, is when we kind of started. And as far as I can remember, it's always been planned to have Misty Acres extend north straight up. There have been a couple variations of how to get Monument Hill Road back over to Misty Acres. There was one iteration that had a cul-de-sac to the north and a couple other variations, but it's been looked at for a long time. So let me just make sure to cover everything related to that. So yeah, Monument Hill Road was transferred to El Paso County. It used to be a CDOT frontage road, CDOT controlled, needed an access permit to access it, but it got transferred to the county. CDOT did review this study, as I mentioned, and they did not have a concern with that frontage road or how it connects. They actually had some other suggestions for the road system, and we evaluated those as part of our study. But they didn't have any issue with what we're showing for the frontage road and the new connection. There was a little bit of discussion about the location of Misty, but we kind of worked through that, so. So yeah, both these roads are major collectors essentially. So you got basically two routes to take between county line and areas to the south. Now that section that's in green, that's our proposed terminus of Monument Hill Road. There are no lots fronting that segment of road. So it's almost like a quasi collector through there, because there's no direct lot frontage. There's one access to that property to the south, which is right here. So there's an access that goes south, but there's no individual driveways to that segment of road. So. All right, so basically we looked at all the intersections in the study area. We looked at the traffic operations, levels of service, queuing analysis. We looked at signal warrants. We looked at always stop warrants. You know, some of these were requested by CDOT at the interchange ramps. And we also looked at different alignments and evaluated all intersection locations. There were a few deviations needed, so we submitted those. Intersection spacing, cross-sectional type things with that we submitted and were approved. So, and all the level services with mitigation will meet county standards and CDOT standards. So mitigation by meaning a signal is going to be needed at some point once it's warranted at Misty Acres and County Line Road. So that's part of the mitigation is a future traffic signal. And there'll be a requirement to add a northbound right turn lane, as was mentioned on the interchange ramp. And then whatever else CDOT has to require during their access permit process. So I just mentioned the signal up there. And I mentioned the right turn lane. And Craig already covered the classifications. So, any questions that I can answer? Oh, let me just first mention, so when we do traffic studies, Craig was right in that a lot of times we have to assume a certain land use. Like we've done large master plans where the land use designation is commercial / mixed use / office or industrial. It's very general. We have to assume something. So we have to even sometimes estimate square footage because we can't get traffic numbers without estimating square footage. So we'll take a % lot coverage, estimate building square footage, and then we'll plug in trip numbers, even though the master plan has no idea how many square feet, but we'll plug some estimates in because that's what traffic studies are in some ways, and in some cases they're a combination of some estimates when all is said and done and the actual development comes in, like say for a master plan, or then you look at the traffic study and say if it's, as long as it's within that trip generation level, then you're good. If someone comes in with something a lot higher than is estimated, then you usually have to update the study. So we can't estimate traffic without certain specifics that may not be part of the plan at the time. So.
Mr. Moraes.
Yeah, so I'll go back to my last question I asked Craig was, when this whole idea of terminating Monument Hill Road and taking Misty Acres and go all the way out to County Line Road, that was when it was commercial. So now this proposal is it's not commercial. I'm trying to wonder how that still makes sense. I saw Craig had a slide up before that there was an RV park down to the south of this, and the high school, Palmer Ridge High School, is down to the south of that. So it seems like anybody who's traveling down I-25 who wants to go to the RV park, now instead of circumventing to the west of this development, now has to drive through the development to get to the RV park. At the same time, any students and parents that want to get to the high school that live along County Line Road have to force themselves through the neighborhoods and affecting that, versus having the other way where Misty Acres only goes so far. Monument Hill Road still kind of connects, even in the same spot, but still kind of connects up there and continues on. So I understand that this project was looked at for many years, but for many years it wasn't this proposal.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, there's always been a plan to, and let me show another slide here, but essentially if you're headed to the high school, you have a choice. You can take Misty Acres or Monument Hill Road. If you're going to the RV park, you're probably going to take Monument Hill Road, because then you'd have to, if you took Misty, you'll have to backtrack up. So, but there is, as I mentioned, that terminus there doesn't have lots fronting it. It's basically like a quasi collector road, because there's not the interference of neighborhood driveways on that section of street. That was by design. There's really, you have to somehow get Monument Hill Road back over to Misty Acres. If you just cul-de-sac it, everyone has to come down to Misty intersection and then drive all the way back up. So
Could it have been done north of that northwest corner of this development?
let me also mention here. So if you look at this slide on the top, so you can see the proposed intersection, and that's right up here, okay? So this is a substandard condition, okay? So, and since we're proposing to widen County Line Road for some turn lanes, it's gonna make the intersection stop line even that much further back, and so that becomes even more substandard with the existing condition. So having Misty Acres become the new street that ties in with County Line makes it much better in terms of traffic operations and safety, because now you've got a straight distance for stacking. And I can go to the other slide too. This one shows it as well. So you can see what we're proposing is this comes straight down without this fishhook type curve that allows for stacking, extra lanes. It allows for widening of County Line Road without making this more of a worse condition with this current frontage road terminus. So that's one of the real advantages of bringing Misty straight up, is you're cleaning up this old style frontage road connection that was probably there for a very long time, and it's just not designed to handle, any kind of traffic, or it's just, CDOT looks at trying to improve some of their older frontage road connections. Canyon City's a good place to see that. They're trying to replace the old style and bring it. So this really brings it up to current standards with this intersection. So. Does that help with?
Thank you.
Any other traffic questions? Mr. Markowicz.
With the current zoning, it's commercial, PUD, there's a lot of things that could go in there. If you were to compare the impact of what we're seeing here compared to what could be built, I'm assuming that this is going to be lower traffic count than if the commercial development that could go there today were actually developed, regardless of what type that commercial development takes. And then there's also multifamily that is available here. So
Yes.
in a broad sense, if this area were to be developed as is with, I'm just assuming that it would be a much, much greater impact on traffic than putting homes in here.
You're correct. If we assume a highest and best use for that commercial zoning, the trips would be a lot higher, much, much higher than the current residential use.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moraes, to your point, if staff is agreeable to us removing that connection, we'd be glad to remove it. But
All
we're
I'm
on the
saying,
hook to build it.
It just stands out at me, to kind of go.
I mean, it takes up part of the buildable land of the development. It's sort of a burden to the development, but we're happy to make that connection at the request of the county.
I'll let the staff discuss. And
So in terms of compatibility, there's a lot of words here, and I'm not going to go through this right now. I will walk you through each one of them. Incorporating natural physical features. We've done that with all the tracks that we've shown, both open space, including parks, as well as preservation of wetland areas and new areas for detention ponds. If you look at this, again, as I said before, this actually exceeds what you would expect with a PUD. The percentage is higher here than what the county requires for a PUD. In terms of site planning techniques, Jeff talked a little bit about the types of roads. Won't go belabor that, but we're meeting the requirements of the county and the MTCP in terms of the cross section of each of those roads. Incorporating physical design features that provide a better transition. Again, that condition that we offered up to limit the lot size to no less than 15,000 square feet, that is that transition. And again, I want to draw you back to the item you heard earlier that had nothing like this. The RM12 for the Schmidt rezone didn't have it. It was RM12 and then it was 2.5 acre lots. We're phasing the lot size and the density so that we are a better neighbor in terms of what gets built. But it also creates predictability in the fact that we provided that via the preliminary plan. So this just shows some of those environmentally sensitive areas, touched on that already. This shows how we preserve those in tracks. We did prepare an environmental study that was prepared by, what does it call it? Bristol Cone Ecology. Thank you, Nina. That was sent to Colorado Parks and Wildlife as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife. U.S. Fish and Wildlife gave us clearance saying, we agree there are no listed species on the property. Incorporating public facilities, I won't go into the road discussion again, but needless to say that was at the request of staff. We've incorporated exactly as they've requested. In terms of necessary services, again, Tri-Lakes Fire has no objection to this. They're actually seem kind of a little bit excited to thin out some of the trees and make this more of a break in terms of some of those fuels. There is a significant amount of open space being provided. Jeff covered the traffic impact study. I'm trying to go quicker here because I know I've been up here a long time. I apologize. We do have commitment letters from the electrical provider. We have commitment letters from the natural gas provider. We're proposing hydrants in this area. That's a big deal. When we talk about thinning out the trees, that's one thing. But if you can provide a means of reliable water for fire suppression, that is sorely needed in this area of the county. There are very few areas of the county where that is available. And that's why we have fires like Black Forest Fire and Waldo Canyon Fire. There isn't that resource there to slow down the fire or maybe even put it out. Forest Service had no objections. That's Colorado State Forest Service. And they, in their letters, actually encouraged thinning the trees. Again, I know staff said that they couldn't find that compliance. We want to tell you that there is compliance with that. We provided everything that's required as a preliminary plan and as a rezoning, and there are no comments outstanding on any of it. With that, I'll take any additional questions on rezoning, but having just covered the preliminary plan, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Mr. Carlson, go ahead.
What did you say that was the difference between the multifamily units that's in the PUD now and what you've got proposed?
So I'm assuming difference, you mean the density? Okay. So the PUD allows for up to 11 units per acre. The RM12 obviously allows up to 12, but based on how we've laid it out in the preliminary plan, it's not going to be multifamily. But two, even if it was, you're never going to get there because of the access constraints, the wetland constraints, the roadways that we're extending. It can never be 12. It'll be significantly less. And doing attached single family, we're not even going to get remotely close to 12 units per acre.
I thought you gave a number earlier of the number of units in the PUD.
I can go back to that.
So you guys are proposing about 305 units, it looks like?
No,
And I'm wondering, what I'm getting at is what's the difference between if the PUD were developed and versus this?
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a challenging comparison because you don't really know what could happen in the commercial area. So the number I gave you is just that southern half within the PUD. And, it's.
I'm trying to get at what if this development doesn't get approved, what would the folks in the crowd be looking at getting developed under the PUD? Beyond that, maybe while you're looking, is the PUD still active, or is it, my understanding is that nothing was done with it, so expired, or?
It's
no?
still active.
Okay.
So I'll get back to my calculations because that is a good question. The total, Nina's telling me 6 dwelling units per acre. She always saves me. It's great.
That it's what?
6 dwelling units per acre is what we're proposing for the overall. So to answer your question about she's saying just in the RM. So to answer your question, this kind of touches on it. The southern half could be 11 to 8 dwelling units per acre. So what could happen today, I think is your question. You could have commercial on 8.5 acres. You could have multifamily on 9.3, 2.5, and 4.0. And I calculated that out to be 173.8. But if that actually got rezoned, if the PUD got amended and got rid of the commercial/office, which you're seeing all over the country, and I'm sure you've seen that as well, because office is kind of a dying product in some areas. If that got rezoned to be all multifamily, then just the southern half, you could have 267 units based upon an 8 to 11 density range.
But the way it's set up today without anything changing, the difference between the two is about 125 units, it seems to me, which doesn't seem like a lot.
That's right. And that doesn't factor in the commercial that could go just north of the PUD.
That's what I'm saying, though, is if that stays zoned the way it is and so forth. Great, thanks.
Good question. Sounds like I answered it, hopefully. Any other questions for me?
Mr. Moraes first, then Markowitz.
I have one question now, and I'll probably have one during the rebuttal time. I didn't see it on the preliminary plan, but are there sidewalks planned on the exterior of your of the development, walking paths?
So we will have to do a site development plan for the RM12. Obviously, with the single family, we will have to do that. That's a requirement because it's a county road. The plan is to have trails, connections throughout that. I think Mr. Guild said private. They're not really private. They're public because they're district owned and maintained. And that's, I've understood from attorneys that it's very important to not say private with districts because you get sued. So they are public roads. The plan would be to provide pedestrian connections through there. We haven't laid out the exact sidewalk, but I think you're asking on the perimeter.
Yeah, on the perimeter. The reason I'm getting to that is you even said it during when you went to go hang up the signs or put the signs in, you were swimming in snow.
Yeah.
And up there, I'm assuming these will be family homes with children and probably within walking distance of the high school.
Yeah.
And so during the winter time up there, one of the issues I see is just a safety concern of you're going to have kids that are going to walk themselves down Monument Hill Road. You're going to have kids walking themselves down Misty Acres. And as you were swimming in snow just to hang up signs, you're going to have kids doing it up and down the hill both ways, twice a day. So I didn't know if it was part of the preliminary plan, but something at least in the site development plan.
Yeah, and I will note, so when we went out to post the property, to my recollection, there's no sidewalks today on Monument Hill Road. There's no sidewalks today on Misty Acres.
Correct.
I can't tell you whether or not the county is going to require us to put those in and then be kind of dead-end sidewalks until they get extended further south.
Correct.
So in our preliminary plan, we did show a street cross-section. And that street cross-section is for the internal roadways to be owned and maintained by the Metro District, as well as, it was under the traffic, as well as Misty Acres and all of those street cross-sections, there it is. They do reflect there's a sidewalk being planned.
Okay.
So those will be internal. Your point about kids walking to school, today there's no sidewalks.
Correct.
Obviously, we're all for sidewalk connecting to schools, but those don't exist on however many hundreds of feet it takes to
Agreed.
get to the school.
I 100% agree with you, and 100% say that's an issue.
We'll do whatever it takes to make it
No.
something that works.
I got it.
And for housekeeping, we'll have Ms. Ruiz identify herself and sign in.
That was Nina Ruiz with Vertex Consulting,
Thank you.
bailing me out as usual.
And just one other question, and somewhat minor point. Just looking through your letter of intent, nowhere in there did I ever see that you have a view of where the zoning would be. You showed it a couple of times. It's colored. One is blue and one is gold or whatever. God's eye view in your slides.
Yeah, so we were required to submit 2 applications to the county. So one, each has its own specific legal description. So there's a specific legal description for the RM12 and a letter of intent that supports that, and a specific legal description for the RS6000 and a letter of intent for that.
So that's the only place where we could see how this all, in the letter of intent, how it all matches up is the individual little diagrams.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that there wasn't one in there, but I mean, we certainly add it before Board of County Commissioners. It makes you feel better. It's tied to the legal description that you provide us with the zoning map, the rezone map.
So we saw the last applicant showed, hey, here's a big picture.
Yeah,
Here's where
understood.
RM, and that was in their letter of intent. And I didn't see this.
If we're allowed to, we'd be happy to update that.
Okay, I think those are all the questions. I probably have some more after, but that's for now.
Thank you. Mr. Markowitz.
When you began this project and started working on it, there's obviously 3 pieces that we're looking at today. There's the 2 zoning, and then there's the preliminary plan. When you first started, did staff tell you that in order to submit the rezoning, that you were required to do the preliminary plan at that point? Or did you guys decide, hey, we see a lot of concerns from the neighbors, and therefore we're going to go above and beyond, and we're going to say, we're going to voluntarily go for the preliminary plan? Because you were talking about the item before, and it's like, okay, they're not required to do it, but we're required to do it. So I just want to be clear as to, was the preliminary plan required with the rezoning applications? I know that there's some tie now.
So
Or did you just volunteer?
A preliminary plan is never required with a zoning application. We volunteered that. And the reason why is because we knew some of the comments that were going to come, that have come. Talking about, open space, talking about trees, talking about, the types of units. And outside of doing a PUD, which frankly, if you're going to the preliminary plan stage, you're doing better than a PUD, right? Because you're laying out exactly where all the buildings are going to go.
Right.
So
And I commend you for doing that. I think that helps the neighbors kind of envision really what's going to happen compared to what could happen
And
today.
that was the goal, right?
Yeah.
It's all about visuals. What can people imagine versus what are we actually proposing? And usually there's a big difference between the two. We advise our client that, look, a preliminary plan provides where the roads are going, it provides where the tracks for open space are going, how you're preserving the wetland areas. It's really hard to meet that criteria if you don't actually have it laid out.
Sure. And then also, is the preliminary plan, obviously it says in the conditions that a condition of the rezoning is that a preliminary plan will be submitted also. Preliminary plan is a preliminary plan. So is there any requirement in any of this that if, let's say, we approved both zoning and we approved the preliminary plan, could that preliminary plan be changed dramatically? Or is there something in here that says this is kind of an irrevocable package?
If we want to change it in the future, and that's a great question, I'm glad you asked it for the benefit of the folks in the audience. If we want to change it in the future, it requires an amendment with the county. Now, depending on the nature of that amendment, you know, if we're talking about something much more dense and we're changing the lot configurations and where roads are going, that's a major amendment. That has to come back to you all, has to come back to the Board of County Commissioners. If we have to shift a road over, we have to shift a lot over just a little bit, you know, I think staff would probably agree that that's a minor amendment and can be done administratively.
Okay. And then lastly, I believe you mentioned that there were some conditions or notes that you were going to request to be removed.
Yeah, and those are the ones that Kylie touched on. Specifically the condition requiring the site development plan for the entirety of the development. As I said, that it really doesn't make sense with final plat, or excuse me, with single family detached. It's not required anywhere in the county for single family detached. So it really is sort of a little bit of an illogical requirement to require placement of bushes and trees on these individual single family detached lots. So if we can wordsmith these conditions, we know we have to do it on the RM12 area. We'd like to be able to phase that if at all possible, because we might phase the final plats, but to do it on single family detached really is kind of above and beyond.
So-
And
so
it would
you're-
be tough to do.
So you're asking to remove conditions number 5 and 6.
Not remove them, maybe reword them to say, you know, for the RM12 area or anything, any development west of Misty Acres, because that's all the RM12 area. And then be allowed to be able to phase that with the phasing of final plats. We don't want to get away from it. We're not trying to get out of it. We just want to make sure that it makes sense with what as we move along with development.
And are these
We'll take
conditions?
advantage of the break here in a few minutes to let staff and the applicant work that out. So when the time comes for us to have a motion, we'll be able to understand which conditions are in the resolution that we're talking about.
So
And-
in
And are
regard to
these,
the
are
land-
these conditions in the preliminary plan section, or are these both related to the rezoning?
I think this is only in the preliminary plan staff report, but I would
Okay, so
defer to
once
staff.
we get to the last item, that's when this kicks in. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Byers?
So Craig, in regards to the landscape plan, you keep telling us it's a very detailed landscape plan. The condition doesn't say that. And I think really what they're looking at is a preliminary landscape plan, not a final landscape plan.
Which is what we provided, mostly along the right-of-way areas, those buffer areas. I guess it depends on what the requirement is. You know, when I hear landscape plan, I immediately go to planning schedule, caliber of trees, depth of planning, irrigation plan.
Well,
And if that applies to single-family detached, I don't know how we're going to do it.
Well, I don't think that that's the intent. And I think that you're pushing that a little too far, quite frankly. I also think that the landscape plan, well, some of this is self-inflicted by you all making a decision to do the preliminary plan. So once that started, you opened up the door for these requests to come online.
I'm going to disagree with that because landscape plans are not required with the preliminary plan.
No, but at some point you agreed to do a landscape plan.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
mean-
just arbitrarily decide to do that.
You know, you're trying to get a positive recommendation from staff. You do what staff asks you to do. But, you know, it's like, how do you meet that specific requirement if you don't know what?
And I guess my point is I think that you're misrepresenting this a little bit.
And that's probably fair. If it can say conceptual landscape plan for, you know, along the right of way, sure. And excludes the single family detached, we'd be all in favor of that.
Again, I think we can craft the conditions that make everybody happy. But we'll take some time offline to do that.
And I wasn't trying to misrepresent. Having been in the business long enough, I know what a landscape plan looks like, and that would be tough to do for some of this.
Other questions for the applicant? No, I don't think so. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Dossi. I saw Ms. Bagley up here. Do you have something more for us and?
I was just going to speak on that landscaping condition. I think Mr. Byers said it very well. I would like to note the Land Development Code does not talk about internal landscaping requirements for single-family detached dwellings. So we would be looking for roadway landscaping, any buffering that they would be providing in the open space tracks along that RS 6000. So that's kind of what we're looking for. It doesn't need to be very detailed as to the caliper of tree, the types of trees, but something that shows that this preliminary plan could meet the landscaping requirements of the Land Development Code as far as.
And again, I think we can all come to some agreement. It's just, I don't want to put words in Mr. Dossi's mouth, but I suspect that because there's nothing formally defined as a kind of pretend halfway landscape plan, it's hard to, and sorry if I had pejorative
Well, I'm
comments
going to step
there.
in here. Good afternoon,
Ms.
Megan
Harrington.
Harrington with County Planning. I do love a little drama, but I will say we had a little too much this afternoon. And unfortunately, you are going to have to give staff a couple minutes here to give our perspective. The code actually states that a preliminary plan is the first or second step in the platting process. And then the code goes on to say that it provides an in-depth analysis of the proposed division of land, including a refinement of the design, considering geologic hazards, environmentally sensitive areas, source of required services. When you go to 8.4.1, it talks about the following planning considerations shall be adhered to when dividing land. So when I hear the words dividing land, I think subdivision. And it states, lot layout, design, and configuration. Divisions of land shall be designed to provide lots that are of an appropriate size, configuration for site characteristics and intended uses. I think this is important. Adequate buffering from adverse impacts of adjoining uses through lot orientation, setbacks, landscaping, or other appropriate methods. And it does go on. And so this is the specific language that staff is talking about when we're saying, when we see a preliminary plan, we typically need a little bit more detail in order to make these types of findings. And that's where we're not saying that this should be approved or denied. Nowhere in the staff report did you see staff make a recommendation. We did not. We don't do that. But we're saying, from our perspective, in the documentation that we typically see, in order to meet these sections of code, which I'm happy to share with you, they're not in the criteria, they're in the code sections that staff reviews, we felt that we didn't have all of this information. The code defines multifamily as a structure containing 3 or more dwelling units designed for or used exclusively as a residence by 3 or more families. And so that's where staff is unsure what type of product we're getting here. Will it be multifamily? Will it be single family attached? Today you heard Mr. Dossi say it would be single family attached. I believe this is the first time I have heard that commitment. So when we're looking at what the code says multifamily is, in the last application, Mr. Moraes was very clear to say traditional single family, or excuse me, traditional multifamily, multiple levels. I think we even said 3 or 4 stories. We're talking apartment building. Our code specifies multifamily a bit differently. And had the last project, the Schmidt rezone, come in with a preliminary plan, and when they do come in with a preliminary plan, that is when we will ask for that level of detail. I think that's important to note as well. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Anything else here? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Chair, Commission members. Elizabeth Nykamp, Deputy County Engineer. I just wanted to make sure all of the concerns about the realignment of this intersection to the north of this site have been alleviated, and if there's any questions, I can answer as staff.
All my concerns? Probably not, but questions right now? No, not right now. Thanks.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure
appreciate
that
it, Elizabeth.
everything was taken care of on the engineering side.
I actually have one, Elizabeth.
Absolutely, Jim.
So in the past, Douglas County was somewhat opposed to the proposed improvements at the intersection of Misty Acres and County Line. Are you comfortable that Douglas County is now on board with those improvements? The proposed improvements that traffic engineering was showing us a few minutes ago.
I do not know that answer. I don't know if Daniel or Brett know, but I do know that we've been in discussions with them. They want to maintain the alignment to the north. So we're trying to maintain the same alignment and a single alignment to the south and make it a safe intersection from everything to the south.
Real quick, I'll just jump on that if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Eventually, when a traffic light gets put into that intersection, as they say, I mean, Douglas County would have some sort of say, right? They own, I don't know exactly how County Line Road is split. Is it the double yellow line or what? But they would have some say on if a traffic light would even go there.
They would be a review agency, an outside review agency for that set of plans. Yes, sir.
Okay, interesting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Ms. Nykamp? Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. You know, kind of yet another indication of the length and the scope of the discussions that have gone into this thing for 20 some years or something. This is not an easy, simple development. And because it comes at the boundary of different jurisdictions, and in that area, it is that transition makes it tough. And if it's in one of those very small areas, that's what we talk about, the 9% of the county. That these are the hard 9%. That's why we're still here at 1:15 in the afternoon, and we'll be here for a little while longer because we want to hear from you, and we will do that soon. So we're going to take a break. It's been 2 hours. But I would want to give people a chance to get something to eat if they'd like to. Could we come back at 1:45? Is 35 minutes enough time to get people out and back? If it's you, I've got snacks back here. So, no, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break because when Tom gets hangry, he's we need to take a break. So we will do our best to start up again at 1:45, and we will start then with comments in favor and then comments in opposition, and we'll try to move through that as quickly as we can. So we're adjourned till 1:45. We can tie. You can't tell me how to vote. Yeah. Okay, if you're in the room, we're going to get started again. So if you could please take your seats. And yeah, I don't want to hit the hammer again. I want to save that for calming an unruly crowd. Yeah, I need to be able to escalate. So I'll call us back to order and need to make an announcement. Mr. Carlson had another engagement, so he's not here. So there will just be 8 of us to vote on this item. These items, yes, these applications. They are all separate, and we will have votes and discussions on each as we go through. But as far as public comment goes, we're going to consider them all as a package. And as I did before, the first part of this will be, we would open it up to hear from anyone who is in favor of this application. If you are, come on ahead forward. Don't fight over it, but get yourselves in some kind of order. And another reminder, if you have spoken or plan to speak, please make sure you've signed in on one of the sign-in sheets somewhere, so we have all the information we need to identify all the people who have addressed the commission on this item. And so, see a line forming, that's good. And sir, you're first, go ahead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission members. So my name is Matt Dunstan. I have lived in this region my entire life. I think probably about 25% of people would be able to say that. So thankful to live in the area. And I definitely know what it's like to drive down, coming from Denver, heading down I-25. And as you get to right over the Palmer Divide, right over that ridge, you do see just this beautiful county that we live in. Super thankful to be here. But a little before that, you get to County Line Road, and closer to the north, and you see what's representative of a community. So when you drive in, it's kind of your first, you get past the Greenland open space, you begin to encounter what's really our area where we live. And it's on the right, it's Monument and some commercial stuff along there and some residential. But then on the left, what you see is Woodmore, and I've watched that develop over the many years, and it's fun to have seen it develop and become what it is. And there's a campground there. It's been there a long time. And also Palmer Ridge was built probably, I'm going to say around 15 years ago. And so that's kind of what makes up the character of that area. Now, the vacant land that is being developed here, I've known about for a long time, and I've been aware of different possibilities, and I've been concerned about different possibilities of different things that could happen on that land right there. And when I found out that Norby Larson was developing it, because as you guys may know, I'm also a land developer myself, I thought I'd at least talk with him and see what he's doing and what he's thinking. And I was super pleased to see the plan that he's come up with. If anything, it's a de-densifying of traffic and use. And I think when you drive down I-25 and you head into the Monument area, what he's doing is just a great representation, what's going to be there, as opposed to many of the other commercial things that we've been worried about over the many years that may have gone in there. Warehouse kind of stuff. It just isn't the right residential look and feel. When you drive into a town, you get a certain feel or vibe in that area. But one thing, and so super thrilled, thankful for what he's doing. He's very attentive. He was very responsive. We ended up talking about it so many times, kind of got to be friends, which is kind of neat, really. But I just really like what he's doing. But one of the things in particular that was talked about earlier is Planning Commissioner Moraes. Did I say the name right? Brought up a really good point, and that's that road. And I want to add just a little more color. Jeff kind of talked about it, Jeff, the traffic engineer, but this is really important. When they did Palmer Ridge, they kind of threw that road together, but it has always been deficient and very dangerous. There's times where we drive by there and you see a cross there. That's where a kid fell off that edge. And Jeff kind of pointed it out, but he was talking about so many other things. It's a dangerous area. So what they're graciously doing, and I'm super thankful, is eliminating a dangerous and deficient stretch of road right there. So to run up, and then that green stretch where it runs up to Misty Acres is going to be fantastic. And there's many areas around there. It's not like it's some, you talk about like a frontage road. You know, you have to drive by Woodmore Drive. There's houses on Woodmore Drive to get to Monument Hill Road. It's just an excellent use of roads. And Jeff's right that not a lot of driveways on there. It is an excellent use and configuration of roads, the way that aligns straight in. And I'm super thankful that a development, it's a blessing that such a development is going in that's going to give us a much safer stretch of road right there. We're not going to see the memorials from the deaths and the accidents, because what happens is it drops off. You haven't been there. I've lived there my entire life. It drops off like you wouldn't believe, and it's icy, and there's a lot of limitation. You're coming in off county line, and cars go off the edge because it's just a sheet of ice. And so I'm super thankful that this development is propagating the fix of that dangerous and deficient road. But I'm just really thankful for the development, like it. I did get involved, and I decided to get involved by talking to the owner and the applicant. So super pleased with what's going on. So I don't know if anyone had any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Dunstan. Appreciate your comments. And that reminds me that I failed. You can go ahead and have a seat.
You failed to time it? Is that what you're going to say?
No. I failed to kind of set the ground rules a little bit. And really, this public comment period's not designed to be a dialogue. You can ask questions, but we're not going to answer you. The applicant may come back and answer you or address those things in the applicant's time of a rebuttal. And because we do have so many people, we want to respect everybody's time. We're going to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak who wants to, but I am going to try to limit the time. And you've had about 3.5 minutes or so, and that's kind of what we're looking for. We put the approval criteria back up here to remind people, at least for the rezone, these are the things we're going to consider first, and we'll probably switch over to the preliminary plan a little bit later. But if, to the extent you can, keep your comments focused on the things that we may consider. And that's limiting. I think certainly the safety and the road improvements are something that's relevant, but a lot of other things that we read in the letters, and I'll point out, I think we had, this packet ended up being, 610 pages. A lot of those were the letters of opposition, the notes, the emails, the things that people sent in, and we've read those. We're aware of the issues, and we've been doing this. Everybody here at the dais has been doing this for some time, and we could probably tell you water, traffic, congestion, these are the things that typically are people's concerns here in El Paso County. So, Mr. Dunstan, thank you for your comments, and I'll have the next folks come forward. I'm going to try to keep track of the time a little bit. We do have the technology to put a timer on the board, and if we need to get to that, I'm hoping to avoid that, but you can help me by keeping your comments as relevant as possible. So thank you.
I'm Harold Larson. I live on Doewood Drive. The land in question is right behind my house, and I've been watching this since we bought our home. The first thing I did was check the zoning right behind us, which was a mixture of commercial, residential. And I thought, okay, let's see how this flows. I kind of imagined that this would be like every other intersection in El Paso County, that you drive off and you have commercial buildings, okay? When this first surfaced, this prototype of a plan, 2.5 years ago was the first time I seen it, I saw residential only. I said, oh, there's an opportunity here. There's an opportunity to avoid what has really transpired in every other intersection that we face. So I studied it and I said, okay, this is a victory, but let's see what we can do to influence the process. So I reached out to the developer and I said, okay, I've got a half-acre lot and you're asking me to look at a number of backyards. The size of the lots behind me were not in line with what I call a gradual transition of lot sizes. It took 2 or 3 meetings. It took 2 weeks. And all of a sudden, these 15,000 square foot lots appeared and said, would this meet your needs? Well, I said, personally, it does. I don't know about the rest of the community. I can't speak for them. So as we move through time here, what I found is someone who's willing to compromise, that's willing to listen and make adjustments based on input that's logical, not emotional, but logical. So as the county does its job and starts putting things into zones that have requirements, okay, there's a lot of detail in that that deserve discussion. I am not relying on the county to influence the builder on those details. A number of us have a seat at the table. We have a voice to deal with issues like trees, lights, trails. Even, you know, a duplex is a duplex is a duplex. Not so. There's different designs that can be done. We have a voice there. So what I'm asking for you is to not back the developer into a corner where he has to go back to the original zoning, where he has to go back to putting commercial there, which scares me. And I know that corporations will come with deep pockets and say, we would like this to be done there. And if it meets the zoning requirements, why wouldn't he do that? Residential is what I want. There's issues. There's issues that will have to be developed as we understand more about the traffic, as we understand more about the exact height of these buildings that come in. But that's where a number of us are at the table, and we are going to have influence. So, county, do your job. But I'm not relying you solely to do your job. We're going to step to the plate. Thank you.
Hello, thanks. My name is Bruce Sidebotham. I own the property south of the proposed rezoning. I have an office building in the, I own the Arana Group. The Arana Group owns the office building and then around 9 acres surrounding it. I sympathize with a lot of my neighbors. There's a lot they're going to lose. They're going to lose direct views of Rampart Range. They're going to lose meadows and pine groves. They're going to lose a place to walk their dogs. Some of them are going to lose a place to ride their ATVs and motorcycles. Some of them are going to lose a place to dump their mattresses and couches and batteries that they don't want anymore. I own that property and I've had to clean that stuff up. Suburban vacant land is not productive land until it's developed. You're going to hear a lot of talk about trees, about wetlands, about traffic, about water. And I sympathize with those. One thing about the trees, about half of my property is ponderosa pines. I cut down 500 trees on my property to deal with fire mitigation, and you still can't tell that I cut them down. Those trees are not healthy that are the way they are now. What you're not going to hear is an alternative that's compatible with this area. I think the plan to go residential and to transition it in is compatible, and they've designed it to fit between the residential and the interstate highway, the major thoroughfare, and the Douglas County open space. And this plan brings it all together in a way that I can live with and that I think supports the gateway to monument idea. And as you consider how to evaluate this land, this zoning, don't just listen to the oppositions, but listen to the alternatives. And if there's not an alternative that's more compatible, then we've got to go with this zoning. Thank you. Oh, that's my 3 minutes.
Thank you. You're exactly right. Right on time. It's about the 3 minutes. So I encourage you all to shoot for that target. Well done. And that's okay. I'll give you a nod if you start going a little too long.
Gentlemen and lady, thank you.
Please make sure you're talking into the microphone so we
Hello.
can get that on the
Yeah,
recording.
that would help, wouldn't it? Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So I am also in favor of,
And your name is?
I'm sorry, my name is Maria, last name is Iad, and I also live on Doewood. So this directly affects myself and my husband and all the other people on Doewood and in Misty Acres. So we bought our home, I'm going to go through this fast, I hope, in 14, sorry. And we knew that something was going to happen behind us, you know, it's beautiful. Anyway, so we are in favor because the plan that was laid out, and it accompanied the wetlands, which I could see from my office, and a couple of years ago, it was flooded. So they took that into consideration, which I really do appreciate. So it does affect us a lot, but this is also business, you know, and they could have done anything else that they wanted, and Craig read off a whole list of things that could be done if it's still commercial. We need to have it residential. They took the time, and I know it's going to look great when they're done. And if anybody else has any other alternatives, then I think they should speak, because I don't think there are any other alternatives to what we have. And I've heard people complain and complain and complain. What's your alternative? Give me something else. But I just hear people complaining, and I don't think there's any point in it, honestly. And you know, these people are business people. They have a right to get a return on their investment, but they're helping us make sure that it's going to look good. And I don't think we could ask for anything else, honestly. Let's see what the thing is. So I really think the rezoning and making sure that it's going to be residential makes complete sense. And I think everybody in the long run will be happy with it. Misty Acres and Doewood, this is going to affect us directly. And we have more to lose than anybody else. But I think what the plan is, and you know, the wetlands, and there will be greenery. I mean, it's a good idea. So I'm happy about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Sparks. I live at 20250 Doewood Drive, heard from my lovely wife and my neighbor. And also, obviously, the land that we're discussing directly abuts our property on Doewood Drive and will be our neighbors. And we've lived there for 10 years. And when we were looking at the house, out on that piece of land, there was the back end of a tractor trailer, and it had for sale all along this whole tractor trailer. Now, I assumed they weren't trying to sell the trailer. I assumed it was the land that was being sold, and correctly so. So I would be naive to think nothing's going to happen to this land in all the time that we've been there. And while I love the views that we have, I love the bears that come through the ring camera and the deer that sit on the lawn, I recognize that it's a business decision to do something with that land. What I do not want is the do-nothing approach, because the do-nothing approach in my mind, and I don't profess to be an expert on all the subsections of the code and everything, but what I do not want is to see a truck stop there, or a bunch of warehouses, or some commercial property. And I understand in my naivety that this could happen without any further discussion, without any further approval, that the developer could just start to put those type of buildings and businesses on that land. So I too want to see this rezoned to be a residential neighborhood. I think a residential neighborhood, of course, will be far more in accord with the properties like our own that are existing there, and far more in accord with the overall neighborhood and the entry into Monument. I believe that the preliminary plan that has been submitted also gives, think of the word, but recognizes us as residents and puts those single-family houses with larger lots immediately adjacent to our properties. And then as it gets closer to the motorway, the interstate, then higher housing development progresses over that way. I further like the fact that immediately adjacent to our property, Monument Water just laid a pipeline connecting two wells there, and that, as I understand it, will not be properties owned by individuals, but will remain as a walkway, so a separation between our properties and properties in this development. So again, I believe it's in our best interest. I believe it's in the best interest of actually the town of Monument and also El Paso County to rezone this as residential and to go forward with this proposed development. I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor of this application? One more?
Good afternoon, board. My name is Darcy Sheening. I live in Monument, and I previously served on the Monument City Council when this project was going through Monument. It met the criteria then. It is a good project. It meets all 4 of the bullet points up there, as it did 2 years ago in the town of Monument. When I look at this as somebody who lives in the area with small children, the last thing I want is another warehouse or a truck stop or a strip club or whatever may be the case. These are quality houses that our area needs. Now we know that the state of Colorado is going to continue to build and build and build. We keep hearing affordable housing, we keep hearing housing shortage. So this is the best possible solution for this land. And if you look at the criteria for approval, whether we're talking about here or whether we're talking about Monument, as I said, it meets all of the criteria. So everything after I leave this microphone and the people speak to oppose this project, these are political / emotional pleas, and those don't belong in the criteria for approval. The traffic study is adequate. The wetlands have been addressed. The density's been addressed. Every single T has been crossed, I has been dotted. So because this developer has been so amenable to working with not only the town of Monument, but now the county, we need to look at this as, okay, this is the best possible solution, and anything else that could come in here would be way worse. So I would just like to reiterate from my standpoint, having served on that board, this was denied in Monument for political reasons to make an example out of the developer. He's met the criteria. So I would ask that you vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Favor of this application? I don't see anyone. I'm going to give you a little bit more time and sorry, just had to confer with staff for a second and make sure that I don't screw anything up again, as usual, as my colleagues know. And I meant to say it when Mr. Carlson was still here. He called us comrades. I prefer colleague to comrade, but that's just me, I guess. Now, we will now have the opportunity. Ma'am, are you coming to speak in favor of? Again, the public comment period is a comment period. It's not a time for questions for the commission or for, well, it can be for the applicant, and the applicant may choose to respond, but are you, I guess I will let you speak, and assuming that you are here to speak in opposition to this, you can be the first one, and we'll give you,
I'm not in opposition. I have a serious question. I live on Dulwood. Hi. My name is Judy Williamson. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I've listened to all the information that we were given. And I drive Monument Hill Road daily. Of course, you can see by my age that my children are all grown. So I'm not worried about my children. I'm worried about the children in our neighborhood. And what I would like to ask the committee is, when they were looking at the traffic study, did they consider Palmer Ridge High School and Monument Middle School getting out, or arriving at school in the morning or getting out in the afternoon? Because I drive that and I know that the traffic increases by a great deal. And I heard them talk about the traffic study, but I didn't ever hear them talk about what Palmer Ridge High School, how it affects Monument Hill Road, Misty Acres, County Line Road. And so that's a question that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to this, come down as quickly as you can, get to the microphone, make your, I mean, don't run down, but let's not sit around looking at each other trying to figure out who's going to go next. If you can work that out.
Appreciate you all being here. Robin Wright, and I live on Dillwood as well. And I'm a little bit in favor, because to have it residential, that's the thumbs up. My opposition is really around the RM12, and I think it really, the discussion that you had before at the Schmidt property, it all came out with you as well, and why you split 50-50 down the board in your votes, because of the density of that RM12. So I'm in favor of the R6000. When we had discussions with the developer, knowing it's going to be developed, it was, hey, can you keep the same flow of Misty Acres at like the 10,000 square feet, or you have RS 6000? And when it got to the RM12, it was, well, we can't recoup our investment unless we put that 12 in there, that density. And when it comes down to it, as the gateway to El Paso County, really comes down to what do you want El Paso County to look like as the gateway? And is it that high density that are, and you also put the landscape into question here, because those are on some pretty big hills. So a 40-foot townhome is going to be like a 60 or even 80. Like, there's a totally different look across the mountain when you have that density there. So favor the RS6000. If there's something that you can consider, is could the whole zoning be RS6000 instead of putting that RM12 in there so tight? Because I think that's what changes things. I'm a business owner, and when we proposed that to them before, they said, hey, we can't recoup our investment. Well, okay, I understand that, but how much investment do you need to recoup? I've sold businesses, I've lost, and I've never stood in front of my planning and commission to say, hey, can you help save me so I can recoup more of my investment? Can I get even more because of an investment that I have maybe made and went south? So just consider, as you're going to approve this, is there a way to actually zone it so that there's less density in that RM12 area? So appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Hi, I'm Allison Catalano. Thank you for this really informative meeting today. It's been great. I agree with all the points in Steve King's letters of April and November of 2024. I just want to highlight a couple things from the El Paso County Master Plan. Under the section Sense of Place, I'm just going to read this out. The abundance of open space, lush forests, and mountainous topography is interwoven seamlessly with residential development in many areas of the county. This direct connection to the natural environment is one of the greatest attractions for future residents and businesses. However, the prevalence of natural amenities throughout El Paso County does not negate the need to preserve and protect them. In fact, protecting the environment and maintaining its integration as the county grows and develops is essential to keeping El Paso County a beautiful and unique place. One other section of the master plan that I would highlight is under other environmental considerations. A key component of El Paso County's character, and arguably the most prominent, is the natural environment. As such, the natural environment should be protected and bolstered wherever possible. Under development influence, the natural environment will help shape development going forward. Accommodating the county's significant growth will not be easy, particularly when paired with a desire to protect open space and undeveloped land. By employing conservation design standards for new development, the county can balance development with environmental stewardship and protect valued areas and habitats. Regardless of the type or location of development, conservation design principles should be used to inform, evaluate, and guide new development to ensure best practices are being utilized on an incremental basis to safeguard the environment and protect open space and environmental features. Vertex mentioned that they couldn't figure out compatibility with an open space, so let's ask the open space. Douglas County Planning has, this is a quote from the Douglas County Planning Department. Douglas County Planning has concerns with isolated urban-level multifamily development adjacent to rural and open space areas. The proposed zoning would allow approximately 500 multifamily dwellings in an area that is better suited to less intense development, such as the proposed adjacent suburban residential zoning. I completely agree with our neighbors. They don't want to see commercial in that space either. I 100% agree with them. I appreciate the consultant highlighting all of those potential horrible outcomes of having all of those different types of businesses that I don't think anyone in this room would love to have next door. He literally holds in his hand the power to kill two birds with one zone. Here's an idea. How about the developer come back with a plan that meets the master plan requirements to maintain and match adjacent character? Page 19, for example, says, future development in the Tri-Lakes area should align with existing character. Great. There's already lots of places in the Tri-Lakes area with really high density potential. And we should have that. It's right and proper that we do have different types of housing. This specific spot is pretty special. And you have all said that in the master plan, calling it the gateway to El Paso County. So come back with a plan where the whole thing matches the adjacent area. Everyone here would applaud that. It saves us from all those awful commercial possibilities that he has laid out, and it's a win-win for everybody. So why are all these people giving up their entire day of work and other things to be here? Because the current proposal clearly doesn't pass the sniff test. I'm sniffing right now. If it actually felt like the same character to the people who actually live there, you wouldn't have all of these people speaking in opposition to it. People aren't stupid. The developer can tell us all the awful things we're being saved from, but it doesn't really feel like we're being saved. Send back a proposal consistent with what's in the character for the area, and we can all go home and get ready to welcome some new neighbors to the area. Just to pin this, it feels a little bit like we're moving towards this really high density area next to the freeway so that when Buc-ee's comes up, they can say, look, there's really high density right next to it, as opposed to the 5-acre lots and the 2.5-acre lots and the other larger lots that are all around it right now. Monument's goal is not to, quote, serve the traveling public, as our consultant mentioned. Let's come back with something that meets the needs of the gateway to El Paso County, actually is suitable as a residential neighborhood, and saves us from all of the horrible things that he highlighted.
Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh. And so when you're clapping, we assume that you agree with her, so you don't have to necessarily repeat what she said. And that'll help us get a little bit more, get more through this. And welcome, sir.
Hi, my name's Steve King. I'm the Monument Mayor Pro Tem. And you have our resolution, that we submitted in your packet opposing this development. And for the record, it didn't get denied for any political reasons whatsoever. It had to do with our master plan and the property on the other side of the interstate, which we could not supply water to. So with that, I want to say I do appreciate you all sitting up here. It's a thankless job. I've been on planning commissions, and I completely understand, you know, your role and where you have to come from. I would like to say, she said a lot of things that I want to say, so I'll try to skip that. But Mr. Bailey, you had said, if somebody doesn't want that property to be built on, then, you know, you always have the option to go buy it. And I agree with that. By the same token, though, if you're going to buy a piece of property that has an existing zoning on it and you expect to get that changed, that's kind of on you. Because property rights are the rights that you have today, not the rights that you want in the future. That's a wish. And when you grant somebody property rights that are in excess of what they have right now, what you're doing is in effect taking a property right from the adjacent property owners who have the right to peaceful enjoyment. All of these statements that were made about what could go there, land use decisions should not be based on the fact that there could be something worse. The reason that those other uses aren't there right now is because there's no market for it. So they have to come in with something that would be different. And I am completely in agreement that this should be residential uses. What I'm in disagreement of is the fact that they want to go to straight zoning districts, which takes the public out of the decision-making process, and there's a lack of public hearings. This is designed for a PUD. I like to give a lot of praise to the El Paso County Planning Department on this because they recognize this is the gateway to El Paso County. This is a heavily treed area with a lot of wildlife. It has a lot of unique features. You're coming out of a 36,000 acre conservation easement into El Paso County, and it's welcome to El Paso County, where we just clear cut every single solitary tree down to build this. Because there is no wildfire mitigation here. The wildfire mitigation is completely eliminating all the trees. Trees need to be thinned out. Ladder fuels and all that need to be taken care of. I'm in complete agreement with that. But if you look at the aerial view on this, there's not one tree that gets saved. So my proposal, and it's in your packet, is that this project turns into a PUD, this is perfect for a PUD. This balances the growth with the protection of the natural features, neighborhood character, community interest. A PUD would ensure community input, preserve key environmental assets, and align with the goals of El Paso County and the Monument Comprehensive Plans. This is zoned as on your master plan, this is a suburban place type, which is predominantly single-family lots with supporting uses of multifamily. This is predominantly multifamily with supporting uses of single-family as this is currently zoned. In addition to that, we have Monument Hill right there with County Line Road, and CDOT's comments were that that intersection should move 600 feet to the east. If the proposed Buc-ee's across the interstate gets put in there, now you would have an intersection off of the freeway with less than 500 feet to another intersection with both signalized that don't meet engineering criteria for grades and other things, and on Monument Hill, which is really a nightmare in the wintertime when we get these storms coming in. I mean, that road, they can't keep it plowed. So I'm not opposed to the fact of residential. I think it should go residential. I just think it needs to become a PUD where everything can come in play here with the wildlife, the trees, the traffic, the intersections, the whole entire development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. I think we will have to pull up the timer up there just so the speakers have an opportunity to see. We're getting closer to the 5 minutes per speaker instead of 3. But and again, I heard so what, because we've read all this, we've heard this. the quality of the arguments are important. The quantity is not persuasive. We know that the majority, if it were a straight vote, this would not, there are more people in here who are opposed to it than there are who are in favor of it. That's not the relevant point. So that's why I'm trying to keep the comments to a manageable length of time so everybody has a chance to speak, because some of you, I hope, will have something to say that is in addition to or a unique take on the comments that we've already heard. Because again, everyone up here, everyone in the room knows the arguments both for and against. So just listening to them on repeat is not persuasive, maybe to some, but it's not really to me. But
I won't
sir,
repeat
it's
what
your
everybody
time.
else
Go
has
ahead.
had to say. My name is Mitch LeKind. I'm the mayor of Monument. I was on the town council at the time that this applicant came before us to ask for a annexation and rezone in combination. And the reason we declined it, as Mr. King had stated, had nothing to do with politics. We even on the record, on video, informed the applicant what we were looking for, and they turned us down and walked out of the room. So you can check that fact. Politics had nothing to do with this. And I won't repeat what everybody else had to say. I want to focus on one particular topic that I have not heard brought up. The Town of Monuments Police Department is responsible for not just the local jurisdiction within the town boundaries, but through memorandums of understanding and mutual aid agreements that go across the Tri-Lakes area, we frequently go into unincorporated areas. Our police force is not staffed for another 400 plus homes, and we will receive no tax revenue or money from the county to provide the additional police support that will come with calls for service in that area. As it is, on any given day, I can hear the Monument Police Department zoom down to 83 and 105 to deal with frequent traffic accidents that happen along 83. But 400 plus additional homes would be an additional burden that the monument taxpayers would have to foot. I am not opposed to Mr. Larson developing this land. I think the density is too high, and I think straight zoning is the wrong way to go about it. We asked him to do a PUD, he refused. I hope you can stick to the idea of a PUD so there's more conformity to the overall region, as well as how this development would fit into not just your comprehensive plan, but also take a look at monuments. Because as stated, this is the gateway. And monument police are going to be the ones that provide the protection for those residents, because right now the county has one officer assigned during per shift of a 16 square mile region in District 1. The rest of the burden falls on monument police. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeKind. Next up, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Laura Lucero. I live in Wakanda Hills, so I'm on the west side. And lots of people have already covered the points, so all my little notes that I brought ahead of time are kind of out the window. Ah! But let me say that I also agree that the residential would be great, just not the RM12. Okay, and you said not to keep reiterating, but I mean, that is kind of a base point. And the things that I think haven't been brought up adequately from other people is that the drainage plan, I read the Douglas County Department of Community Development letter of concern about the drainage, and we're talking about both if that Buc-ee's goes in and this development. So I think, are we being really good neighbors with Douglas County if we don't acknowledge that they're concerned about what we do on our side of county line? The other thing I didn't hear adequately addressed in the traffic study is an egress if there's some kind of wildfire. We talked a little bit about the mountain shadows. Someone had brought that up. And, you know, what worst case scenario, what is going to happen if we do need to evacuate these areas? That intersection at I-25 and County Line is just going to become a nightmare if we had to evacuate. Granted, we all pray and hope that never has to happen, but is that contingency being addressed just in case? So basically, and just so there's a little bit of humor, we're talking about alternate uses. And we all noticed that Vertex gave us those very negative ones, but there's that whole list of things. I'm voting Christmas tree sales. Okay, I know that's not realistic, but it's on the list, okay? Let's define it. Let's get Christmas tree sales, or hey, bakery. Let's put in a bread bakery. And I know that's not realistic, but that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lucera.
Hello, my name is Christy Beverly. I'm a Northern El Paso County resident. And apparently the problem with going last is everybody took all of my points. But just some of the ones I wanted to hit on is, again, we don't oppose development in general. I mean, for over a decade, Misty Acres has been this beautiful divided boulevard in the middle of a field, pretty much to nowhere. So we all knew at some point it was going to get developed. Again, I'm against the higher density. I think this should be solely single-family homes. The traffic issues, I feel like there's outstanding traffic questions. I'm okay kind of with the zoning. I'm mainly against the preliminary plan. I feel there's too many questions to approve this and move it on to the next step. Realigning or putting everybody through Misty Acres, it's right off of a parking lot of Palmer Ridge. That is a very difficult intersection to navigate now, morning and afternoon. I think by the time you add Monument Hill traffic onto that, it's going to be nearly impossible. Just as she stated, what happens in the case of an emergency or wildfire? Pretty much anybody north of 105 in Woodmore uses that frontage road in an egress situation. You're now putting everybody through Misty Acres. And all those people in those new homes and those new apartments or the new duplexes, how are they even going to get out of their new neighborhood? The other thing is just, you guys have a process. You guys mentioned earlier how you have this process. I feel like there's just too many questions to move this forward. Follow the process. And please hold the developer accountable for answering all those questions before it moves on to the next stage. Your citizens deserve the correct process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beverly.
Hi, my name's Christy Byer-Tarver. I'm a Woodmore resident. I've been living there for about 9 years. I came back to Colorado. I love Monument the way it is, but obviously we have to move on. But the high density housing is not necessary. We've got 3 apartment complexes coming in. There's one that's built and it's not even half full. So this high density housing is not for the benefit of Monument, it's for the benefit of the developer. And I am very opposed to that. They're gonna wipe out all the trees, and this city is called the City of Trees. So I oppose that. And another thing that people fail to recognize, this gentleman bought the property zoned as it is. That's his responsibility, not ours, to turn everything around. So why can't we change the plan and have the less high density housing, because that is not productive for Monument. Our schools with 400 houses, 2 kids per house, that's going to be almost another 1,000 kids coming into our community that need a place to go to school, a quality place. Our elementary school right there is almost full, or is full. So who's going to build the community, the new school? And then the county has not decided not to do snow plows on some of the other roads. So who's going to plow this area? Because the county's not going to. That is the last place that they want to plow. And if we run the frontage road through a neighborhood, how are they going to feel about 18-wheelers and big SUVs and big noisy things coming through their neighborhood in the middle of the night? So, and again, the safety issue is there for everybody. You bring in high-density houses. If they're low-income houses, statistically, the crime rate's going to go up, and we don't have the police force to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have lived in Woodmore. My name's Bernard Humbles. I've lived in Woodmore since 1991. Surprising, myself and Judge Franklin were the only two African Americans that lived on top of the Moore Drive at the time. I've seen Monument grow. The reason why I moved to Monument is because I was stationed at Fort Carson and I retired in 1991, actually 92. And I chose to live in Monument because it was quiet. A quiet, comfortable place to live. I bought a condo in Cherry Creek, and that condo sits because I feel more comfortable in Monument, in my own home. And I drive every day. I've driven to Denver since I retired from the military. I currently work for the Veterans Administration. That lady that's sitting next to me got married. Her husband owns a business in Castle Rock, pizza business, and I recommended to them to move to Monument because it was a quiet, comfortable place to live. To move forward, I would like to say that single-family homes would be what I would like to see, and not these multi-family homes. And the reason why I say that is Jackson Creek is what it looks like now. And it is what it is. Really, it is. I appreciate everyone that's come up here to speak for our community. And I've been feeling uncomfortable about the growth in Monument. My home has been burglarized 3 times. The county has come out, took them forever to get there. And now I received a victim's letter from the county. Now, I served 20 years in the military, but I've also worked for the federal government for 30 years. I served 50 years of federal service to this country. So I would like some support, and I would like to support those single-family homes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Next up.
Good afternoon. My name is Skylar Smith. I was not originally planning on speaking today. However, I have a neighbor 2 doors down the street who was here earlier and he had to leave early, and I would like to give, he had some prepared remarks I would like to give in his stead. We both live in Woodmore, in the neighborhood of Old Antlers Way on top of the Moor. My neighbor, Michael Schmidt, he says, my opposition is based primarily on the fundamental change to the tenor, character, and natural beauty of the area. This is in direct conflict with the county master plan. As I live very close to the proposed development, my daily life would be directly impacted while both traveling to from my house as well as the enjoyment of my life at my house. Having retired from 25 years in the Air Force, we chose to move to the Woodmore community specifically due to its quiet, natural setting, protected from the noise, traffic, light pollution, and dispersal of wildlife associated with high-density developments such as proposed today. While I am aware of and support development of more housing in and around such a growing county, I believe there are far better locations that do not violate the intent of the county master plan, nor do they change the essential character of the surrounding areas. This particular location is one of the last natural settings which provides sanctuary for extensive wildlife, as well as a noise and light buffer against I-25. Additionally, the choke point of Monument Hill and County Line Road would not support the additional traffic, most specifically with the winter weather. He says, my wife Rebecca and I urge your disapproval of the above measures. I will say that my own personal situation and beliefs closely mirror Mr. Schmidt's. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jacques Lamond. I've lived in this area for about 4 years now, going on 4.5. One point that I think has not been brought up, and maybe it's been assumed, and if I remember correctly, it was brought up at one of the previous meetings, although I don't know which one because that's months ago. I'm getting old. So the comment is, has anyone considered a study for the real estate values of the residents in the area currently? The house I live in is adjacent to what would be potentially the future for the 15,000 square foot lots. My question is about prediction, AI, whatever you want to call it. I think there was a mention of this at one point in one of the previous meetings, and it was skirted past because it was so hard to do or impossible to do. I completely disagree with that. You can create a model. You can create a model for anything, an accident, a spacecraft. It doesn't matter what it is. It's mathematical. This is easy. Real estate is not hard. I come from an engineering background, aerospace and physics. I know that this is possible. Simple model. Everyone has been talking about putting money into the developers' pockets. What about our pockets? I go to work, we have a savings, we have a 401k, and at the end of the day, hopefully at some point, I want to retire, not have a payment on the house, and be able to say, hey, you know what, we could sell it and buy an RV and travel, or do something that my property value, our property value, has not been reduced. The question is this: can you push the developer, someone, I don't know, for a mathematical model that would generate the model as they have it, potentially a model as an alternate for larger lots with their property sizing, and do a comparison today, not 5 years, not 10 years, whatever, do it today. Give us some numbers that say our property value is this. This is what it would drop to, go up to, stay the same, whatever. Give us something that we could at least say, huh, that's not bad, or that's terrible. We should fight harder. I don't know. Good enough. That's my time. Yeah, I got a few seconds, but thanks.
Mr. Lamond. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Two online, two that would like to call in, and we'll let them come in. Now, Ms. Benson, I was looking over to you to say who was closer on the public comment timeline. There's a little bit of side bets going on as to how long we were going to be here with comments, and I appreciate your comments. I appreciate this. Caller online, you're talking to the El Paso County Planning Commission. Please go ahead.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Good afternoon, Commission. How do you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Yes, name's Kenneth Kimple. I am one of the council members on the Monument Town Council. I've been listening to all day online. My comments is that I am not against development. I am more concerned about the RM12 area The larger lots, I think they match, they're compatible, and they meet the criteria. The RM12, high density, there is not a necessity nor a need, and it does not meet the criteria to change that zoning. There's been a lot of talk already. I won't repeat it all. Those have been facts. Those are that have not been emotional. They haven't been political, but those are facts. We, Town of Monument, I was on the council when we asked the developer to consider reducing the amount of townhomes apartments, and they didn't want to do that. That's why it didn't go through for annexation along with the water over there on the west side. But we asked if they would reduce density, and the concerns were for emergency evacuation purposes, the traffic around the two schools up there. And additionally, all those homes, everyone that moves in or potentially may move in are not going to be part of the high school. They're going to have to go to elementary school. So those are additional trips. By putting in a high density area of all housing, not putting in any type of commercial where the applicant gave worst case scenario to, create more drama, instead of, there's no business. So that means additional people that live there are going to have to travel more frequently to go to, whether it's all down to Colorado Springs, which many people do right now, because there is not adequate commercial type businesses for everyone to get their needs. All those kids are not going to be in walking distances going to those schools, because some are going to have to go to elementary school. So that's additional busing that's going to conflict with the already busing during the school year for the middle school and the high school. Also, I am not sure if the traffic studies have been completed during the school year when there's additional traffic to show. Again, I would ask the applicant two things. One, is this area going to be in Firewise compliance? I haven't heard that. Number two, are they willing to reduce the number in the RM12 area of complexes, or that should just be for, instead of changing the zoning, that's what when they bought the land, that's what they knew it was zoned for commercial uses. Now, those commercial uses.
No, I don't want to cut off the speaker. I want to cut off the alarm on the clock. So do we have the caller still there, please?
I
And
am.
Okay.
I am still there too. So let me finish up in 15 seconds.
Go ahead.
Ms. Schoening brought up that this was political in the Town of Monument. It was not. If it was denied for a political reason, we would have set ourselves up for to be a lawsuit, to be ensued. And that hasn't happened. Number one, she was not on the board when they did not want to meet with us when we asked to reduce the size, the density. They walked out, and unavailability of providing water over there at the time. That's the reason why it was not annexed. That's all I have at this time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And we have one more caller, we think. Anyone else in here want to speak? Okay. We'll go to the caller first, but then I'll let you go. Anyone else? You will be our last speaker then. But let's see if we get the call in first, and then I'll let you go. So you can sit back down if you'd like, or stand right there. Doesn't matter to me. I'm stalling because it takes a little time to get the calls in sometimes.
This is Harold Larson. I'm currently on the phone or away from my phone. Please leave a detailed message and I'll call you back as soon as I can. Thank you.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Nope. Is that him? Nope. Okay. Ma'am, we'll go ahead here and we'll give him one more chance.
Okay, you ready? My name is Angela Larson, and I have lived here for 13 years. I am the wife of an Air Force officer who served for 25 plus years and is being medically retired with some severe PTSD issues. My saying that is, I'm very nervous. This isn't my nature to do something like this. I think there are a lot of retired military people that live in Woodmore. It was founded by military people. So it kind of has a vibe of military people who have served their country, who have hurt really, who are hurting really deeply because of their service to their country. And the idea of having a high density and a Buc-ee's and all these kinds of things coming in takes away that ability to heal that a lot of these men and women who have served in our country looked for a place to retire, to rest, to recover from the atrocities that they have seen, and having constant crime now coming in and traffic and all the things and the light pollution. They're exhausted. They are exhausted from that kind of life. And I think that to, yes, have it be residential, have just normal houses that are there already, come into this land, great, do that. Don't put in something that's going to cause more anxiety for a lot of these people. I'm curious, how many of you are military? I don't know, that are, and how many of you have neighbors that are military that are in the same situation that I am in? It is, we are looking for a place to rest, and we thought we found a place to rest, and now it feels like our resting place is going to be invaded by more things that are going to cause more damage after we've, and I know I didn't go to the front lines, but my husband did, and I have to live with that too, what he has experienced. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. And I understand we don't need to go to the caller anymore. We're good. So thank you for your input. We do appreciate public comment and participation in this process. As I said before, it's a long process. It's a complicated process sometimes, and but your part in it is important. And so I thank you for staying close on time for the most part. That helps my job a lot. Hate to have to shut people off. So again, thank you for that. I think we've had some very robust discussion. We've had some good inputs, and now the opportunity will give the applicant the opportunity to address those concerns that he's just heard, or make a final statement in any on anything that you would like. This is your time. So Mr. Dossi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planning Commission, again, thank you. We're approaching 3 o'clock, and I know you all sit in those chairs a lot, so thank you for taking the time. Thank you to all the residents who spoke. It matters. This is part of the conversation, right? It should be. I'm going to try to go through some of the comments I heard, maybe provide as many answers as I can, given where we're at in terms of the stage of development. I also want to specifically address some of the comments you heard from elected officials from the town of Monument, and let you know how they view this property via their approved plans. First off, to the folks that got up and spoke in favor, what you heard was immediate adjacent owners telling you this is what's right for the property. This isn't somebody from Woodmore. This isn't somebody that lives far west in Monument, which I suspect some of the people who spoke in opposition, that's where they live. Some of them even said they live in Woodmore. They're not next door necessarily. You heard from people that are next door, and they're telling you this is the right thing for the property. That should count for something. They're the most impacted by what happens on this property. I liked what Mr. Dunson said about it would be nice to drive over Monument Hill and know that you're in a town, right? I've driven down I-25 coming into Monument. I see RV storage lots. I see probably the brightest light, billboard I've ever seen, which is by far worse looking than anything that's going to go on this property. I see a freight terminal building that's the most monolithic building along I-25 as far as I know. These are the same people telling you what should go on this property. Right? You did a plan for what should go on this property, and this is the time where we enforce that plan, that we support that master plan. I think you heard from the residents, they're happy about the 15,000 minimum square foot lots that butt right up against their property line, not across the street, right up against their property line. Like that's pretty intimate. And for our developer to take that next step, you all interact with a lot of developers every month. There aren't very many, and probably very few that would have a meeting, meet with immediately adjacent property owners, and then respond by basically giving up lots, if it were just straight RS 6000, in order to make them happy, in order to make it more compatible with what's already there. I think that's pretty rare. And that definitely, in my opinion, should be honored, should be applauded. People that have fears about development in this community, maybe some of that's legitimate, but when you have a developer who's willing to work with people, I think it's less so. Mr. Bruce spoke about cutting down trees and the fact that some of them are not healthy. I'm actually going to show you some slides. We talk about preserving the natural area in this particular area. This is what's happening up there right now. Okay, this is not on this property. This is right down the street. I don't have to show you a historic aerial to tell you all of this was treed. We had residents from Woodmore speaking. All of this was treed. Look how few trees there are now. So the idea of preserving every single tree, or even the majority of the trees, that's one of those, it's good for you, but not for me, right? Because I bought a home where I don't live in a forest because all the trees were removed. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Some of the comments, it's hard to focus on the presentation.
Yeah, I can hear there's something, but it doesn't, you're closer to it, sorry. Let the applicant continue to speak. And again, just out of respect, nobody was muttering and chirping while you were up here talking. So please keep your reactions down to a minimum. Go ahead, Mr. Dossi.
Thank you. Now, whether you agree with preserving trees or you support removal of some trees, that's a removal of a lot of trees, and that's happening now, right? This aerial, this is off of Google Earth. Even directly across the street, this is Misty Acres, there was a requirement to preserve those trees. That's what we got. So to draw sort of an unfair bar for this developer to meet, that's not equitable across this community. And when we talk about compatible with what's out there, this is what's out there. I didn't make this image. This is an image that came off the internet. You heard from some of the adjacent property owners that they do not want commercial here. You also heard from somebody in opposition that said, let's do a study about what our property values are going to look like if it's developed as residential. My answer to that is, what happens if it's developed as a strip club or drug and alcohol rehab? And we all know comps are based on comparable houses, comparably sized lots, comparably sized houses, the comps would come back and say, you're not losing property value. There's a few comments. Ms. Kelwell spoke to existing character. That's part of your existing character. The other existing character is that the property is owned commercial. Mr. Bailey, I think you touched on it at the outset of the hearing. You know, whether you agree that this should be currently zoned commercial or not, that's what's there. And I think it's important to understand how development occurs, particularly near an interstate highway. Our friends from Monument are not, they're not, you know, they've seen this. They're not foreign to this idea. Drive down Baptist to Baptist Road. That's all in town of Monument on the west side. Look what's happening there. That is commercial development to the nth degree. That's what could happen here. They just don't want it here because they're not controlling it. But what you commonly see around interstate highways is you commonly see maybe industrial, typically commercial, especially at these major intersections. And then you transition. You transition to higher density residential, medium density residential, and then lower density residential. Because there's no market for putting low density residential right up against an interstate highway. If I had $2 million to drop on a house, I'm not buying it next to the highway. So that's why you see that everywhere. A good example of that is just right down the street at Glen Eagle. I don't think anybody goes through that area thinking this commercial or this attached single family is not compatible. You expect it next to a highway. I mean, you can see it right here, commercial, attached single family, detached single family, working away from the highway. In this case, there's actually multifamily as well. We're actually eliminating that. We're actually eliminating probably the two worst parts of that, which are commercial and multifamily. This is what's out there today. There is no transition. You go directly from commercial to 20,000 square foot lots. That's not appropriate planning. How that got approved, that was before my time. How that got approved, I have no idea. But that's not an appropriate transition from an interstate highway. I think we can all agree to that. But the transition, even at the south end, was commercial, multifamily, single family detached. There was no attached component. We're proposing this. This is 100% better. How is it not? We've eliminated any idea of industrial. We're rezoning the commercial out of it and providing single family homes. I think we had a gentleman who got up and spoke about wanting single family homes. This isn't multifamily, it's single family attached. It's exactly what he asked for. So we've actually accelerated the transition from the interstate. And it's harder to do here because the east-west width is so narrow. But eliminating the commercial altogether, that's a big step in the right direction at this intersection. And just for reference, the transition that I spoke to down in Glen Eagle, this is the extent of the transition. That's a single family home on the left. Those are attached single family on the right. There's no road in between. There's not 200 plus feet, Ms. Moraes, of width that we talked about being wider than what you're getting with Mark Schaffel. It's right there adjacent. We're actually providing that transition, that spacing. You had a couple of folks from the town of Monument get up to speak, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. They both said that they would like for this to be less dense single family. I can appreciate that they may have their own opinions. However, the current comprehensive plan for the town of Monument plans for this property. And in that comprehensive plan, They've planned for this property to be mixed use. That includes commercial and that includes multifamily. So it makes you wonder why they're getting up and saying it should be less dense if it's going to be in the county, when they themselves were actually going to create more of an issue for the immediate neighbors by allowing for commercial and multifamily via their own comprehensive plan. I can read off exactly what they've identified should be included in mixed use, but suffice it to say, it's pretty much exactly the way that property is zoned today. Commercial, multifamily. That's all going away as a result of this application. There are a lot of comments about Buc-ee's going in across the interstate. That has nothing to do with this application. Maybe even more so the reason that this should be residential, not commercial. If we want to talk about what Buc-ee's can do to an area, if you locate a Buc-ee's along an interstate highway, it's like locating a Walmart. There will be additional commercial uses that come to this interchange. And so the existing zoning of commercial will be very inviting for other folks to come in and kind of feed off of that Buc-ee's traffic, if that's what happens here. There's some discussion about peaceful enjoyment of property. I don't think that residential is going to upset that. I think that heavy truck trips, I think that deliveries early in the morning, late at night, I think emergency services vehicles would certainly disrupt peaceful enjoyment of this area much more than somebody driving home from work. Somebody said that none of the trees will be saved. I think somebody from Monument, I didn't get the name. None of the trees will be saved. Mr. Larson's planning on spading trees in order to plant them within our landscape buffer, or landscaping along the roads. Mature trees, these are big trees. I don't know very many developers that would do that. They just cut it down. And to be honest, those trees could be cut down today. There's no legal restriction against a property owner cutting down a tree on their property. Zero. It's not the right thing to do, and that's why he hasn't done it, because he wants to preserve those trees as much as possible. But that is a legal thing that a property owner could do today. There was a discussion about Monuments Police Department having to respond to this area. And hopefully we all agree that's a good thing, that there's mutual aid agreements in place so that if a El Paso County Sheriff's deputy is not close by, Monument PD can respond, and vice versa. We did not hear how many times El Paso County Sheriff's deputies have to respond inside the town of Monument, recognizing that that cost would then be passed on to anybody living in El Paso County, not just Monument. And I think it should be stated that with additional residences on this property, the absolute closest location for them to shop is going to be in Monument. So suffice it to say that any detriment to cost to the town for providing mutual aid is probably going to be well offset by the amount of goods sold to the residents living on this property. We did a little bit of math. We had some folks that got up and said the whole property should be zoned RS 6000. If Nina's math is correct, so I'm not going to vouch for her math, it would allow for 290 dwelling units. That's a lot if it was all RS 6000. Because if you go straight zoning, there is no requirement for open space. There is no requirement to provide street trees along some of the roads, none of the landscaping areas. Arguably, you could channel some of the areas. You could probably shrink the detention ponds, make them deeper. That wasn't the choice, right? The choice was to try to do the right thing, create some of these spacing areas, and make sure that it is compatible. There was a comment about the school district. The school district responded, provided comments to the county. The school district did not raise any capacity issues in their comments. They did not request siting of a new school. They asked for fees to be paid in lieu of providing a school site. That's simple. Pretty basic comments, really, from the school district. There's a comment about Firewise compliant. Obviously, higher density, you have more surface that's not flammable with parking areas, drive aisles, rooftops. That will be Firewise, right? We're not talking about thinning 10-acre lots. Right? This provides a great fire break from everything on the other side of I-25, on the west side. It is heavily treed on that side. Much more so than what I showed you. This is the perfect location for that. And the way that fires behave, and I'm not a fire expert, generally they're going to go uphill with the wind. We've all seen the wind at Monument Hill. This could provide that break. Ms. Larson, I want to say thank you to your husband for serving. And I'm sorry that he's experienced what he's experiencing. But I do think that additional single family here hopefully helps with that more so than some of those commercial uses that we highlighted. I'm not going to tell you it's going to make things better. I don't know his condition, but certainly that has to be an improvement over what could go here. We'll talk about compatibility along Misty Acres. This is what it looks like today. On the right-hand side, you have the Misty Acres residence. Left-hand side, you have the subject property, which again, we're going to provide street trees along Misty Acres. It's pretty heavily vegetated today in terms of creating that compatibility, a buffer, a nice use transition. This is what you should look for as a planning commission when you're looking at how do you transition from one land use to another. And it's really not a different land use. They're both single family residential. It's just one dwelling type versus another. Again, another shot looking from the kind of north to south. It's great. I mean, that's what you want to see in any kind of development. And it allows for this development to be integrated into the overall community. However, this is our neighbor to the west. Any ideas that this property should be single family, large lot? This is what that person would be buying into. It would make absolutely no sense. One of the folks that got up and spoke talked about evacuation routes. I'd be willing to wager there's not a better evacuation route in El Paso County than what you're looking at right now. This road can handle more capacity than any other road in the state of Colorado. And I touched on this a little bit earlier. This is actually the calculated lot sizes for some of the lots along Misty Acres. So we talk about use-to-use compatibility. These aren't 20,000. They're a lot smaller. With that, Planning Commission, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Dawsey? Maurice.
A citizen asked when the traffic study was done, did it encompass the in and outs to Palmer Ridge High School and Middle School along both Monument Hill Road and Misty Acres Road?
Thank you for holding me accountable, and I'm glad Jeff's behind me. I'll let him answer that question.
Just to your left, but okay.
Hi, Jeff Hodgson, LSC Transportation Consultants. So with many traffic studies that with develops that occur near schools, in many cases, we actually do 3 peak hours. We do morning peak, which usually includes the school peak traffic in the morning. It's very close to the 7 to 8 time period. So a lot of times those are captured together. Most schools get out before your general, 4:30 to 5:30 afternoon rush hour, if you will, your general afternoon peak. Usually it occurs an hour or so before that. So one of the first questions, since we knew we were working around a couple of schools to the south, one of the first things we did was we counted a period of 1:30 to right through to 6 o'clock along Monument Hill Road to see what the school traffic was. And what we learned from the counts there was that there wasn't, although there was a little bit more traffic, maybe 15 to 20 or so each direction during that school peak, which occurs a little before that. I think it's like 2:30 to 3:30 or so. It wasn't very significant in terms of going north. So I basically decided that because there wasn't a big difference, and that because County Line Road, really the peak of County Line Road is really the later peak. So I made the decision that to focus on the afternoon peak from 4:30 to 5:30. So that's the way we approached it, and we have those two peaks in our study. But to answer the question, yes, we did take a look at those school peak traffic volumes just to make sure that they weren't much higher than the late afternoon, because with the late afternoon, you've got a lot of other, all the roads get busy, whereas sometimes the schools, you just have certain routes to the school that are busy. And I didn't see a big difference between on Misty Acres and Monument Hill Road. There's not a big difference between the school peak, if you will, the mid-afternoon school peak, and the late afternoon general peak.
To include the entrance on Misty Acres.
Right. Oh, you mean we counted the intersection of Misty Acres, the south end, right by the corner of the high school. And we also counted that intersection with Monument Hill Road.
Okay, but not the entrance on Misty Acres into the high school where the parent pickup is.
But we were able to capture all of the traffic that goes north because Misty Acres ends and then it goes back out to Monument Hill Road, and then they funnel into that one point. So we're able to capture all the traffic that's going north.
But how about the traffic on Misty Acres going south before it gets to Monument Hill Road that goes into the high school?
We didn't count the high school entrances.
Okay.
Yeah. But we did, but the majority of the study areas to the north and along County Line Road, and we captured those peak hours, so.
Okay.
Yeah, because.
I just have it.
And keep in mind that the development we're talking about, the traffic from residential, the peak is later. The commuter peak is later than the middle of the afternoon. A lot of times around schools, there's a lot of school traffic, but there's not much other traffic.
True.
At the same time. So
yeah, I agree. It just seems like this, since Misty Acres then becomes the main collector road in that area, that it's going to collect that traffic from the people up in this development, the people up north, and they're going to be, before they get to that Monument Hill Road intersection, they're going to be funneling into the school and trying to funneling out of the school at those school peak hours. It seems like that would be a crunch point versus if you live in this development, you go to Palmer Ridge High School through Misty Acres, you don't continue on down to Monument Hill Road.
Correct.
You're just going to stop there, and then you're going to turn around and then go back to where you live. So I think something's getting not captured down there at that intersection that's going to exist, a quarter mile or whatever it is up the road on Misty Acres Boulevard. So.
Yeah, as I said, we did verify that the counts between the mid-afternoon peak and the late afternoon peak, they're not that far off. They're pretty close. There's a 15-minute period where it spikes a little bit, but that's pretty typical around schools. So.
Okay.
Anything else?
Let me see. Let me check my notes, see if I have anything else.
I don't think
there was something about emergency services, and I'm not a fire person, but the development will be building the extension of Misty Acres, which in a lot of ways provides redundant roadways. It provides a second roadway up to County Line Road. And there's also, And when you build that road that goes all the way through, there's also two connections to the east, to the neighborhood. Obviously, there's not going to be any access to I-25. But there are two connections to the neighborhood as an outlet if there is an emergency.
The applicant's responsibility for the traffic study, what you're talking about down by the high school is well outside of that area that's required. Is that not correct? Or is that correct?
We did look at the intersection of Misty Acres and Monument Hill Road.
Right, but we can't hold every developer or property owner responsible for all the traffic everywhere. There's got to be a stop. And I'm just trying to understand, if I remember right, the outline of where the required study, that this intersection is outside of there.
No.
It's perfectly legitimate to consider that traffic. I just want to understand the context.
The area I'm talking about is inside that yellow bubble. It's inside that yellow bubbled area. And it's on a road that the developer is going to modify and improve. So it's a crunch point. I will say, with that being said, it is a driveway entrance to a school and not a road intersection. So I could see how it can get overlooked as it's not a road intersection. But Misty Acres does go by, and that's where parents drop off their kids. That's where the kids are going to walk down to. Again, different story than the traffic study, but that's going to be an intersection, and that's within that yellow bubble of the study.
You live up there and I don't. So I'm trying to clarify for my recollection. Yeah, the yellow bubble is exactly the picture I was thinking of, and I just don't know where this intersection is in relation to that.
It's between the new development and Monument Hill Road along Misty Acres.
Any other questions on traffic? Mr. Byers, before the break, you brought up the issue of landscaping plan. This is what we submitted to the county as our preliminary landscaping plan. You can see that this is the overview. You can see that we're providing landscaping along those external roadways. And kind of zooming in, going through a full plant schedule like we talked about. And even specifically locating where those plantings will occur along each roadway. I will say, when Ms. Harrington got up and spoke about landscaping with a preliminary plan, I think the county can ask for it with every preliminary plan. Having said that, there's only been two in the last 2 years, two preliminary plans that submitted a landscape plan in 2023, 2024. One was a PUD and the other one is this one. So you could say that we went above and beyond what is normally expected based upon what we found in EDARP, which is the county's archives for all of those projects. I'm just going to finish with one last thought, and that is this board adopted a master plan. Several of you were on that board when that happened, and you know what kind of work went into that. That was not an overnight success, an overnight process. It was during COVID, for one, and that took 3 years to finish. Countless hearings, meetings, notifications to residents all across the county. I don't remember one comment coming in saying this shouldn't be a priority development area for suburban residential, which includes attached single family. You adopted that plan with that knowledge that this is what should go here. You acknowledge that this isn't an area for new development. That's the area of change, new development. It is your plan that you're being asked to honor and frankly support by approving the rezonings today and the preliminary plan. So I'll leave you with that unless there's any other questions for me.
Anything else from Mr. Dawsey? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We've been here, it's almost, coming up on 2. We're going to take about 10 10 minutes, then we'll come back, we'll discuss this, and then we'll go through each of these items and talk about approval or whatever. So give us 10 minutes at 3:35. We'll be right back. Okay, if I could have quiet back out there in the audience, please. We'll come back to order, and I will now open it up to my colleagues, not comrades. And we're first considering file number P246. This is we'll look at the rezone portion for the RS 6000 first, then we'll do the RM12, and then we'll move on to the preliminary plan. So you have we have the approval criteria for a rezone in front of us. It's up on the screens here. We've heard the applicant's presentation. We've heard staff's analysis. We've heard public comment. What's wrong with my chair? Is I shrinking? Does anyone have any comments or discussion? Or I guess we still have time for questions for staff?
I was just going to ask you
Mr.
that if
Schiffel,
I could
go
ask
ahead.
a question to staff.
Absolutely. That's
lot-
why they're here for us.
A lot of conversation about PUD and not PUD, and so I just have a question for staff, because in the presentation, it did talk about in the initial meetings with the applicant that it was talked about doing this as a PUD, and the applicant decided not to. So my question is why was it brought up, or why was it asked to do a PUD? Why was it thought that this would be a project for a PUD?
Kylie Bagley. One of the reasons we ask for a PUD is with a PUD, you do get a little bit more information. You do get those conceptual plans. Again, the landscaping plan would be included as well. There's a larger, within the landscaping requirement, there's a requirement for a percentage of usable open space, where in the straight zoning, it does just require open space. I think too, the PUD landscaping typically would produce a little bit better product. We would know where the open space would be, the trails. It might give some comfort to the neighbors to know how everything is laid out as well, because the applicant does have to follow those, PUD plans, where there's a little bit more flexibility in straight zoning.
So basically, the PUD gives you a little more information in this planning, but a PUD could be put together the same way they're presenting how they're doing it with the townhomes and the 6,000. It could be the same plan. You just might get a little more detail.
Yes, essentially.
Any other questions for staff? I guess my observation, and just a little reminder, is that the property owner has the right to request whatever they want that is legal and appropriate, and requesting a PUD is a perfectly legitimate option. Requesting this is a perfectly legitimate option, and staff is absolutely correct in having an opinion and some advice for an applicant, and the applicant can take it or leave it, and as long as they follow the rules and do what they have a right to ask to use their property for whatever they want to use it for. So we did hear a lot about the PUD. We have existing PUDs. On a very much smaller level, of course, it's the same as, well, I want to paint my garage door brown and my neighbors want me to paint it, pink. Okay, that you can have your opinion, but it's not necessarily an overriding, they don't have the authority necessarily to do it. So good questions. And again, if there's any other questions or discussion from us, we're starting with the RS 6000 piece. Anybody have any thoughts or would like to make a motion on this?
I just have my thoughts that I'll share. I think really, I agree with staff that I think a PUD would have been better in this area. If you look at the objectives of the PUD in the Land Development Code, it talks about encouraging innovation and development. It talks about promoting layout, design, construction, development that's sensitive to the natural landform, the environmental conditions in the immediate and surrounding areas to include scenic vistas, natural features, and environmental resources. I look at this as this is a very, in El Paso County, you really have two major ports to get into El Paso County. I-25 north, I-25 south. You could say maybe 24 on the west and 24 on the east, but really when you're going to see El Paso County coming down from Denver, if you're coming to visit the county and visit all the things we get to do in the county and all the recreation that there is, your first glance at El Paso County is the County Line Road. You come through Douglas County and this is where you enter into our home. And I would love to see some innovation, something different. I agree with Mr. Dossi going, I don't know how commercial got, zoned in that intersection way up on the north end. I think somebody just looked at it and said, yep, it's a major intersection, it should be commercial. And just said, omni, let it be. And so I really wish there was a little more innovation along these, this entrance into our county. You do come into the county through I-25 North, and this is your first view. You really don't get to see Monument until you cross and crest over Monument Hill Road, and then you get to see everything that's going on down there with the warehouses and truck stops, but it is what it is at that point. But that's my main thought process is, I wish that was what was in front of us, was an innovative design that took an effect of the vicinity. But we're looking at these two or three agenda items that are in front of us, and so that's what we need to look at.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Markowitz, and Mr. Trowbridge.
First of all, thank you for everybody for your patience. Doing your civic duty doesn't typically take all day, but it's great that you guys are here, and we do appreciate it, and be assured we listen and we hear you. I mean, we're residents also. I mean, we can put ourselves in your shoes and say, okay, if this was next to us, how would we feel about it? So I just want you to know that you've been heard. I think that this proposal does to some degree protect the existing residents. I mean, yes, you can fantasize about it's going to be something great in this commercial area, but you can also fantasize that it's going to be horrible. So in this way, it kind of is, well, at least we know what it's going to be. It's going to be residences. It's not going to be anything crazy. So I appreciate that about the proposal. Regarding the owner's rights, I mean, we really don't have any authority to dictate what a landowner builds or if it's profitable, as long as it meets our review criteria and our codes and our laws. So we're a little bit, we're restricted in that way, which is good. I mean, ultimately, this is going to be a Board of County Commissioners decision. We're just a recommending body. The elected officials are going to ones that ultimately take the heat or the congratulations. Lastly, I wish that the town of Monument and the owner of the property could have come to some sort of a annexation agreement, because that would have solved some of your issues, especially related to revenue and funding police officers and other services that are needed. So I regret the fact that you weren't able to negotiate. Whosever fault it was, doesn't really matter. This would have been a great opportunity for those two parties to come together, and I'm disappointed that didn't happen. And now it's coming to us. Trowbridge is some comments too.
Thank you. I'll echo what Jeffrey said. Thank you all for coming and bearing with us today. I know it's a long process, and I know some people came and were upset because they had to leave and couldn't speak. And sorry about that, but you've sat through it. You kind of know what the process is, and we want to make sure that we honor that process and give everybody a chance to talk and say what they need to say. In general, I agree that this residential development is much better than a commercial development in that area. And as Mr. Murray said, I wish a PUD might have been a nicer package because we would have gotten some more information through that process. I'm not enamored of the RM12 zoning in this area. Mr. Dawsey noted that the existing PUD also had some multifamily in there, but I go back and look at it, there was only 16 acres of multifamily, not 40. So this is a much larger area and such. That said, it's not going to be apartment buildings. So I've kind of gone back and forth in my mind on this. This is kind of a hard one for me because I live out in Black Forest area. So like many of you, I have trees, and we love the trees and the natural look of the landscape. And obviously, multifamily doesn't lend itself to a lot of landscaping. But be that as it may. Yeah, that's it. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Trowbridge. No? Okay. No other comments? Ms. Jack?
I want to echo what Commissioner Jeff said regarding Monument. I think they could have made a different decision and we wouldn't be talking about this. But my son lives off of County Line Road and to the west. And I'm kind of excited about the fact that this developer is going to improve that intersection. I think it's Palmer Ridge. The ramp that goes up off of I-25, there'll be a stoplight there. That is one of the most dangerous places I've ever been. So I'm excited about that, but I'm here, I would like to make the motion. Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item P246? 246, file number, well, that was file number 246.
5C.
Agenda item 5C. For map amendment rezoning Monument Ridge East, RS 6000 with 4 conditions, 2 notations, and water sufficiency not applicable. And I would recommend this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. There's
Second.
Mr. Shipples with the second. Thank you. Any other discussion before I call the roll? Okay. Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney. Aye. Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Shipples.
Aye.
Mr. Markowitz.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So we'll recommend this rezone to RS 6000 to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval. Moving on, we'll now look at agenda item 5D, file P245. This is rezoning that portion of this site to RM12. Are there any other additional
Mr. Chair.
questions or comments on this? Mr. Markowitz?
Yeah, I understand the concern about the density in this section of the site. But I'm also thinking if you put $1 million home right up against the highway, it's not going to sell. I mean, there's limited ability to take the character and bring it all the way up to the highway. So I think that this is a good compromise. I like the fact that there's not going to be apartment complexes. So I would like to make a motion on item 5D, file number P245, for map amendment rezoning Monument Ridge East RM12. I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution, 3 conditions and 2 notations, and finding for water sufficiency not required, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Shipples, thank you. I don't like this layout. I can't quite see
quite see
people
it.
as well as in the other, in the other room. Any other comments, discussion before we call the vote? Mr. Morris?
I do. You know, I look at the third bullet and we talk about compatibility with land uses in zones in all directions. When we look at the land development code, it was brought up that compatibility does not mean the same, but rather compatibility refers to the sensitivity of the proposed use, activity, or design in maintaining the character of the existing development within the vicinity. And I do not believe the vicinity, RM12, is compatible with the land uses in the vicinity, to include the land uses to the north. The single family homes in RS 6000, fine, but once we start going into the attached family homes and the multifamily homes, the compatibility, it falls apart for me in that respect. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. Mr. Whitney?
I would second that notion. I will also be voting against it for the same reason, compatibility.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, he's not seconding my motion, he's seconding Mr. Murray's thoughts.
Yes. No, we have a motion and we have a second. The question on the floor is approval of the rezone to RM12. We've heard some comments, and that's typically something that we do. We let people have their say either before or after the vote. And so now we've heard from a couple. If there's anything else, or I will go ahead and call the roll. Mr. Byers?
No.
Oh, sorry. Let me get up here to the correct, right on the correct line. Mr. Whitney?
No.
Ms. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Trowbridge?
Nay.
Mr. Moraes?
Nay.
Mr. Shipples?
Aye.
Mr. Markowitz?
Aye.
It's, yeah, it is a tie, regardless of how I vote, or it would be if I vote yes. And the chair will vote aye. A tied vote goes to the Board of County Commissioners as a recommendation of denial. Is that correct? Yes. And here comes the county attorney to remind me.
My understanding of the bylaws is that a fails.
Lori Seago, County Attorney's Office. On a tie vote, it goes forward with no recommendation.
No recommendation.
The motion fails, but the recommendation to the board is no recommendation.
Very good, thank you. And so, and no second, there's no need then for another motion. We have a valid no recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Does, Mr. Chair, so council, does this fact that one part was approved, one part we're not recommending, how does it affect the preliminary plan? Is it, we're still voting on it? And
Well, I was thinking about that.
You too?
Mr. Trowbridge has an idea. I'll stall and let him answer.
Yeah, no, I believe we still have to vote on it. We still have to make a recommendation to the board about the plan.
Because
they're the final decision maker.
our recommendation is just that.
It's just that.
Whether or not if they deny it, they may not have to go to a third.
Exactly.
To the third part.
Right.
Could you give me a moment to confer with Ms. Harrington?
Okay.
Thank you.
Because is it even something we can vote on since item 5D didn't pass? The preliminary plan depends on 5D being there.
but
So
we're neutral on it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we voted no.
So as I said before, this is one of those, it's tricky and it's rare because of the few places in the county that have this kind of situation and that are looking at this kind of development. So we don't have this happen very often. So again, we're double checking the rules to make sure that we do exactly what we're told or that we're supposed to do and provide the best possible recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. I will ask while we're stalling here, we always make sure that there is an opportunity for, usually it's a minority vote, to have any comments, any additional comments that might not already be in the record. Is there anyone who voted no on this who would like to add or amplify, explain their vote for the record so the county commissioners have that information when they make their decision?
I'll be happy to help you waste time.
Thank you.
So,
it's not wasting time. We're
it's absolutely
filling
not.
some time.
So I didn't feel, or I didn't hear a compelling justification for the density. I don't believe it's compatible with the existing condition. And the density, although there's arguments that somebody would say, well, it helps fund the project. I recognize that, but it needs to be justified. And I didn't hear a compelling justification for the density. And as far as our decision on whether or not something would sell on a 5,000 acre or 5,000 square foot lot versus a 20,000 square foot lot, that's not our decision. And we shouldn't have any input into that at all.
Mr. Whitney.
Mr. Chair, I think I was clear for the record, but in case I wasn't, my nay was based on incompatibility.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just.
Whoever's controlling it.
Yeah, compatibility. Like I said, I think, the density just doesn't feel quite right at that spot.
In contrast to that, I felt that the density here was just as appropriate as it was, has been in other things that we've considered. I think when you've got the interstate right there, you've got to transition into a less dense area. The small narrow strip, the geography of that lot is such, that site is such that there's not a whole lot you can do there. But I think that this type of multifamily in an RM12 is much better than what would have been or what is authorized in the existing PUD, in the existing zoning. So I think this would have been an improvement over what's currently authorized by right. Ms. Sego, do you have an answer for us?
Can we get the criteria of approval for preliminary plans up on the screen, please? To whoever out there is
Kylie's right
controlling
there
that?
behind you.
Oh, thank you, Kylie.
I think the answer is yes, we can.
Okay. I mean, I think the answer is that it is acceptable if you choose to vote on the preliminary plan. I think it's appropriate. We don't have anything in our bylaws that specifically addresses this situation. So I think it is appropriate. I would, in reviewing the criteria for approval, just ask you to keep in mind your votes on the zoning and whether or not the preliminary plan properly implements that. But yes, I think you can take a motion and vote on it.
Thank you, Ms. Sego. Always want to make sure that we do, whatever we do, meets with the approval of our legal counsel.
So with that being said, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Shipples.
And for agenda item 5E, file number SP241, preliminary plan for Monument Ridge East, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 9 conditions, 4 notations, and the finding of sufficiency for water quality, quantity, dependability, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. We had a discussion earlier about conditions being removed and staff was going to talk about that. Did you guys make a determination on that? Sorry.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Markowitz, it's out of order. There is no motion pending. There has been no second to the motion, so we
Not yet.
can't have a discussion until it's been seconded.
Okay.
I'll second it so we can have this conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Shipples, just because I was wandering a little bit, your motion said 9 conditions, 4 notations, as presented, the resolution as presented to us, okay? And Mr. Markowitz, I had intended to remind us to look back at that before I took a motion, but you got me there? Ms.
Commissioners,
Harrington?
for the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. The short answer is no. We did not have that conversation because I was not getting the full feeling that all 9 of you were asking us to reword a condition in a certain way. You made references to, they would like that condition removed. The applicant is asking for this. I didn't get what your direction was specifically. So we did not change the condition based on the applicant's request. If I hear direction from you currently that you would like the conditions changed and what you would like that language to be, then we will certainly work with Ms. Sego. We've already started those conversations. It would be a matter of presenting that wording to you.
Yeah, and I apologize, I should have brought that up, but unless Mr. Shipples wants to, what's the right term? Rescind the motion, which I'm not asking him to do. We have a motion, we have a second, and now we have a chance for some discussion. And Ms. Jack, please.
Well, I would agree. We did not discuss it any further and ask for anything from staff, in my recollection.
No, we did not. And that's my fault for not reminding us to have that conversation if we wanted to, or at least asking if we would have that conversation. We have not done so. We have a motion, we have a second. Any questions on the motion on the floor?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trowbridge.
So the staff did ask about removing that, and you discussed it, the condition about the wildlife thing.
Well, again, the motion that's been made includes that condition.
Right, I'm just saying, I'm just suggesting
so
we can amend the motion to remove that condition.
And if Mr. Shipples would like, I'm going to defer to Ms. Sego right now.
Lori Sego again, just providing you legal options under the rules of order. Any member can make a motion to amend the motion that's on the table. Then you would, if there's a second, you would vote on that motion, and then you would go back to the main motion, if that's the desire of the body.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
It's been a long day, so the nuances of parliamentary procedure elude me. Mr. Trowbridge.
I would move that we remove that condition regarding the wildlife.
To amend the motion to remove.
Remove that condition.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Whitney, thank you. So somewhere I'll keep track of this. Second. And fortunately, so the rest of you know, you don't have to depend on me to get this right, because Ms. Benson and there's many people that are double checking to make sure that we get it right, but I'd like to have my notes in front of me. So we have a motion and a second to amend the motion to remove, it is to remove condition number 8 from this. So we would then have, let's go through the vote on that. Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Mr. Whitney?
Aye.
Ms. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Trowbridge?
Aye.
Mr. Moraes?
Aye.
Mr. Shipples?
Aye.
And Mr. Markowitz?
Aye.
Okay, so we have cleaned up at least that. The chair votes aye as well. So we've removed condition number 8 from the motion to approve the preliminary plan. Anything else before we move on to the vote? And I realize
I guess we'll come back to, did anyone on the commission feel that we should modify those two conditions that the applicant requested.
Right, yeah, this is another opportunity for, an opportunity for another
Yeah,
amendment.
because then
if we'd
I
like to do
could
that.
adjust, but I didn't, there was no more discussion on it, and so I moved forward with what was presented.
That,
No one on the board communicated any different, so is there anyone on the board that would want to change the wording on those items?
seeing no one trying to amend the motion on the floor further, we'll go ahead and, now I'm going to go through it the right way, that is in the order it is on my sheet, so I don't have to struggle around with the vote. So, on the motion to approve the preliminary plan, SP 241, with 8 conditions and 4 notations, Ms. Jack,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
and we have Mr. Moraes,
Nay.
and we have Mr. Shipples,
Aye.
and we have Mr. Trowbridge,
Nay.
we have Mr. Whitney,
Nay.
and we have Mr. Markowitz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, so we will recommend the preliminary plan to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval with a vote of 5-3. Is there anyone who would like to,
Just one more item. Do we, because there is so much public input, do we know when this is going to go to the Board of County Commissioners? The date? You guys can get your ducks in order
Yes, sir, we do. It has already been noticed and posted for December 12th.
for 12th.
okay, thank you. Mr. Whitney,
Mr. Chair, just for the record, on my nay vote, I'm not smart enough to get my mind around approving a plan that contains a major element with which I disagree. So that's the reason I'm voting nay.
perfectly legitimate reason, thank you. Mr. Moraes, anything else?
I agree with Mr. Whitney.
Okay, Mr. Trowbridge, same? Okay. And then I guess I will see if I want to do this. No, I don't. Okay. Thank you all very much for your time. I will, as a reminder, our next meeting is December 5th. And we're going to talk about,
Magic mushroom.
we're to talk about a code change, which is a legislative item. We will have some information to review ahead of time. As a legislative matter, we're able to discuss that, so we can have some conversation before. If I could have you just keep it quiet as you're walking out, or just stay in your seats for another minute or two while we're finishing. I want to make sure that we get some of the other business conducted here. We will also, we'll also talk a little bit about the procedures and the content of our minutes. So again, take a look at that. Take a look at the comments that you've seen back on this week's version, or this meeting, last meeting's version, so that you have some thoughts on that that we can discuss. And I guess the further reminder is that we will not have a meeting on December 19th. I think that's still correct. So, Mr. Trowbridge.
Yeah, I just, regarding the minutes discussion, I know we might want to talk to the county attorney about what needs to be in minutes. I'm wondering if that should require an executive session where we can talk to her. So we might want to put that on the agenda, a specific, make it the last thing, obviously, but then we could.
Yeah, well, I think in the, in some of the comments, I believe, Ms. Jack's comments on these minutes, I think Ms. Segal has had a chance to see those. We'll play that by ear. If we need to go into executive session, we can definitely do that. And staff will do a good job putting together the agenda for us anyway, in a way that makes sense. And so we'll do that. Again, thank you all for your time here. Thank you for all who came to watch and participate in today's hearing. We do appreciate it. And you are a vital part of this process. So thank you again, and we're adjourned shortly after 4 o'clock.